If we can we if you see where they just did the drop out there, that's the spot I'm definitely going to talk about. If we can, maybe. Okay, I'm looking about 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, Green Hills, a lot of smoke. The fire is getting right up on these people's backyard and front yard. Yep, it's the same spot we're looking at. That's trickling. You can't see it from here, but definitely yes. We're going to try to work on this spot. 45 seconds, copy. No, that might be the house right there. Copy. Hey, good morning, everybody. That actually is going to be a structure. We're looking through the smoke right there. Actually, a couple of structures that have now caught fire in the Simi Valley area. That smoke, very, very heavy. You can see right there. As soon as we see it pass a little bit, we'll push back in to get a look at what's going on. Now, Simi Valley Fire Department, they are well aware of that. These homes are starting to burn. This is off of Trickling Brook Court, and there's another spot where the battle is also being fought, and it is getting very close to some homes, and that's going to be right here at Hazel Ridge. We were watching just before break as we saw that fire and that heavy smoke working its way towards these homes, and then we actually saw some of what the classic spotting as the fire was jumping from one hill to another. Now actually it is very, very close to some homes out there. Again, that heavy smoke is kind of blocking what we're able to see, but that is where that firefight is really coming down to it, because now property is being threatened. Earlier on we were talking about no evacuations. At this point, I would venture to say they're going to rethink that very, very quickly. That's going to be the home that we were talking about on Trickling Brook Court. This is a cul-de-sac that's going to be at the very, very end, and you can see that heavy wind down there. Now, some of that is actually going to be the winds that we've been talking about, but I have a feeling a lot of that is actually weather that's being generated by the fire ripping through this area so very quickly, that hot air moving it around and then mixing with the colder. You did see in that shot some fire trucks, so they have firefighters here. I would venture to say everybody is out of that home, but this is showing you how quickly things can change. This started out as a very small brush fire about a mile away and has quickly ripped through these hillsides and now is actually starting to threaten some homes. That helicopter that we're showing you right there, that's going to be the Colson. These are on loan from, actually they're contracted. They're not on loan. They're contracted to LA County and also Ventura County. This one right there, searching for a spot to make those drops. That one can carry a lot more water than most of the aircraft that we've been seeing out here this morning, and also the size will make it be able to fly in rougher winds. We did see that Firehawk make a beautiful drop earlier on. Right now, though, these flames getting very close and onto some neighborhoods out here. This is going to be in the area of, I'm going to throw out some names of streets out here. That's going to be Rambling Road. It takes you into that neighborhood, and it's actually going to be south of, I got a pan to actually see, Long Canyon and First Street. So Long Canyon, First Street, if you take that south, that brings you to this neighborhood right here. Again, one structure looks like a home next to it, also on fire. These flames moving very, very quickly through very dry brush out here, and then add in the winds that are going on. This is a very formidable vegetation fire fight for firefighters. They are doing what they can to keep this stuff in check, but they're going to need more aerial resources, and the guys on the ground, they really have their work cut out for them. Ladies? Copy. I saw another, like, farmhouse in there burning. No, it was like a green roof. It looked like, I'm not sure what it was. It was kind of like, it was in that area, but it was more like over here. I'm kind of split. Copy. I'm kind of split between the, I can find the house, don't worry.
Doesn't take much for that to then spread quickly, Stu. So as we watched this, when we checked in with you initially, you had mentioned that it seemed as though the wind was going away from homes, but that quickly changed, and we saw a structure just a moment ago that was already on fire.
That's right, and this fire is moving very, very quickly. At least the winds, at least whatever the wind speed is, and then add on some as well. As far as firefighting apparatus from the air, well, fancy words. As far as water dropping helicopters goes, I have counted the LA County Fire, the Ventura County Fire, LA City Fire, and then of course that Colson ship that we saw just moments ago. I showed that fixed wing arriving here as well. They're going to start dropping some of that Phos-Chek, that red flame retardant that we've seen so much in the past, and it's going to be very helpful, especially with this fast-moving flames in this wind. And now, like you pointed out, it was burning away from homes going up that hill, but now it's moving out towards the west and making its way into neighborhoods. Now, this what I'm showing you right there is the spot where we saw firefighters arriving very quickly and then making their way over to that house. But the ones that we actually saw on fire, that's going to be that trailing brook, and that is going to be farther up the way. As soon as we be able to get that shot, we're going to get that back for you as soon as possible. Also, through the smoke, when Maria was talking about the weather, I was poking around, and I did see another, what looked like almost a ranch. There was no roads that lead to it, so maybe it was a county building, but it did look like that was on fire as well. Again, this is very fast moving, and the radios are very busy. Firefighters from the air working to hit those hot spots before they start getting into those neighborhoods. That right there is going to be the Ventura County Firehawk, and we did see it make some very long drops on some very active flames near these homes. Also, because of the winds and what we've been watching out here, it actually gives you a very good idea of fire behavior and how we talk about how the winds will pick up embers and then just drop them in other spots. That, I believe, is the drop that he's going to do right there, and that's one of those spots that we were talking about. The fire pretty much farther away on another hill. Look how far away. Look at the distance between where that fire was and then where that hot spot blew up. But that's what's going on out here. These winds definitely not helping the situation. That fuel out there also creating a lot of problems. LA County Fire coming in to do a little bit of a mop up, and again, that's not meant as any kind of slam towards Ventura County. Those guys and gals up there in those helicopters, the best, but sometimes you just don't have enough water. Also, when you watch that drop just now, did you notice how the water basically was just kind of misting? It didn't drop straight down. That's also going to give you a sign of how much wind they are dealing with down there. Those pilots, they know what they're doing, and they do it so very well. As far as what's going on right there, I have the map up. You can see the names of the roads out there. They have one truck out there for structure protection. I'm sure that those guys are on their toes. Let's kind of poke back up into the winds up here, because the fire up here, because the winds have really pushed by, and now we can see some of those very active structure fires out here. This is the one on Trickling Court, and you can see that house now, sad to say, a total loss. Some classic vehicles around it, and you can also get an idea, Maria probably watching as well, the winds. Look at that. Look how the smoke is basically cleared, and look at how flat those flames are coming out of that house and actually just kind of making their way towards that fire truck right there. I'm sure that I hope this is actually going to be some sort of a little bit of how the angle of the camera is, because those flames look like they're not. You can actually see the truck right there. But they are definitely on edge, and this is one home going, and I'm sure structure protection for the house next door, that's going to be the next big one right there. Hopefully they're not going to start losing a row of homes out here, but you can see that firefight actively moving. Talking about actively moving, that fire truck getting out of the way. But boy, how do you stop something like that? You know, we talk about these firefighters and the amazing work that they do, but how do you slow something when Mother Nature is up against you like that? Well, you do the best you can, and then you move on to the next one. That is actually a quote from a firefighter that was told to me a while ago. As far as that home next door, we're definitely going to keep an eye on that. As far as this firefight goes, let's get a wide. Whoops, wrong button. That's the reason why I'm not a pilot. Just give us a second. You go, you can actually see the area that has burned and how it is running up the hillside. And of course, this is the area that where it started is going to be directly below us. I believe this is where it started, because Sandy mentioned the Sandy Avenue. That's the name of that street right there, and how quickly it has just devoured all of this dry grass and fuel, and now is working its way into neighborhoods. And again, one structure fire after another. We don't want to see that. They're working to keep this stuff in check. Ladies?
Yeah, it's really hard to contain once those gusty winds really take over with the flying embers and the flames and all of that smoke, as we're looking right here, of that structure just being engulfed in flames.
The top of the hour, the house was standing. We saw the flames getting closer, but you can just see in the last 12, 13 minutes how quickly things changed, and it's so sad to see that house obviously is a total loss. Total
loss here. We do have more images for you in terms of the evacuation areas that we're talking about. Here are the orders in place now. I know it looks like a bunch of numbers there, but Simi Valley zones 32 to 35 evacuation orders are in place. That means leave immediately. Evacuation warnings mean be ready. Simi Valley 31, Thousand Oaks 6 and 7. And temporary evacuation point is being established as well. But if you kind of take a look at the map here, you can see that these zones are widening and expanding, especially the warning areas reaching now into Thousand Oaks around the Shumas Indian Museum area, the Lang Range open space, areas around the Woodridge open space and Little Sandstone Hills. Just taking a look here, and then in the Simi Valley area around Wood Ranch Golf Club, and as well as areas around West Lake Boulevard and East Avenida de los Árboles. So clearly this is a fast changing situation. So if you're in that area, make sure to constantly keep track of your emergency notifications, because hopefully a lot of residents are getting real-time information from authorities there on the ground.
Okay, I believe we're working on trying to speak with someone who can give us some more information on the situation down below. As we wait for that, let's go back up.
Stu, yeah, and Skyfox. Stu, by last count, this fire was 10 acres, but it is moving quickly and is getting a lot larger than that, right in front of our eyes.
Definitely, and you can see how quickly those flames just move across there. Now that dry brush, the stuff that looks like this is called flash fuels. We've heard it in the past. All these words are stuff that, you know, if you live in LA, you've heard it, you know it, you get it. We just saw that Phos-Check drop right there from that plane that we were watching earlier on. Some people might be saying, well, why is he dropping there? The winds are totally pushing it the other way. Wind directions can change, and right now they're worried about it possibly coming back. That's the reason why they're dropping there. Also, there might be issues with all that heavy smoke. Maybe that plane unable to make that drop under that smoke. Right now, though, the helicopters, they are busy up here. Not just us. These guys as well. Colson doing another amazing drop right there. That structure that I saw earlier on, it definitely looks like an outbuilding, and I hate to say it, it actually looks like it may have animals, but they have been taking care of this area, and you can see that brush clearance really going to be helping that portion out. But also in this shot, get a gander at some of those trees out there. They are definitely rippling around, and there was actually a tarpaulin type of situation over there as well. And you could see that really whipping in the wind. Right there, that's that home. Sad to say, that is a loss. And the fire department, you know, this is the thing. With that house is gone. The only thing they can do is try to slow some of those flames from spreading, or the embers from spreading, and that's what they're doing. They're using the battery wagon. That's that water spigot on top of a truck, and you can see that. Look at the pressure on that. But also take a quick peek at some of that water basically just kind of misting off of that main feed. This is really high winds down there, and Maria said it as well. Some of that, and most of that, I would venture to say, is actually being generated from these flames and the hot air moving and the mixing in with the colder air out here. But it gives you an idea. We were talking about that fire getting to that area at the top of the hour. Now it is actually past it and is working its way into other neighborhoods nearby. Again, the fire department, they are down there. They are listening, and believe me, if the house is on fire, they're going to know about it. Their helicopters, when they fly over, they're looking for this stuff as well. And then through that smoke, every now and then you see these blossoms of orange flames just ripping through those hillsides. Again, flash fuel, very dangerous, very difficult to fight, and boy, these guys have got the work cut out for them. And again, yes, there's a structure burning down there, but boy, they are definitely getting ahead of it and working to keep those homes and people safe.
Assets that are being used, because I'm seeing a couple of helicopters, then also a small plane that's being used to extinguish.
Definitely, that small plane is going to be part of the U.S. Forest Service, and it looks small, but believe me, that's a pretty big plane indeed. And we just saw that do the Phos-Check drop on the very eastern end of that fire over by Sandy Lane. But as far as the helicopters go, I've seen Colson is out here, L.A. County Fire, L.A. City Fire, and of course the hometown of Ventura County. And they probably have more than one aircraft. They are picking up from the Ronald Reagan Reservoir. We saw that off in the distance, but it is a close enough hop to keep these firefighters in that quick, as they could call it, the bucket brigade, moving very, very quickly from that from that water location, which I'm trying to find. There it is, and making their way back over to where those homes are. Skyfox busy. Jeff is busy at the tiller today as well, trying to keep us safe. It is windy up here as well. There you go. That's going to be the Colson, just picking up from the reservoir over there by the Reagan Library, and it literally is a short hop over here. Of course, this isn't all just guesswork. He doesn't just fly and find a random spot to drop. There's a coordinated effort. They're working on those hot spots, especially the ones closest to homes that we saw earlier on. And that one street that we were talking about, not the trickling brook, but the other one, they were working that Meadow Mist, I think of Meadow Mist, they were making water drops over here as well, trying to keep these homes safe. And again, no homes burning in that area, so that job well done. Hazelgate or Hazel Ridge, this one right here. It's another hot spot, literally, and no pun intended, but you can see all that heavy smoke. Where there's smoke, there's definitely a lot of active fire on those hillsides, and a lot of homes very close by as well. And again, these are on cul-de-sacs that basically bump up to the wildland. The fire department, they're on the ground. They're doing what they can to keep those homes safe. But again, we saw that trickling brook area. That one, it was the fire just overcame that hillside so fast. and got into the eaves of that home. And we're keeping an eye on this one as well, trying to make sure that we're just keeping an eye on it. The fire department down there trying to make sure that the homes next to it are not the next ones to go.
Yeah,
Ladies?
It's kind of hard to see because of all the smoke, the thick smoke there. That
Definitely.
fire engine trying to do what it can to put that fire out in that home. I do see some of the water right there. How close, on one side, it doesn't seem like there's a home adjacent to this one that's burning, but it's difficult to see if on the other side that may not be the case. It looks like pretty dense there with some of the homes.
The chimney. Yeah, it is. These are regular, cookie cutter homes out here is the best description. There is some space between it, but look at the wind. Look at that American flag right there, just ripping around. And then earlier on, because again, very difficult to see because of all that smoke. But I actually did see some open flames in one of these backyards, and I was a little concerned about, it might not be just coming from that direction. Those embers jump around, they start small spot fires, and with that wind going, it could be any kind of fire that, just a small fire anywhere in some shrub, some bushes nearby will create this problem. Right now, though, this is the hottest hotspot as it would be. We're on, that's going to be Trickling Brook Court at the end of the cul-de-sac. That house, a loss. They're working to keep the flames from spreading to the one next door, and the winds are not helping. The winds basically are pushing directly into that onto that home. And again, in that backyard, I can't really make it out. Maybe a couple of small flames out there by those trees, but definitely the fire department doing what they can to keep these homes safe. And of course, evacuation orders, that's going to be the big one. Get these people out of here. At least we're not seeing the roadways blocked, but you definitely see some civilian vehicles hightailing it out of here. Probably got their go bag and maybe some whatever important documents, and just make your way out before those flames get too close. The fire department, they are working hard to keep those homes safe right now.
So we wanted to just give you this update from CAL FIRE. This fire has really exploded from 10 acres to now 183 acres. Temporary evacuation point we know is opening at noon today at Rancho Santa Susana Community Park. And that address, just so you know, is 505 Los Angeles Avenue, right there in Simi Valley. There's also a hotline to call. That number is 805-465-6650. So this is a very quickly moving fire. Number of air assets in the air as well. I believe about 3 or 4 helicopters too.
That's for sure. 3 or 4 for sure. I would venture to say LA County probably sending 2. LA City, I saw 1 for sure. Nobody getting water right now, but believe me, these guys, they are out there, guys and gals, and those helicopters, they're out here, they're finding those hot spots, they're working it in a scientific way. That is definitely the truth. They're not just going to come and dump water on these big hot spots right here. They're looking for where that fire is going. They're looking at for those spots where it is literally spotting, where it's getting ahead and getting very close to some of those homes. As if the flames work towards the south, you can see it's just going to be more open hillside, and it's going to be away from the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods down there, in this case for this fire, the direction would be northbound. And again, we have seen it actually make its way over there, and we're going to push back into that neighborhood right now. That one home, now we get a little bit better just because the smoke is kind of cleared for a second or two. Let me see if I can do a little bit of magic to clean that up. But you can see the house next door still standing, and water right there being sprayed basically onto the side of that house to cool it, probably because firefighters, they know what they're doing down there, and they're going to keep that side of that house cool to keep those flames and embers from getting into those eaves. Again, though, sad to say, that one house at the very end now pretty much almost to the ground. But the firefighters, that's one there. Now it's 2 trucks down there working to keep those homes safe. As far as the fire, though, it has actually kind of moved on after this. You can see some of that hillside Barron right now, and Brown, and then again, it seems to be working its way, and this is good news, working its way to the south, climbing into more fuel. There's no doubt about that, but at least it's getting away from those from those homes and those neighborhoods.
All right, Stu, thank you. Stay where you are, of course. Obviously, we're going to take a call right now. We have Jeremy Wolf. He's the mayor of Agoura Hills joining us. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so we've been talking about this. Obviously, we were anticipating that this could be a potential risk due to the fact that it's dry out there. The gusty winds were something we were watching. How prepared are folks, you think, in the area?
Folks are really prepared because we live with the constant reality of wildfire and the wildfire threat, and it's at different times of the year now. And so we're seeing this in May, and that would normally be unusual, but we've seen that these fire weathers are unpredictable. So with that unpredictability, our residents in our region are prepared.
So obviously keeping a close eye, what do you want Agoura Hills residents to know right now?
I want them to know that the fire is still contained to Ventura County, and we are working very closely in close coordination with the LA County Fire Department. And if there is an evacuation, it will be coming through the LA County Fire Department. And I also recommend all residents sign up for our alerts on agourahillcity.gov/alerts to get the latest information.
That is a great resource. We'll try to get that on our screen, actually, so people can be aware. You know, people who live in many of these areas and just living in Southern California, having to be prepared for brush fires and fires in general has just become part of the reality. And I really feel as though with the recent events in the Pacific Palisades and the Eaton fire, it was just another reminder that you have to be ready at any moment for this type of a situation.
That's absolutely right. And Los Angeles County being the most disaster-prone county in the nation, we are used to this and we are ready for this, but we need to stay prepared and vigilant. And that's why I recommend all residents to get the latest alerts when possible.
And remind us one more time where they can get that.
agourahillcity.gov/alerts.
agourahillcity.gov/alerts. Okay. As far as any areas that they're perhaps setting up for resources for people, I noticed that some of these structures down below look like perhaps they house animals. Is there anything being done just so people are prepared to go somewhere or take their horses or whatever type of animal they have to a safe location?
We have plans in place, and once the evacuation is ordered for LA County, we will be sharing all that information. Because again, it is currently in Ventura County, and so it's a different jurisdiction, but we do have all that information available online for residents and for people in the region.
I believe over the weekend we had been forecasting high winds like what we're seeing right now. Was there anything that Agoura Hills had been doing to prepare, to just pre-deploy or get ready?
Communicating with residents to make sure that they're signed up for our alert system and being fully staffed at our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center, so that those communications can be seamless. And so we were ready for this and we can jump right into action because we knew the possibility of this happening.
Okay. Mayor Wolf, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stay safe. Appreciate your time. Okay. I don't know if Maria is actually still here. Maria?
I'm here, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, as we're watching this, you can talk a little bit about what you're seeing as far as the wind factor. Do you see any improvement at all?
You know, right now the winds have actually increased a little bit, as it typically does in the latter part of the morning before it starts to sort of relax later in the afternoon. This is exactly what we talked about earlier this morning. When we talk about the winds, though, you know, relative to what we have seen in the past, this actually isn't as bad in terms of what the forecast was calling for. Now, remember, the fire does create its own weather, so you're going to see those winds a lot gustier in the area. Currently, sustained winds really anywhere from 10 to 20 miles per hour, but I did just look at a gauge in that area, kind of near downwind of Thousand Oaks, and this where the Sandy fire is at. And I did pick up a gust near 27, 30 miles per hour. So it isn't that strong relative to what we have seen in the past. However, that being said, as you know, living here in Southern California for so long, it doesn't take much wind to fan the flames and blow those embers down wind by a couple of miles or so. And as we're looking at this, you can see that the hilltops are covered with the fire. They're doing a good job, it looks like here, of trying to drown out the fire. These winds are going to be with us through the afternoon. In fact, that area under a wind advisory for wind gusts potentially near 40 plus miles per hour to 50, depending on how high you are up in elevation. And then things should start to quiet down later this afternoon and this evening.
All right, Maria, let's bring in now Andrew Dowd. He's from Ventura County Fire. He's on the phone right now. Andrew, can you hear us?
I sure can. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you for joining us. So give us the update on what your crews are facing now. We're at 184 acres on this fire.
That's correct, 184 acres. And what our crews are doing right now is an aggressive fight on this fire from the air and from the ground, while also prioritizing life safety. We're going into neighborhoods, assisting with evacuations, and doing everything we can for structured defense. As you know, this is a dynamic situation and quickly evolving, so we are asking residents to please follow emergency.venturacounty.gov for the latest updates on evacuation orders.
Where is some of the focus right now? Because earlier we had seen the winds move a certain direction, which, as you know, I mean, when you're looking at winds like this, they can be very dynamic and change at a moment's notice.
Absolutely. As Maria mentioned, with these gusty winds in the area, the potential for wind-driven fire is there, and our firefighters are actively engaged in structured defense and operations both from the air and from the ground. And those operations are a coordinated effort. So we are coordinating closely with both our firefighters on the ground, our regional partners in the area that we've called in for automatic aid, and additional aircraft and tankers that are being dispatched to this fire as we speak.
And leading up to today and what is happening right now, when did you start coordinating everything so everything was in place and ready to go? How much advance notice do you need to be ready to attack something like this?
It's a great question. We have incredibly strong partnerships between fire agencies here throughout Southern California, and our mutual aid system is robust. We are constantly training with and coordinating with our area partners so that we can have rapid responses from not only from our firefighters that train every day to prepare for these emergencies, but also from partners like CAL FIRE, LAFD, LA County Fire, and other agencies that are there for us when these incidents impact our community.
Can you talk about because there's a fairly large reservoir in that neighborhood. Can you talk about some of the air assets, and are you capable of drawing enough from that reservoir?
Short answer is yes. Our pilots will work to identify the closest water sources that are reasonably available. They're all coordinated with an air operations branch director that is overseeing, or air ops, that's overseeing those aircraft activities, coordinating the helicopters and tankers. When we have a lake or a water source nearby, our reflex time it takes for us to drop water and return is shortened. Ventura County Fire Department, we have our Firehawk helicopter on scene that has up to 1,000 diving capabilities. We've requested mutual aid from other partner agencies in the area, and so we have a robust response. And again, it's a testament to the Southern California mutual aid system and the partnerships we have with agencies throughout the area.
Can you give us a sense of how many calls you've been getting in terms of structure fires? Because we know we've seen at least one that we're looking at right now, a rather large home, it looks like, that caught fire. Any others that you're seeing?
Great question. I am personally en route to the incident right now, so I don't have the same visibility you have. Like I said, I know our firefighters are out there doing everything they possibly can to provide aggressive structured defense and evacuations in this incident. So we would, again, encourage all residents that are in impacted areas to make sure and follow evacuation warnings and notifications. They can find those at emergency.venturacounty.gov.
You know, we're watching the aerial shots here that Skyfox is providing for us, and at the top of the hour at 11 a.m., it was just smoke that we could see. Now we're able to see a bit more clarity. We see the charred ground below. We do see the flames, active flames, but it's becoming a little bit more clear and more easy to see as if the smoke has cleared a bit. Are you getting up to date? Obviously you are, but what can you tell us as far as the up to date information you're getting as to whether or not things are improving, getting worse, or status quo?
That's a great question. The incident update that I had was, as you said, just about approximately 184 acres. We had at the time 150 fire personnel on scene with additional resources being requested. We did have multiple evacuation notifications that were being issued, and so these are dynamic scenarios. Things have changed since we got on the phone together. So I appreciate the opportunity. I know that in these dynamic situations, the best thing residents can do is follow like vcemergency.com for the latest updates about the incident.
Is there anything particularly challenging about where this fire is right now for your crews?
Well, as you know, it's a fire that is moving into residential neighborhoods and threatening structures. It is a fire that is in medium to light fuels. These light, flashy fuels can ignite quickly and carry fire quickly as well. So certainly the fuels and the terrain and the weather, those are the three factors that really drive wildfires: fuels, terrain, and weather. And when those come into alignment, that's when we see more extreme fire behavior.
All right, we do appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. As you mentioned, things are changing minute by minute, and a lot can happen within that time frame. We will be in touch. Again, Ventura County Fire, just give them a follow and be updated, or continue to watch us. Obviously, we're doing our best to keep you updated with what's happening in Ventura County and the neighborhood that we have our Skyfox over. Thank you for your time. We're going to go back up to Stu up in Skyfox. And Stu, as I was mentioning, you know, it's funny, there's moments where it looks like things are improving, and then the camera pans and it looks like, okay, maybe not so much. What are you seeing? Because you have a bigger range as far as your vision is concerned.
Well, you know, let me just tell you, it's kind of our job at Skyfox to show where that fire is going, and I did. I found that hot spot right there. Skyfox is going to reposition, but I'm going to get as out as I can to kind of give you like the wide shot of what's going on out here. Now, when we first arrived, we were talking about that Sandy Drive, and that's the name of the fire, and this was right here in this area. And when we first arrived here, yeah, that hillside was pretty much already done as far as fuel, but it was still a lot of smoke, and there definitely was a lot of heavy smoke over in this area as well. As far as that fire goes, it is definitely on the move, and it's definitely moving with, like that firefighter, like the PIO was just mentioning. It is terrain and the winds, and then every now and then they find these little pockets of just really heavy brush down there, probably some sort of chaparral, because it throws out that really black smoke. But this area that I'm showing you right here, this is going to be as the hill's climbing. So this is part of the climb, as part we were talking about it, terrain driven. This is where it's moving up the hillside, but it's also getting pushed a little bit by the wind. The good news is, well, it's kind of a good news, bad news situation. As far as the Simi Valley goes, it's moving away from those homes, but it is making its way towards the Agora Hills. But look at how much it's got to go before it actually gets anywhere close to that. As far as those homes go, the winds and of course that heavy smoke is basically starting to move a lot of that smoke out of the way. We can actually start seeing some of these neighborhoods. The one spot that I keep coming back to with my camera is that green awning area that looks like it's some sort of farm. Hopefully there are no farm animals in that area right now, or in those corrals. The winds is one thing, but now you're starting to see a little bit of that smoke starting to be generated around some of these trees. That's actually what worries me. Hopefully there isn't any kind of really heavy open flame. Oh, there is actually a firefighter on the property right there. So you've got at least one firefighter that knows about this situation right here. So I'm sure that if one knows, they're going to pass it along. Also, I got to tell you, the IFB is gone right now, but we can show you that right there. That's going to be that home that we basically, sad to say, watched as it just collapsed under all that fire. Now just smoldering studs are what's left. The good news on this one, the house next door definitely still standing. A little bit of that fire in that backyard. I was talking about that earlier on. You can see a little bit of a hose back. And again, we're looking through a lot of smoke from a way at a distance, but you can kind of make out a firefighter down there, and they are definitely taking care of business, and that's all they can do. And they're doing a fantastic job, by the way. As far as the fire itself goes, those numbers are going to continue to grow, and it is moving into thicker vegetation. Hopefully it's going to stay away from these homes. Ladies?
Yeah, in the initial shot, Stu, where you showed us the fire breaking out at about an hour ago, right? 10:30 on the 600 block of Sandy Avenue and that charred hillside. Thankfully, those homes right along that street were spared because of the wind blowing in a different direction, and you can see just how lucky they were because they really escaped any damage. But clearly that fire spreading towards the other direction, and which is why we are seeing such a rapid spread of this fire. I know that at the 11 o'clock hour when we started GDLA Plus, it was only a couple of acres burned, and now it has grown in the last half hour or so to 184 acres with zero containment. And as we heard from fire officials, there are more than 150 fire personnel responding to the scene, with more on the way requested. So clearly they are having a hard time getting a handle on all this because of the fact that the terrain is so dry, plus those windy conditions. Yep, you're showing us right there, Sandy Avenue, right, where it broke out just about an hour ago. And clearly, thankfully, look at all those homes right there.
Yeah. And all the neighbors who were in that area just holding their breaths, you know, hoping that the wind blows the right direction, essentially. We saw a few people who were rushing in their driveways to pack up their cars. But that just goes to show you, I mean, how hopscotch these conditions can be when you're talking about winds like this and just changing direction at a moment's notice. You can see right there we have a list of evacuation areas on your screen. Simi Valley zones 32 to 35. There you are under an evacuation order. Warnings, evacuation warning, Simi Valley 31 and Thousand Oaks zones 6 and 7. You also have a number of temporary evacuation points, one of them opening in about 20 minutes there at noontime. Rancho Santa Susana Community Park, as well as some animal evacuations that you can find at the Ventura County Fairgrounds. And all the information right there. There's a hotline that's open, 805-465-6650.
I know the officer or the official we were talking to mentioned, hey, this is the way of life now. A lot of residents kind of know the drill, and they're prepared for things like this to happen because we are in an area where from time to time throughout the year now, seems like more frequently that you are prepared to go in case something like this happens. However, if you're looking at the screen right there and you look at these safety zones or fire zones, you don't know what number you are, which can be really confusing because I don't even think I know what zone I live in. So you want to double check your map. Go to emergency.venturacounty.gov. It'll show you the maps right there in terms of which zones we're talking about. If you do live in those red zones, those evacuation order zones, that means you better be packed up and going. Get out of the area. If you're in the yellow zones or areas where there's an evacuation warning, that means be ready to go. You don't have to leave immediately, but you should be prepared to leave your house if you're in those zones as well. But the maps will clearly state what zone you're in. So make sure you, again, go to emergency.venturacounty.gov to double check where you live, what zone you fall into, in case you're concerned if you have to go or not.
We do have some video that was actually sent to us from a resident, I believe, in Agora Hills. If we can get that video, you get a sense of just how that smoke travels, and I'm sure it doesn't smell that great. Obviously, they're taking this video from their vehicle, just giving you a sense of how that clear blue sky is being invaded by the pollutant of that smoke. I'm sure they can smell it, they can see it. It's definitely not going to be great air quality. But there you have it. I don't know. I don't think we can speak to this individual, right? This is just video, Christian? Just video. Okay. So you're just getting a sense of how quickly that smoke travels and what it looks like in this one particular neighborhood in Agora Hills.
And depends on the area, right? As you're seeing in that video that the resident shot, it looks very still. The smoke just billowing up in the air, but taking a live look at the smaller box right there, the smoke laying more flat, which means there's more wind in those areas. When we see that smoke laying flat, the flames laying flat, that means there's a lot of gusty wind, and of course the weather and the fires creating their own environment as well.
Let's go to Christina Gonzalez right now. She's on the phone, headed out to that fire. Christina, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we got you just fine.
Okay, so let me give you a visual from the ground because I'm actually coming up to it right now. I just got off at Sycamore Road off of the 118. Traffic is flowing right now on the eastern flank of the fire. It's going to get busier on the 118, which puts me just northeast of this thing. And I'm looking at the tendrils of flame that are actually in what would be towards the starting point of this fire. This thing is it's moving relatively quickly. These are not Santa Ana winds, but they are strong winds. And I am in a neighborhood on what would be the safe area. That's how I'm going to try to get into it. Now, I can tell you I've covered a lot of fires up in this area, and I have a lot of friends with horses up in the area. So we're pretty familiar with having to deal with them because we've been having a lot more fires lately than we used to, and everybody needs to have things evacuated. So I know I live up in the hill, not in this particular hill, but not too far away. We had our things ready. A couple of good points, of positive points about this. Not on the border with Thousand Oaks, there's a large lake called Barton Lake. Now, that is where they're going to be filling with water. There's plenty of sources of water to fight this fire where the helicopters and the tankers can fill up. And that is critical to fighting this kind of fire. There's a lot of greenery, a lot of wild space around it, and they need to lay from the air a massive line around this. Especially ahead of it, because it does look like this thing is heading towards Thousand Oaks. I hear that they may already be getting warnings. It would not surprise me if you live in Thousand Oaks. Just keep your ear on the news, be watching, because this is heading your way unless there's a wind shift. The wind seems to be going southwest towards the ocean. It's an offshore wind. And yes, I do see the smoke. It's horizontal. It is not as horrible as I've seen it sometimes in worse situations, but it is moving rather quickly. This thing went from 2 acres to 184 very quickly. And now it depends. Hopefully the wind will calm down a little bit. I'm not the weather forecaster, but this is going to be a long day for people who live out here. Now, I'm making a turn because what I'm looking at, and our helicopter is going to be on the other side of where I am. It is interesting that this thing started near an area where this morning, because we were watching fire stuff, there had been some little fires near the 118 off of Sycamore. And this had been just little fires going off the freeway. And I was going to call the desk and say, hey, do you have the helicopter up? Let's take a look at this. There was also some in Granada Hills. So little fires have been popping up in the Simi Valley and the Granada Hills area in the morning. That could be anything. It could be somebody foolishly throwing a cigarette off the side of the road. It could be, who knows?
Oh, I don't know if Christina Gonzalez, she might have gotten...
That I was listening to.
There we go.
There you are.
Okay, so we lost you for a second.
There we are, yeah. Yeah, and you may lose me because I'm heading up into the hill. I'm trying to get as close to this thing so I can start getting video from the ground. But the smoke, as you can tell, a lot of it is white because they're going to hit it. LA County is back up to Ventura County, which is called in for the huge tank to fill in, because again, the fight for this fire is going to be, from past experience, heavily from the air. The problem is that where that lake is, where they fill it up, that smoke is going there. So I bet you they're going to be telling us their visibility is going to be hampered because there's a lot of black smoke heading towards where Bart Lake is. But, again, I have a feeling if I were going to, and I don't want to second guess anything here, I'm going to leave that to the experts. If you live in Thousand Oaks right now, you are going to see this coming your way. And that is where you want to have your things ready, especially if you have animals. What's also interesting that I am seeing right now, if you're looking at the aerials, look at this thing, how it is spotting forward. In other words, where I'm standing near Sycamore, I see some flame and some fire. And yet I'm looking at the helicopter images, and what I'm looking at, this thing is spotting way ahead of itself. So it's not like it's gonna be easy to contain. This is not going to be easy to contain. Now, if you're driving into Simi Valley, please know that you're going to start hitting a lot of traffic as you get off of Sycamore. I see a lot of people heading home. I'm stuck with a lot of people in their vehicles, and they're looking at this and they're pointing. But definitely this thing is moving. If you live in Simi Valley, it's going west of Sycamore. I don't see any evacuation sign, anybody leaving from here. It's going to be west of Sycamore, your area. I'm just looking at the tankers, just trying to lay a big line.
Yeah, Christina, what we're looking at right now through Skyfox is we're seeing some neighbors there. There's a fire that's just across the little pathway, and they're trying to hose off their property to make sure this fire doesn't jump the little path.
And you can see just how windy
so many
it
of those.
is. Christina, as we're taking
there's so
a
many
live
of those
look
little paths.
at the vegetation.
They're so. Let me tell you. I mean, this is an area that is dotted with, with these little trails and the kind of terrain that is really difficult to get on the ground. Now, the Reagan Library, I gave them a call before I got on the road. They are not evacuating at this point, but they are keeping their eye on this thing. So you are aware that there's no immediate threat to it. Right now, I'm having to go through a barricade right now, but I'm on the north of this fire moving west. And I mean, this is again, Bart Lake is going to be a great resource for them. So if you live out here, I want you to think that they have good water resources. This is not going to be.
Thank you so
willing,
much, Christina. Let's bring in Mark Naveau, a former battalion chief from Fremont Fire Department and FEMA coordinator at this point. Hi there, Mark. Can you hear me?
Hi, good afternoon to you guys. Looks like we got kind of nasty fire evacuations going on right now in Simi Valley, correct?
Yeah.
That's right. And as you're looking at our live aerial view from Skyfox, it is really threatening these homes here with some residents out there with their garden hoses. You could see the winds too, just how gusty it is with their plants moving. But this is such a dangerous situation. What do you gather from what you're seeing?
Yeah, what I see is, the same thing that's been affected across the state right now are the high winds. That's the biggest risk. But what we do see are good natural lines, if you'll see, along the houses. If you see up on the top of the mountaintop there, you're seeing natural land. So they've created a buffer there so that the fire is slowly backing up to that barrier, protecting the homes, which that's the good news part, as you can see in our live shot. Now the challenge becomes spotting, because the weather is, the winds are very, very probably 20-25 mile an hour, probably a little bit higher on the hilltops there. And you're going to get those embers that are going to travel a half a mile downwind, and that's where the problem starts to come into other areas, or those embers landing on some of the roofs that are more combustible. That's the challenge that they have right now.
And the other challenge, of course, is the fact that these embers can just at a moment's notice just fly right across paths, go from one end to the other. These hot spots that we see pop up, really relying on the water dropping helicopter to do its work, because no matter how much they hose it down, it's no competition to what this fire is able to do.
No, we saw that, recently with the fires in LA, it was wind driven, high temperatures, high winds. No matter how many people and firefighting forces you get in front of those fires, if the wind is so torrential and those, as you mentioned, those embers dropping, miles downrange, that becomes the problem. So you're scattering your resources. It looks like what they're doing at this point is letting the fire burn in high intensity areas. You can see that the fire's backing down to the natural natural fire road, natural fire break, so it's protecting the homes, it's protecting the firefighters. You can see them doing water drops on what we call the flank of the fire, which is the hottest component to that fire, or leg of the fire. So they're going to go after the flames. They're going to let the fire continue to back down into raw land, and they've got fire engines in the neighborhoods protecting those homes. But as you can see, the length of the flames and the what we call radiant heat, it's the invisible part of this fire that creates a tremendous amount of heat that can travel great distances. It doesn't necessarily have to be an ember physically landing. It can be the waves of radiant heat starting homes on fire.
What do you make of, because we're seeing a close shot right now of some neighbors who are trying to hose down their properties. What do you make of that? I know there's evacuation orders that are in place for that neighborhood.
Yeah, you know, that's a double-edged sword. People want to stay, they want to try and help out. It's two sides to that. When you start doing that, it drops water pressure in those water zones and can hamper the amount of pressure that the firefighters need to replenish the fire engines or to replenish the, you know, what we call the tankers that are refueling the helicopters doing the drops. So although people feel better, it's helping to a degree. A lot of times that garden hose just isn't large enough to really be effective against these fires that are so large and so hot.
And sad to say, we've tragically been through this before in January, right, with the Palisades and Eaton fires. A lot of lessons still yet to be learned from how we deal with these fires in our residential areas. Do you think that we've learned our lessons and are prepared enough and have a plan in place in order to make sure the loss of life and property is most important and obviously not a situation that we run into again?
Yeah, to your point, you know, we hope we learn from something so tragic that we're still recovering from. And some of the things that have transpired that we do know that it, you know, took place last time was the lapse in evacuations in certain parts of Altadena, where there was the greatest loss of life. The challenge was because of delay in getting an emergency notification out. That was part and parcel to it. Not the sole reason, but that was a part to it. So we're hoping that we're better at that than we were before. Also, what's happened under the new presidential administration is, ironically, the fire chief that came from Orange County Fire Authority, not too far from the Simi Valley area, he's been appointed to bring together all the different federal resources, you know, United States Department of Agriculture, the Fire Prevention, BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, all the different agencies that have some part in wildland firefighting have been brought under one roof in Boise, Idaho, and they put together a plan on how you operate all those different agencies, especially when it comes to wildland firefighting aerial operations. So we have learned some things, and we're going through the transition of making sure that local, state, and federal resources are coordinated for these types of fires.
Yeah, that is crucial. And, you know, lessons learned, obviously, through the experiences that we've had. That's just how it works. Mark Nuevo, former battalion chief for Fremont Fire Department and FEMA coordinator, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure we'll probably check in with you and be in touch with you a little bit later on.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
We also know that there are two helicopter assets and 2 fixed-wing aircrafts that were requested. We see that huge reservoir nearby. We see one of those helicopters preparing to dump water.
Doing amazing
as
work.
We speak. I know, doing
We're
amazing
so lucky to have that
work. That's right. But Maria, you were talking about this earlier. So we were talking to Christina Gonzalez on the phone just a few moments ago, talking about the winds, and not sure if these are Santa Ana winds, but you do have some clarity on that.
Yeah, no, these are definitely Santa Ana winds. We've been talking about this all morning. These winds are coming from the northeast, these winds prevailing from the northeast, and this is an offshore flow. We talked about the fire danger, yes, earlier. You know, on a scale of strongest winds we've seen, weakest, this is kind of in the middle, yeah? We've seen it very, very strong where we see the tops of the trees are basically sideways. So we're not seeing that here. But that being said, we're talking about wind gusts right now nearing 25, 35 miles per hour. I just looked in that area and they are gusty. Of course, the fire is going to create its own weather conditions. So that's going to create winds coming from all direction because as that air parcel rises, it has to suck in more air from all directions. So you're seeing that kind of variable wind. But for now, we're going to continue to see these rather strong wind gusts at times, which can carry these embers a mile, 2 miles, and depending on some of these wind gusts, could carry it 3 to 4 miles downwind. And that's why we're seeing these spots or spot fires sometimes. The good news is the wind advisories are expected to still expire at 3 p.m. That means that the winds will start to back down, I would say, after 3, 4 p.m.
That's good. How much do you think?
It's going to step down. It's going to step down probably from wind gusts of 40 to 50, maybe 20 to 40. And then we're going to start to feel and notice the sea breeze.
That's great.
Which is great news because that does bring a little bit more moisture that helps to weaken that offshore flow, and hopefully the firefighters can then take advantage of some of that. But for now, we are definitely seeing the Santa Ana wind continue through the rest of the morning hours. So I'd say for another 3 hours or so, where some of these really stronger wind gusts are with us. We were watching a fire on a hillside earlier. We all know the recipe and the dynamics in that. That fire does travel faster as it goes uphill because in essence it preheats that brush, if you will, ahead of it, so it can double in speed when it's traveling up a hill. Right now, you notice the trees, they're moving, they're definitely moving, but they're not sideways as we have seen.
Which is what we saw during the Palisades
Which is so
fire.
scary.
Correct.
But all it takes is a little bit of gustiness, you know, and there are pockets of wind. My family doesn't live too far from here, but more east. And early this morning, I already got a video from my mom saying, oh, it's really windy out here, gusty. And she showed me video of the trees really blowing in the wind. So,
you know, it's a challenge for us as meteorologists to talk about when these events happen, because sometimes we feel like there are people with nefarious intentions, and
they're seeing an opportunity.
And so, you know, I kind of temper what I talk about, but I do prepare you, or at least I try to, and also caution you about those fire ignition sources, right? We talk about be careful where you park, because your car can drive over a very dry area or dry brush and your exhaust can spark a fire. Be careful with your cigarettes. Many people I still see it happen time and again. They throw it out their car window. The 118, I'm not at all speculating on what happened here, but the 118 is not too far from here.
And on a day like this, it wouldn't take much.
Correct. A wind gust can just carry that and cause a fire, for instance. So these weather conditions are with us through the early afternoon, and then hopefully these winds will start to back down. We'll start to feel a little bit of a sea breeze, and then we'll be on our way to a little bit more improvement this evening.
Okay, all right, obviously you're sticking around later today because of what's going on. We do have some new video in right now from a resident near the fire. This right here, obviously, they have a very close perspective of the fire. You see some firefighters up on that hill trying to do their best with the hoses in hand. I believe we also have some sound, so let's see what they have to say.
My name is Monty Perhola. I'm the third house from the fire here. We're helping my neighbors all evacuate and water down their roofs and everything. This thing's getting out of hand. Hey, but everybody's going to be fine. God bless.
You know, it's always nice to see people come together, obviously, to help each other. We've seen this time and time again. It also makes me very nervous, too, because, you know, people get desperate. They want to protect, obviously, their property, their livelihood. They want to be good neighbors.
There's an emotional component to all this, of course. You want to protect your property.
Yes, we saw this time and time again, but this is just an image that we see where people, if they're able to, if they haven't been forced to leave, or they're just choosing to linger and stay as long as possible, they do grab those hoses and they help each other out. I'm seeing many pools also down below, and it reminds me of obviously the Palisades fire and the situation where people were so desperate. You remember how they were taking water out of the pool?
That's right.
Oh my gosh. So hopefully we're not seeing anything near that image.
Yeah, but obviously fire officials are saying if you are in an evacuation order zone, leave, because if you become a liability and they have to save you rather than protect the fire and the surrounding properties, it does cause more work and trouble for fire officials trying to really get to the core of the incident. Let's go back up to Stu and Skyfox with what you know now.
Peter Place in Astoria.
Stu, tell us about Peter Place.
Yes. Oh, hey, I'm sorry. The assignment desk was talking to me right when you guys were talking as well. So this is one of the spots that we keep coming to take a look at, and you can see those very open flames right there, and those homeowners right there off of Peter Place. And you can see that they have basically pulled their garden hoses out over their fences and have made their way over to this large portion of fire that is burning very close to their homes. The good thing about this is, I heard somebody mention earlier, walkway or something like that. This, I can venture to say, is going to be brush clearance, and it shows you how much of a difference it makes with those homes. Those flames never getting anywhere close to getting into those backyards because of all of that brush clearance right there. And that flash fuel continues to burn out here. Now, there's several spots that we've been taking a peek at and keeping an eye on, but here you go. You've got this guy down there with a garden hose trying to extinguish those flames. And is he making a difference? Probably. That's probably the best I could say. But the fire department, they're also going to be quick to tell you that that's not going to stop that kind of fire that you're seeing right there. At any rate, this, like I said, this is one of the spots that we've been talking about. Now, as we make our way basically out towards, let's take a peek, and then we see like these smoky areas near some homes. Now, this is one of the spots that I keep coming back to. There's a barn right there, and we actually were watching as the fire trucks were pulling up pretty quickly, and those guys, they really had a hustle to make their way over to that fire. This is going to be off of Sunnydale Avenue. That's the fire truck that we actually watched pull up. And those firefighters, they were running, not walking, to get those hoses out towards the backyard. Again, a lot of smoke out here, but you can definitely make out what they're dealing with. They've got some heavy fire in some very thick brush just below the ridge line, very close to that barn. Now, if there's animals in there, hopefully they're going to have them evacuated very quickly if they haven't done it already. Just panning around, take a look. Now, this right here, not a lot of smoke at all. Look at the picture difference. Right? And you can see that fire truck there, but those firefighters, they've got hoses pulled, and they're actually walking this perimeter out towards where that barn is right there. Now, this home that we're showing you, this was earlier on. This is going to be Meadow Mist Court. Now, earlier, we actually saw a PD vehicle out here and a car basically rushing in, locking up the brakes on that driveway. Female jumps out, runs into inside that home. I wasn't sure exactly what was going on, but she basically got back in her vehicle and left as quickly as possible. Not sure if she grabbed a pet, maybe some papers, not really sure, but it shows you like that mentality. These people, they have their homes, they understand what's going on, and they will make their way here to get what they need and get out very quickly. Here's another pickup truck rolling in pretty quick. I'd venture to say probably a homeowner or a friend of a homeowner making their way over here. The winds not slowing down at all. This is, again, thank goodness I was going to ask Maria, I was going to actually try to text her, is this a Santa Ana event? And she did label it Santa Ana winds, and it definitely appears to be that way. The winds definitely not helping the firefight at all. It continues to burn out here. Going to jump out of all the digital and the doubler and give you a wider picture. That you can see the homes are there. Mm-hmm. And the flames are definitely running up that hillside now. Now, is the wind helping? Yes, definitely pushing it up that hillside. This ridge line, definitely going to be something that CAL FIRE is going to talk about. They're going to keep an eye there with Helitack. But Helitack is one of those ones where they say Helitack, but they actually run the show for the FOS check, the fixed wing. They're going to be out here. They're going to make sure that all the helicopters are out of the way so the fixed wings can drop that FOS check. But they're going to look at that ridge line, because these ridge lines. Those are natural breaks out here. So this might be one of the spots where we'll start seeing some of that Phos-Check. Right now, though, those flames continue to burn. And look at the difference in the vegetation out here as well. This is going to be a very heavy, thick chaparral. The fire gets into that, it's going to start burning. You're going to start seeing a lot of that heavy black smoke. That's because of all the oils in there, and that is going to actually technically burn hotter than the flash fuels. But the flash fuels, that light grass, that's what the problem was here. A little bit of wind, that flash fuel ran up those hillsides, and that's where it started throwing the embers, and it was getting into the thicker fuel. That's really the issue here. The mixture of the different types and the winds, that's the problem. But the firefighters, they're doing what they can. That reservoir that I heard Christina talk about, that's off in a distance, and it is getting used quite regularly out here. Watching as two of those Coulson helicopters I always get the numbers mixed up. Maybe it's my dyslexia, but those things can carry a lot of water. And we've been watching as they've been making very strategic drops very close to houses, making out a lot of those big flamed areas, and also things that might be spotting as they got closer to those neighborhoods. Doing an amazing job. You also got City Fire, County Fire, and Ventura Fire out here. All of them working very hard and in coordination with what's going on with the Helitac, telling them where the hot spots are, where they're looking at, where they're worried about it making their way into the neighborhoods, and also probably thinking about horses that might be in the area as well. At any rate, right now though, we haven't seen any horse evacuations. Thank goodness for that. You can see a trailer on that piece of property. Go ahead.
We actually do have video of horses being evacuated from the area because, as you mentioned, there's a lot of barns there, large animals, an area where a lot of equestrian activity takes place. So let's look at the video here of some residents making sure that those large animals are safe. They're being evacuated from the neighborhood. All is calm, which is great to see this video. They're leaving well in advance of real immediate threat. We should tell people there are 3 temporary evacuation centers to go to. One for obviously families who need a place to go. Temporary evacuation point at this hour is Rancho Santa Susana Community Center, and that is at 5005 East Los Angeles in Simi Valley. But for small animals, there's a small animal shelter at the Simi Valley Animal Shelter. And speaking of those larger animals, they are being urged to go to the Ventura County Fairgrounds. So hopefully those horses have a place to go. That's definitely at the Ventura County Fairgrounds at 10 East Harbor Boulevard. And for smaller animals who need shelter, take those animals to the Simi Valley Animal Shelter. That's on 670 West Los Angeles in Simi Valley as well. As you see all that information right on your screen, make sure if you are under evacuation order in those Simi Valley zones to leave immediately. The evacuation warnings are in effect as well for those zones. That means be ready. Anytime you could go if the threat warrants.
All right, let's see. Do we have? Okay, all right. We're gonna go back and talk to Maria, who's right here, regarding the winds.
Yeah, have you guys talked about? I'm sure you talked about the air quality downwind, because these winds are blowing from the northeast toward the southwest. And when you look at those cities like Thousand Oaks, which is right smack in the middle of that. So air quality is going to be definitely, obviously, very poor related to the smoke. And if you can see, that's even worse for you. So please remember to take care of the kids, make sure they're indoors, try to close those vents if you can. If you're in your car, put it on recirc, not fresh air, so that you're not bringing in that toxic air and all of that soot. We talked about the winds earlier. If you're just joining us, these winds are going to stay with us. These Santa Ana winds, they are 20 to 30 miles per hour depending on where you are. In this area, I did look a little while ago, and we're still picking up some wind gusts around this Sandy fire nearing 20 to 30 miles per hour. The winds are on the, I don't want to say lighter side, but it can be a lot stronger. We've seen winds way stronger than this. We have seen where trees are basically sideways. They're definitely gusty, definitely a Santa Ana wind coming from the northeast, which is going to help warm those temperatures up, which contributes to the fire danger. These winds are going to continue to blow for at least another 2 to 3 hours at this rate. and then it'll step down a bit as we get to that 4 p.m. hour, 5 p.m. hour. We'll start to get a little bit of a sea breeze and an onshore flow, and that's going to work against that offshore flow. So that will be good news. That will hopefully help firefighters fight this blaze a bit more. And that being said, we are concerned with spot fires because these embers can get blown with some of these stronger wind gusts, which occasionally will occur, you know, anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. It can blow it downwind and a mile, 2 miles, even up to 5 miles in some cases.
The spot fire is just, it reminds me of just during the Palisades, how you would have like a home completely gone and right next to it, it was completely fine. That was just,
you know, they're gonna continue to study that. We're gonna get a lot of information on that because not only is topography a part of that dynamic, but when we're talking about wind and the kind of how you fortify your home, what kind of brush is around that home, and where you're located geographically.
what's attracting the fire to your
so
home,
there really are so many factors, and it's going to allow us to study communities, and hopefully we'll have even more information as we continue to build, rebuild.
Go ahead.
Fire clearance is such a big concern, especially in these communities which are prone to having that natural border with all of that dry brush along the hillsides, and then being such a close residential community there. I think a lot of the lessons we learned from the devastating fires of Palisades and Eaton Fire is that homeowners in these fire-prone areas do need to make sure there's a lot of fire clearance around their home and property.
And what we've seen so far with some of the footage that we're seeing, people have done some of their work. You can see how there are those fire breaks, those natural fire breaks too, and that's great news. The only danger are the spot fires because of the wind. That you can't really control.
You can't control,
You can't control that. So
that's what makes it scary. It's really out of our hands. Stu, I was wondering, you know, I'm trying to keep track of as far as structures, what we saw go up in flames. It seems as though they've done a pretty good job of keeping that down to a minimum.
Well, most definitely. I mean, they've done an excellent job. Sad to say, we know one residence has burned for sure. Maybe a couple of outbuildings that we have seen actually on fire as well. And when I mentioned that, I have to say one of them was right next to that residence that we're talking about that was a complete loss. Right now, though, we're keeping an eye on this one spot, and they are concerned about that tree going up for that same reason, for those embers. They're afraid that that tree will catch, and then those embers will start being tossed into that neighborhood. They are working to get some of their aerial resources, one of the helicopters over here, to do a drop. And again, this is that same spot where we saw earlier the residents in the backyards with their hoses trying to quail the fire, as it would be in that lighter brush on that hillside. You know, I would venture to say, you know, any help is help. But the fire department, they kind of frown on this for many, many reasons. One of them is if you got your garden hose and you've been able to get that close to some of these big flames, that might endanger you as well.
She's being gracious. Hello. How are you?
All right, Stu, thank you. And Christina Gonzalez is on the ground right there with residents. Where are you?
Let me tell you what's going on. We're at Hillside Middle School, which is just north of the fire. As a matter of fact, let's take a look because the smoke is right behind. Now, the winds have shifted, so it's moving away, but it was coming this way. And I'm with parents who are lined up around the block. Mom, they didn't evacuate the school, but it's in an evacuation zone, you were telling me?
Yes, and my house we got a warning call, and my mom just down the street is in an evacuation zone, so they're being evacuated.
But yet, the kids are not being evacuated from the school.
I just got an email like at 10:44 saying that they're monitoring the situation.
So you decided to take matters into your own
hands? Yeah, and
hands?
then I saw the line down the street here and decided to get in line.
You know, what did they do with you guys?
Well, we just it was just like a normal day. We were like doing a work. I was in third period, so I was in math. But then like we heard the fire alarm, so then we all knew what to do because we did a fire drill previously. So what we did was that we just went to the field and we were relaxing there for a bit, just like, and we saw the fire. Everybody was just like, whoa. But then like we went back to the classrooms after a bit because they said that we can go back to the classrooms, the firefighters. So we went to the classrooms, and then I just got my lunch, and then yeah.
And you're doing okay. Thank you. I know you got to run, so thank you. I'm going to talk to some other parents here. I appreciate you guys talking. Be safe. You know, I guess people are here pretty upset because they haven't evacuated the school despite it being in an evacuation
They're
area.
trying their best, I guess, but they probably don't. They've never had to do this before, as far as I know. I've lived here a long time.
You know, are you concerned enough that you want to come get your kid?
Yeah, I'm picking up my goddaughter. So.
All right, I'll let you continue on the line. Good luck to you guys. You know, and again, you're hearing from the parents, this line goes down the block. Now, I did talk to people at the school, and they're telling me that at this point, the fire is not close enough in their mind to be able to start an evacuation process. If they were actually evacuating the school, you would see these parents would not be here, first of all. They would be sent to parking lots nearby, and they would be asked to wait, and then the kids would be put in a bus and moved out of here. As of right now, they don't think the situation is dire enough, but the wind has been blowing kind of perpendicular to the school. We are just north of it. You can see on the right, Olin, if you can see some of the helicopters, and we've seen some of the airplanes actually dousing the area on the fire north of it so that it doesn't come this way. But you see brown smoke happening, and the wind shifts back and forth. Although it is predominantly going southwest of us, we're just north of where that fire is. And you can see all these parents saying they don't want for the school to evacuate. This is supposedly one of the evacuation zones, and they believe, the parents I've talked to, that the kids should be out of here. Thus, they're coming here to pick up their children and get them out of here as soon as possible. Again, this is Hillside middle school, and this is just north of the fire. This is what the situation here is. I'm Christina Gonzalez, live in Simi Valley. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Christina. Appreciate you being there talking to some parents. We'll check in with you shortly. We are going to our photojournalist, Tony Butita, right now. He is there on scene. Tony, hi. Tell us where you are.
Hey, good afternoon. I am, let's see here. Looks like Astorian and Peter Place in Simi Valley. Looks like the fires, I'm trying to see if I can get into these people's backyard if they'll let me. It looks like it's right behind these houses. Let me ask them if it's okay to come into their backyard. Hey, sir, would you mind if I get some shots back here?
I'm not the homeowner.
Okay, is he back there?
Yeah, I think he's busy.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and see.
I think it was the guy that I was just talking to.
Okay.
Wow, you can definitely see more of the smoke.
It appears to be right in their backyard here. Hey, sir, is it okay if I film back here? I'm not sure. Well, we'll keep going until they tell me otherwise, but it looks like it's burned right up to the back of this house.
Yeah, this is one of the homes I think we were seeing from Skyfox up above. Obviously, they have that giant pool right there. You see the neighbors, I assume they're neighbors, people helping them with their hoses, right, trying just to keep that fire back as much as they can, drenching the property in the surrounding area.
Oh my gosh. On the other side too, you see those neighbors, and wow, a lot of residents coming out trying to fight those flames with garden hoses.
Yeah, I saw that from the front too. People were taking dogs, bringing them next door away from the fire.
Tony, you're a volunteer firefighter. Talk to us, in that sense, and what would you be doing? What is your recommendation when you see something like this?
Yeah, it's definitely time to leave. You don't want to wait until because even coming up here, the traffic with people finally starting to decide to leave makes it hard, and it makes it really hard for all of the apparatus, fire trucks, and police to get in here and try to evacuate people.
But it's so emotional for people. I mean, it's understandable. Look at that beautiful home. They don't just want to get up and go. They want to know that they did their best. It's a tough spot that they're in, I get it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have some smoke issue. You can see from the wind, just the stuff looks like an umbrella in the pool there.
Right. Yeah, not to mention, the smoke damage you were saying in terms of the smoke infiltrating the home and furniture, that's also an issue too. You could see that, okay, the structure is totally standing, but some of the damage could be done just by the smoke.
Yeah, I do hear a helicopter coming with the siren. There he is.
I mean, we did talk to an official, Tony, earlier on air saying that it is wise if you're in an evacuation order zone to leave immediately because of the fact that you are creating congestion and possibly impeding on the fact that fire officials and crews and heavy engines need to get through the area, but you're there. It's a liability. You could be in the way. You could, some other catastrophe could happen to you in the process of all this. But also he mentioned using water from your garden hose could impact the water pressure in those zones where it's needed for fire apparatus to get to some of those water resources. Can you talk about that at all?
Yeah, to be honest, I've been on the other end of a garden hose as a sheriff's deputy trying to, put out fires, and you're not going to do anything with a garden hose. There's just, you're just making the problem worse.
Hey, Tony, I know that you got there a little while ago. Tell us what time you got there, what the fires look like, and how is it now? Because we are seeing quite a bit of an attack, especially air-wise. How does it look compared to when you first got there?
I've only been here maybe about 15 minutes, and I've only come on this street. Oh, it's telling me a tankers coming in. Oh, here. Do not have a map, but I did bring my goggles, thank God. It's very smoky here.
Anyone who's covered a fire, it's so painful when you get the fire, the soot, the smoke in your eyes.
It's hard to breathe.
When you're covering these types of stories and you're very close and up front to the fire line right there. So thankfully you do have your goggles, Tony, but also it helps with the breathing to have a mask because it does really impact your respiratory system.
Oh yeah, after the 12 days in the Palisades, I wore a mask every day on that fire. I still had breathing issues for months after that.
And how about the winds? Does it look like, how would you describe the winds? We see in your shot, definitely vegetation's blowing. Maria's been talking about this is a wind event.
Right here to kind of give you an idea. It's still gusting. It hasn't really stopped at all. Every once in a while you get a big gust of wind will kind of knock you off your feet a little bit, but it's been steady. Here comes another helicopter.
Yeah, unfortunately it's going to stay that way for at least a couple more hours, really.
It's such a welcome sight and sound, I imagine, for everyone there when they see and hear that helicopter coming by. It really makes a difference, obviously.
I've seen county fire, LA County Fire, Ventura County Fire, LA City Fire. I've seen all those helicopters, and then the tankers, I'm assuming, are from Cal Fire.
You know, something else I remember we saw in the recent fires was people not just hosing down the surrounding area of their home, but also the rooftops. Are you seeing any of that? It seems like most people are focused on the vegetation in the surrounding homes.
Yeah, there was a guy. Let's see if he's still there. Oh, he's right there. So he is hosing down his rooftop.
That's so
that
dangerous.
Possibly might be helpful a little bit. I don't know. He's got a tile roof, but like when you got big flames and you're hitting them with a garden hose, it's nothing. It's not going to put out that.
So what would you say then? What's your recommendation to people as a volunteer firefighter if they find themselves in a situation like this?
The main thing is to get everything away from your house. If you got a barbecue, especially propane tanks, any of this furniture right here, all that stuff should be away from the house.
That's really good information because all of that furniture you're saying to remove that?
Yeah, it's all flammable, and it's something, you know, like this little seat cushion, that's very easy to take off, and then it'll catch the house on fire. But if it's not there, it's just that much better.
Right, just a little ember or something that could ignite that and be a potential fuel source for more to come if the winds certainly blow in the direction of your property. All right, we see an official right there, firefighter. What is he telling residents?
Hose lines back here. It sounded like he was. They were going to bring hose lines back here.
Oh.
So that's good. We may get a little protection for this neighborhood through this backyard, which means I will need to get out of the way here when they start coming through.
As you were making your way into the neighborhood, did you see people arrive? You know, we often see people arriving because they want to get stuff out of their home. Did you see people coming or more people leaving, or what was the sense of it? I mean, at this point it's 12:30 in the afternoon. A lot of people are out and about.
I saw a lot of people sitting in their front yards with chairs, like watching the show, which was kind of funny. It didn't seem to be evacuating. I saw the one guy at the very beginning taking a dog from this house across the street, but I have not seen anybody actually packing their cars up and leaving yet.
Okay, that's interesting. All right, Tony, thank you for being there. Appreciate you. We'll check in with you, I'm sure, in a matter of time. It is coming up on 12:30 right now. You are continuing to watch this fire evolve as we cover it. Evacuations were ordered due to this wind-driven brush fire. It started this morning. Let's see, it was about, I would say, about 10:30 or so. We do know at least one structure was destroyed, that structure being a home. There could be a number of small outhouses, that sort of thing, that or sheds that went down in the process as well, but we did witness one home in front of our eyes actually sadly burn to the ground. Thick smoke obviously in this area. As you can see, this was all reported initially on Sandy Drive, so they're calling it the Sandy Fire due to the location. There you see the evacuation order for Simi Valley, zones 32 to 35. And then you have the warnings for the evacuation zone there, Simi Valley 31 and Thousand Oaks 6-7.
That's a little farther downwind, so you have to be ready.
Ready to go.
That's in place.
There is a school evacuation for Simi Valley. We have a shot here. Is this, okay, this is parents picking up kids from school. Okay, so I think we have, we had Christina Gonzalez speaking with some of those parents. Let's get some of their perspective.
An email saying that they would keep us up to date, and we have not received anything after that, even though the fire department says that it's an area that needs to be evacuated.
Did anybody here get an email or anything? Are they letting you get your kids?
Yeah, but they have to do it one at a time. They can't release them until you sign them out. So that's what the line is. You can't park in the parking lot, so we're all parked on them.
Now they say they're not evacuating the school.
As far as I know, no.
Okay, but you're concerned enough.
And there you see residents taking their large animals, the horses, from their barns and holding areas to shelter. Thankfully, there are 3 temporary evacuation shelters for people to go. That is one area. If you're a resident who is displaced, you can go to the Rancho Santa Susana Community Center. There's also an area for small animals to be taken, the Simi Valley Animal Shelter. They're taking small animals there. And for these larger animals, like we're seeing these horses being evacuated and taken out of this zone, you can go to the Ventura County Fairgrounds. That's where they'll be hosting and making sure that these large animals will have a place to stay. So that is at 10 East Harbor Boulevard in Ventura for the larger animals. But we should say that, again, this broke out at around 10:30 and now has grown to at least 184 acres burned, 0 containment so far. We also know that 150 fire personnel were on the scene. More have been requested as we're watching these aerial drops taking place. A lot of that water being taken from Bard Lake, which is a local reservoir right there bordering the area area surrounding this fire zone. So clearly a very useful resources in terms of fighting this fire.
Okay, we do have Andrew Dowd with us from Ventura County Fire joining us right now. Good morning again. Oh, we just lost him. Okay, as we work to reconnect with him, let's have Maria talk about the wind situation.
Yeah, let's talk about the Santa Ana winds that are with us. So we did talk about this all morning and how there was elevated fire danger because of these strong gusty winds. That coupled with the dry conditions outside, we have some warm temperatures that we're expecting today, in fact warmer than yesterday, and we're going to continue that warming trend into tomorrow and Wednesday. Now the winds are definitely coming out of the northeast, and that does help to dry things out as well as warm our temperatures up. And it's going to be with us through the rest of, I would say, the early afternoon hours. Between now and 3 p.m. particularly, these winds can still gust anywhere from 40 to 50 plus miles per hour. And that can cause problems, that can help spread, obviously, the fire, that can fan those flames and cause the fire to grow. So I think with the forecast as it was, firefighters were set and ready for the potential of something like this. The good news is that we do anticipate that wind advisory to expire around 3 p.m. With that being said, the winds will still be gusty at times, but it'll just be below advisory criteria. So the wind gusts will start to step down between 4 p.m. and then 5 p.m. We'll start to get more of a sea breeze and that onshore flow. When we get that, you know, that brings in a little bit more moisture, and that will also help to weaken that offshore flow. But until then, these winds can get gusty at times, and then we face that danger of spot fires and these embers getting carried off by these occasional wind gusts down 1, 2, 3 miles, even in some cases up to 5 miles.
It's pretty amazing when you see this image, though, right? All the damage done. There you see the charred vegetation. Yeah, right up to the edge of that home.
Right up to the edge, yeah.
Thankfully, those residents were spared and those homes were spared. We are getting new information, though, that Crestview Elementary School is being evacuated and students there are being sent to Simi Valley High School. We did see a shot of parents coming to take their kids out of school where Christina Gonzalez was. That was at Hillside Elementary School. That has not been ordered to be evacuated. So their residents and parents are just coming just in case to pick up their kids. But Crestview Elementary is being evacuated and students are being sent to Simi Valley High School. So this is right around lunchtime. Kids are going out for lunch, playing on the playgrounds. You said that there's a air quality issue, Maria, as well. People have to really be careful.
Yeah, we do finally, we're able to connect now. We do have Ventura County Fire with us. Andy Van Sciver, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your last name.
Nope, Andy Van Sciver is correct.
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you very much.
All right, thank you for, I know you're super busy. Thanks for taking a moment to speak with us. All right, give us the latest update.
Well, we're still, our latest update on the acreage is 184 acres, approximately 200 firefighters, 0% containment. What I like to say is the smoke column has gotten better than it was when we first got here on scene. That's attributed to the 5 firefighting helicopters that I see and the 3 water tankers that are dropping FOS checks. So those are the air tankers that are also on scene.
Oh my goodness, those air tankers are doing phenomenal work. Really, we see a huge difference, obviously, and it's clear that they're making a big difference in this fight.
Yes, it's a coordinated effort to understand. The air tankers are dropping the FOS check, or commonly called fire retardant, ahead of the fire. Our helicopters are dropping water between 1,000 and 3,000 gallons of water on the hottest spots of the fire, and they're using technology and coordination with the ICs to identify it. And then our dozers are building containment lines that are very wide down the mineral earth. And then our firefighters, they're doing a phenomenal job on the ground with hand tools and fire hoses. And they're the ones that are really doing the heavy lifting on the structure defense of the residential properties.
I'm really glad you described it in this way, because it just really illustrates that it is in fact a coordinated effort. Things aren't just randomly happening. There's a reason. There's step 1, step 2, step 3, and everyone is working in unison to try to win this fight here.
Yes. And I want to talk a little bit about evacuations because we're getting good response from the community to evacuate. I can see cars flowing out of the neighborhoods. But I want to make sure everybody is looking at emergency.venturacounty.gov. We're currently, the last I looked about a minute or two ago, there were 4 evacuation orders and 3 evacuation warnings. So make sure everyone knows to go to emergency.venturacounty.gov for the most updated evacuation information.
It's pretty remarkable that you were able to say that the acreage is holding at 184. I know that when we...
Well, that was the last acreage update from Sensory Aircraft. I haven't seen an update since, but we should be getting one sooner. I would expect that it would be probably a little bit more, but, it's been an hour since that number was read. But we're doing the smoke is clearing. It's not as dark and heavy as it was, so we're looking pretty good.
Right, because within an hour, we were reporting from 0 acreage to 184, and now the last hour, pretty much holding. That's certainly good news and progress here as you guys are tackling such a big event in your face there with the threat of homes.
Want to correct the one thing. We haven't measured it for the last hour, so that's done by Sensory Aircraft. So when it flies over again, we'll be getting an updated acreage, and that will also be represented on the emergency.venturacounty.gov website.
Okay, I mean, how many calls? This is just such a devastating situation to face because of the fact that so many communities are right there. This is bordering so many homes as we watch these neighborhoods come out full force, joining together with garden hoses in hand. I know that's not something people should be doing, but it is a fact of life that they're trying to protect their property.
Yeah. So you're correct. The fire is skirting along the southern section of Simi Valley right now, and we're using our air tankers and helicopters and our structure defense firefighters to stand up there and defend the fire, or defend the homes, pardon me.
Yeah, such an important thing because we know that emotions are tied into this as well as the danger to lives and property. So clearly a big task ahead. Thank you so much for your time and your expertise, all the information that you have. We'll check back in with you when you get a chance to speak with us.
It's good news to hear that people are leaving, right, and taking those evacuation warnings seriously. Let's go back out to Christina. Christina has been there. She was speaking with some parents or guardians, people in line waiting. We can actually see that line right there on our screen where people have lined up to...
Well, we've actually moved.
Oh, you've moved. Okay.
If you can hear me, please, I need to show you something. We're off of Watson Avenue, around this area from the school. Do you see the flames coming down? That is the Trough Canyon area. And this is on the northwest flank of the fire, which is becoming a little bit active. We do have fire crews out in this area, but again, this is Watson Avenue. What you're looking at is the corner of the Trough Canyon area. And let me show you now the neighborhood that is in the line of these flames. Let's take a walk with me because we followed some of the people from the school because this neighborhood is under an evacuation area. So you see how close the houses are to where those flames are coming down. I'm kind of bear with us. I'm kind of walking down because these are people, many of these people we followed here from the school, which is right around the corner, which is where they're picking up their kids at school Hillside that is now being evacuated. We had talked to these people before. Can we talk to you real quickly? Just before you go, I don't thank you so much. I know, this has to have been a very long morning for you guys because it got really scary a while back. It got better, and now it's coming. Talk to me.
Right. I work kind of in the area, so I got a call from my wife that she's a teacher, and she saw it from Hillside, and she was like, "Get home." So I just rushed home, and when I was pulling up, it was actually one of those weed abatement tractors coming out of that corner. So it started on Sandy, and I'm like, why is there a tractor coming back here? So he must, I can't confirm, deny, whatever that's up, but if it looks like a horse, it's probably a horse, you know. So
you wonder if maybe something.
Yeah. Well, they were doing the weed abatement, so I'm assuming that's something.
They have gone wrong with that. Let me show you. I mean, we're looking at it coming down, and you can turn so people can see. You know, we are standing where the homes are, and that is very dark smoke. I know that you have units in front of your house and everything, but you know, it shows how this can go back and forth. Because just a few minutes ago we were saying, "Oh my God, this is looking better," but
right, absolutely, yeah. I'm just worried about it. Well, it actually started behind our house, and we have a whole bank of eucalyptus up there that is no good, because if that caught on fire, regardless of the wind pushing it, looks like it's going west.
Yes, yeah.
And the fire's not going to stop it from not going this way, so it would catch that on fire, just like it's coming back over the mountain, you know. But I'm just worried about it coming back this way. But it looks like we've got LA County on this, and we got Cal Fire, and we got Ventura
they're
County.
Bringing out. I mean, they're hitting it as hard as they can, you know. So hopefully, but you know, again, as you look at this, what's going through your heart? How long have you lived here?
I've lived here about 15 years now.
So you've gone through this, but still, what's going through your heart?
We've just, hey, you know, we lose our house, you know. I'm under construction now as it is, and I'm like sitting there hosing down the dry wood, you know. But what's going through my mind is just take care of my family, get all the pets out of the house, and whatever you can grab, and you know, we hooked up the RV, we're ready to load it up, get out of here. But,
I know you have to run because everybody wants to water down the house some more, but thank you for coming by and talking to us. You take care. Be safe. You can see down the street more units are coming up, as I told you, you know. And this is what happens with the nature of this fire, and why I wanted you to see this, because this is an area that, again, 5 minutes ago we thought, okay, this is looking good, let's go around, and then we saw the wind shift just a little bit, and it's coming down again. So we got more units coming in. They do have you know, units in front of the houses. If you can see, Olin, let's show them how close the flames. You see the burned scar just behind this house. Okay, that is how close it gets to that house. So when you're in that house, you're you know, this is all within the evacuation area. And yet you have now all this area over here that has not burned, which is the end of the cul-de-sac. As a matter of fact, if we go to the left, let me see, Olin, these are some of the people who were at the school, which is around the corner. Everybody came back home, and they're kind of keeping their eye on this. If I may, is it okay if I talk to you guys about the school and everything? No, okay, all right, that's okay. You know, some people are just a little bit too concerned, honestly, to be stopping to talk, but I think he is a good echo of the situation and how people are feeling here. Now, I should tell you, this is an evacuation zone. This is supposed to be evacuated, but I see that a lot of people are not leaving until they think they absolutely have to. And there is plenty of LA County Fire, which is the people who are here on this particular block. If we go a block over, one more block, you're going to see Ventura County Fire. They are working under a unified command. You know, they're battling it as best they can. As a matter of fact, if you see, here's the firefighters coming down to start taking notes, talking to people, see who they have here, who they have to move, what is the next home that they may need to get water resources on. But you know, the flames, it is what it is. There's a lot of brush up there. It hasn't rained in a while. It's ready to go, and we're early. It's only May. So we'll have to see what happens. So live from Simi Valley, I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you guys at the station.
Yeah, sadly, we don't see any storms headed our way. Certainly not this week, and potentially not next week either.
You wanted to go over some things you said.
Christina did talk about the evacuation orders. So those folks should have been gone. But if you are under evacuation warning, you should have your evacuation action in place, right? That plan. And then you have to remember your 6 Ps. We talk about this every year, that your people and your pets, you want to gather them first. You want to gather your papers, your phone numbers, your important documents, your prescriptions. That includes your vitamins, your eyeglasses. You want to get a few of those pictures that just are irreplaceable, which by this time everyone should truly have them uploaded to the cloud, right? You want to have your personal computer, that hard drive disk, that's important, and of course your plastic. So those 6 Ps you want to have with you. Your pets, really important as you get ready to perhaps be given an evacuation order.
Well, look at this image now that we're seeing of this fence along the fire zone here. It just shows you, you know, the destructive nature of all of this and the randomness of it all as well. But good tips, and that actually is where Tony Butita is, our photographer. So, Tony, what are we looking at here, and what can you tell us from the ground?
Yeah, it looks like one of those vinyl property division fences that melted from the fire. You can see there. They've been hitting this hard with lots of helicopters. We do have some firefighters on the ground here, and even after the helicopters, it kind of dies it down, and then 5 minutes later it pops back up. This brush is just super dry out here, and the wind has not stopped. Yeah, I can show you the flag here. You can see it's consistent, just non-stop wind.
Yeah, there's that active flame that you just showed us there in the backyard. That must just make everyone around there so nervous and on edge.
All these neighbors here were out there with their fire hoses or garden hoses, and when the firefighters got there, they asked them to turn it off.
Oh, really?
And they hit it with the. They tap into the fire hydrants and then into a pumper truck, which gives them a lot more pressure than the fire hoses. Here comes another tanker. I've yet to get one. Usually when he's this high, I'm probably not going to get him, but lots of helicopters in this area, and the ground crews are calling in those hot spots. So in the next couple minutes, they'll probably be back with at least 3 different helicopters. I saw LA County Fire, followed by Ventura County Fire, followed by LA City Fire. So great mutual aid going on between all the departments. It was just something that I've always been impressed with. How fast, when a fire breaks out, that they can immediately go into a unified command, and they drill for this, and we get so many fires. It's just, I'm always impressed at how fast all these different agencies are here on scene and working.
And I mean, the coordinated effort is really impressive. Since you've been there now, Tony, for over an hour or so, what is your sense? Are you feeling, where you are obviously specifically, has there been improvement?
Yeah, 100%. I can breathe now. The wind is kind of shifted. Looks more of a southeast direction, and but I can see. I don't know if you can see that now. All of a sudden, that flames are out, and then it just popped up again right in front of me.
Yeah.
So that's what they're worried about.
Right, we've learned so much about the behavior of fires and firefighting tactics and what they need to be concerned about, from obviously the Palisades and Eaton fires, but now this whole notion of underground fire. Firefighters can put out active flames, they don't see smoldering smoke, but underground it could still be hot enough to reactivate, and that's certainly something they're concerned about with the winds as well.
And not right away. It could be like days later, which is so disturbing.
So when we talk about hot spots, we're talking about not just the active flames and the smoke you're seeing there and the smoldering, but clearly there's issues that could be burning underground.
Yeah, that's something after the helicopters are done and the ground crews here, they'll have a camp crew come in and turn over every bush, every piece of vegetation here, and check it with the thermal cameras and make sure that this fire is completely out, which I heard maybe 2 hours ago fire was on their command frequencies already planning for tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, hopefully the winds will be significantly less in its strength tomorrow. Tony, as far as that active flame right there, how, are they moving on that, or how are they attacking at least that part of it?
I believe the helicopters are filling up again, which I heard them say they were filling up over at the reservoir off of Madera, or right where it turns into Olson Road. And they've also got firefighters that are hooked up here. They put a little bit of water out, but they've got charged hose lines. Right. Oh, I hear the helicopter's coming back. So they're going to hit this again, and the last one went right on top of me.
Well, we might see that.
Got the camera pretty wet.
Did you get soaked? Are you?
Yeah, no, it was fine. It's better that than the red Foss check, so I'll take water any day. But a lot of people don't know when a helicopter drops water like that, how heavy it is. So it's very dangerous. You do not want to be underneath that.
Truly,
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
very powerful.
And there's videos online of those VLAT, very large air tankers, dropping their full Foss check load on top of a full-size, like, F-150 truck, and it'll destroy the truck and roll it over.
Wow.
So you definitely don't want to be anywhere underneath that. So they have a really good coordinated effort with the ground crews, where they're calling in exactly, telling them when they're coming in so that the ground crews can get out of the way. Even though they're still very dangerous, but they want to stay out of there. And this fire's starting to pick up again, so we'll see. Hopefully in the next few minutes we'll get some more drops in here.
Okay, we'll check in with you shortly, Tony. We are going to go back out to Christina Gonzalez. She was in a neighborhood and she was speaking with some people and also giving us really good perspective. She was near some of the homes where you could see the charred vegetation right by those homes, which just tells you how close that fire had gotten to those homes, and thankfully they'd been spared.
Now, we have been following the flank of the fire that has kind of reignited on the other side of the street I was showing you, and I happened to come over here, and I just met the people who called 911 this morning when this fire began that can give us more perspective. Thank you for talking to us. So talk to me about this morning. What happened?
Well, I simply came home and I was parking the car on the curb, and I looked to my left and I saw, looks like a little puff of smoke, like a barbecue, and I was thinking to myself, who would barbecue in a day like this? It's awful. So 30 seconds elapsed, and I just went out the door, and I looked, and it was like a third up the hill already. And I said 911. I called it, and then I ran in the house and got her going, and she came over and got the neighbor going, and that's pretty much the extent of it.
And about what time was this morning?
Roughly around 10 o'clock.
About 10 o'clock this morning. Now, you were inside the house, and
I was taking a morning walk this morning. A similar story to Anthony. I thought it was some crazy barbecue, and I was like, who's doing a barbecue at this time of day? As I managed to walk through, I saw some neighbors out, and I said, hey, do you know any information about your neighbors in the back? And they had no idea, so we managed to confirm it on Pulse Point, because we saw the one call that Anthony had, and luckily from our quick timing, because it was still relatively in that sort of like fetile stage, right? We managed to get it before it managed to get too out of hand, and we got both Ventura County and Los Angeles Fire Department on hand in like 2-3 minutes or so. It was quite impressive, honestly.
there, now, because we've been following this flank and the wind keeps on shifting a little bit. We thought a little while, okay, this is good, and now here we are.
Yeah, well, it keeps shifting and it's fighting over here in the canyon and blowing back a little bit, but it's not the worst story.
Right now, on where we're positioned, it's quite nice because the winds are blowing away from us. Our concern is the people on the other side on Bridle Path and how they're dealing with stuff, because I've heard there's been some damages, and
we have at least one house that has been burned,
and some cars and stuff as well.
And Bridle Path, so people, and it's just called Bridle Path because people who live have horses off of Bridle Path. I have many friends on Bridle Path, and everybody's trying to move their horses. Considering describe to me the wind this morning when it actually started.
It felt like maybe 40 miles an hour gusts. It didn't seem really bad.
You see, for the standard here, it doesn't seem horrible, and I think people don't get that.
Simi Valley is known as the Windy Valley, so we expect tons of wind. As I always tell the electric company, if I don't see a gazebo flying past, it's not windy enough. So for me, it was just a breezy morning, and I came to just enjoy myself. And had not expected at all the events that happened here today.
Okay, thank you guys so much for talking to us. We do appreciate it. Again, these are the people who called this morning, 911, and we are in an evacuation area, and it looked pretty good, but now we've got it coming down the canyon. It's still blowing west of us, away from us. To give you perspective, if you see where that smoke, that dark smoke. Now, Olin, if you follow me here a little bit to your right, you will see the houses, how close this came to behind the houses here already when this started. So that is what these people were going through early this morning as they were going. How does it look? Did you guys just come from up there? How's it looking?
No, man, we're down here.
You're working over there? Are you ground crews and working behind the up there?
I gotta go.
All right, thank you. So what they're doing is, if you look up there, that's what those guys are doing. These are the ground crews, and they are actually pairing up with some of the residents of some of the homes on the other side who are just hosing down already burned area, because it may look burned to you. That fire is not over in those burned areas. It is hot underneath. Like, it can restart at any moment if it finds any way to do it, if the wind continues as it is. So that is the situation. We're right going along where this fire started. We don't know what started it. Investigators will talk to us later, plenty of them here, but that is the situation on the east end of Simi Valley. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Christina, thank you. We'll check in with you soon. So just so we get some more information out to people impacted by the Simi Valley Unified School District, Crestview Elementary School students evacuated to Simi Valley High School, and that is at 5400 Cochran Street, Simi Valley. 60 to 65 kids are being taken. Most were picked up actually by their parents or a guardian. Already Mountain View Elementary School is also evacuating, through the number of students being transported to Simi Valley High School. Again, that's 5400 Cochran Street. Officials still determining the next steps for Hillside Elementary School. So when we get some more information out of there, we'll add to that list. We do actually have some breaking news to tell you about. This is out of San Diego. Police responding to reports of an active shooting there at an Islamic center in Claremont. We'll try to get that image. There we go. So this is an active shooting at an Islamic center in Claremont. 10 minutes ago, police issued a statement that the incident is active, but they did say it's contained, noting the department's significant resources on scene at this time. Now, according to police, the alleged shooting happened at the Islamic Center of San Diego just after noon today. Police in the say that people in the surrounding neighborhoods, they were advised to shelter in place, and then we do know that Governor Newsom's press office issued a statement, and they said that he's been briefed on the situation, though we have no word yet on where the shooter is. Obviously, we also don't know what the motive is. We're going to keep an eye on things and monitor that situation and bring you the latest information we get throughout our coverage of the fire in Simi Valley. And with that, we go back up to Stu up in Skyfox, and Maria here with us still, watching the winds. We're waiting for that sign of the winds to start to back down a little bit as we get into the afternoon hours. Maria, you said that would be happening.
Yeah, still on track to continue the current Santa Ana winds. These are winds coming out of the northeast, and when it does that, it dries things out even more. It warms up the atmosphere, and right now those wind gusts could be anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour. Some isolated areas up at the hilltops nearing 50 miles an hour. The fire does create its own weather conditions. It's important to remember that, and it will shift as the fire continues. Remember, it heats up the air around it and it rises, and as it does so, it creates a vacuum and it sucks in the air from all around. So at that point, the winds are really going to be erratic and variable related to the fires. That being said, in terms of Santa Ana wind events, this isn't on a really high extreme level. You heard some of the folks that live in that neighborhood. They woke up this morning and they considered it to be kind of an average breezy day. But this again sort of reinforces what we talk about when it doesn't take much wind at all to fan a flame and certainly carry these these embers downwind, and so it creates these hot spots everywhere. These winds are going to continue through the next couple of hours at least. The wind advisories that are in effect for the mountains, which includes this area in Ventura County, will be in effect at least until 3 p.m. And then we're thinking between 3 and 4 p.m. the winds will start to kind of die down close to advisory levels or just below. So that doesn't mean that the winds go away. It just means that it's going to fall just below that threshold. It'll still gust occasionally 30+ miles per hour, and that can still fan those flames. But the good news is it's on its way down, and hopefully by 4 or 5 p.m. we'll get a little bit more of a sea breeze. And that will add a little bit more moisture, hopefully, in the atmosphere.
We were just talking to our photographer, Tony Butita, on the ground there, right along the border of where the burn scar is. And he was saying in just the past half hour or so that he was really feeling a difference in the winds, that it was definitely dying down since the last 30 minutes or so that he's been standing there. Let's go to Stu now up in Skyfox, who could tell us about what your perspective is now that you're seeing this once again. Stu from the sky.
Hey, Sandy, good morning, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, we're making our way back to that fire. Skyfox all fueled up. You could see the smoke from Van Nuys, but we could actually start seeing some of these flames from about 7 miles away. Now, this, what I'm showing you right here, probably not what anybody wants to see, and not just because it's a brush fire. It's because this is on the downside of that crescent, on the top of that mountain. Now, we're probably not going to be able to see much of that as we get closer, because this is going to be on the south end of the fire, and that's on the downslope of that hillside. I was hoping that maybe when that fire hit that peak right there, that would be a natural break, but I guess because of the winds and that heavy fuel, it's really starting to creep down that other side. Now, I'm sure the fire department, they all know about it, and they're going to make plans to take care of it. Some of those Phos-Check lines that we were watching them lay earlier on, the fire's not really getting that close to it, but it's definitely there for that same reason, to protect it if the winds shift or possibly that fire starts making its way backtracking. Right now, though, we're starting to see a lot of that big burn area, those scars that you were talking about, and that fire continues to burn, and it's making its way into heavier brush. Earlier on, this would have been light flash fuels, meaning light grass, dried out grass that you would see on these hillsides, very easy to burn and easy to move along. Now it's getting more into that heavy chaparral. That's going to be a little bit more of a difficult firefight for the firefighters. If there's a plus to this, this is the side where there are no homes right away. Depending upon how long this fire goes, or if the winds shift or something traumatic happens, it could make its way into the LA County area. Right now, though, you can just see a lot of heavy fire up here. I just saw one of the fire ships, probably Helitack, making its way, probably just checking out the same things that we're seeing and figuring out how they're going to get their aircraft in there to start doing some of those drops. As far as the homes go, well, we're just making our way back. We're going to check around down there. I know that Tony was over there at Peter's Place. That was one of the spots where we watched a lot of those homeowners trying to slow the flames as they were getting closer to those homes. But they had that big fire break out there, so hopefully that's okay. This is the home that did burn. That's the first thing that we can show you right there. Right now, though, pretty much to the ground. But the plus side is the neighbor's house is still standing, and other homes in that neighborhood also all still standing. So we're going to start looking around, seeing where the fire activity is, but it does definitely seem like it's slowly moving away from the area where there's lots of residents, the populated area, making its way more up into the hillsides. But there again, just as I was saying that, you can see a lot of fire relatively close to some homes out here. Looks like a ranch, and a lot of heavy trees by there as well. If that fire takes hold into that, it'd be very difficult to put it out. But again, we're just keeping an eye on this. The professionals are in the helicopters and on the ground, and they are taking care of business the best they can. And I'm not sure, but I'm guessing that we're only going to hear one residence has burned, and that's amazing work for all the fire that we've seen and the conditions those firefighters were battling those flames on the ground. Ladies?
Yeah, it's really good news that so far we've talked to a Ventura County fire official who said that the latest numbers still indicate 184 acres. Again, that's not the latest updated numbers, but that's what he has since the past hour or so. So clearly, hopefully not a lot of growth in terms of acreage right there, but 200 fire personnel on the scene fighting this fire with more resources available and expected. So all hands on deck when you're talking about how they actively came together to try to fight this fire and protect life and property.
I think have a ability to talk to someone who was actually on the roof where Tony Butita was. If you recall, there was someone on top of a roof there. There he is. His name is Dan, and Dan is on top of a roof. I don't know if this is his home or are you a neighbor? Tell us what you're doing.
Yeah, no, this is my home, and myself and another fireman earlier were trying to keep the fire from getting to that oak tree so that embers weren't flying up into the roof vents here.
Oh wow!
And,
okay.
Yeah, we did a pretty good job. We kind of stopped it here. I don't know. Well, you can't see. It's not pinned on it, but we did kind of keep it from there. The whole house is wet, and yeah, right now there's still a big fire down low. And just trying to make sure that, no embers come into the vents. That's my biggest concern at this point.
How long have you lived there, Dan?
I've been here 11 years.
Okay. And in the course of the 11 years, can you tell us your experience when it comes to brush fires?
Well, we've had one other one, but nowhere near this close. It's up on the ridge line a little bit to the south. That was probably 8 or 9 years ago, but this is definitely the closest one that's come our way. I'm not sure exactly where it started. Been pretty much trying to put water and get started by the tires, it started. So I have no idea where it originated.
Dan, so I'm assuming you have a family. Are they safe? Have they evacuated your home?
The family's evacuated. The pets are evacuated. My car's ready to go. But it looks like it's kind of simmering down here for the most part behind me. There's still some hot spots, but I think we're in the clear at this point.
That's certainly good news, Dan. It started on the 600 block of Sandy Avenue. I don't know where that is in relation to your house, but at around 10:30. And then when you got the news, what went through your mind? You sprang into action, clearly.
Well, my house was supposed to actually close escrow on Friday, and the first thing, and the funding got delayed. So the first thing that went into
Yeah, you had extra motivation there. Protect that investment.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I think we're in the clear. I had a fireman, like I said, when we were behind the house. I had a fireman helping me, telling me where to hit the water and how to work it, and if that tree caught on fire, to move. So, yeah, I never felt in danger.
Oh, wow. And fire officials have been telling us, a lot of property owners, that this is the time to make sure your property is well cleared in terms of any hazards, right? We learned a lot after listening to so many stories and the tragedy surrounding Palisades and Eaton fires. Is that something that went through your mind, as we experienced that as a whole in a community and a city? Did you take protections and precautions around your home to make it fire safe?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the property right behind me down to the gully is actually property of the watershed district, Simi Valley Watershed District, if I'm not mistaken. And they come out and they do a really good clearance twice a year behind all these homes where I live. And one of the firemen even notated, he goes, "You got a great fire break here, so you should be just fine. Just make sure no embers get up into your roof, so into the vents." So that's why I'm kind of standing up here right now.
You're making me nervous.
Yeah, standing
you really. Please be careful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you.
And how about your family? Or were they all scared? I know they evacuated, like you said, they're all safe. But as you sprung into action.
Yeah, well, I had a bunch of buddies calling me. I probably have over 100 missed calls and texts, but I had a bunch of buddies show up at my house and trying to wet down the yard and whatnot. And they're probably in some other neighbors' yards right now as well. So just trying to take precaution and, get everything wet pretty much.
Are you feeling relatively confident and calmer now as time has passed and just seeing the progress that's been made?
Yes, yeah. The water dropping helicopters in the fire department, they were amazing. I mean, we had 2, 3, 4s coming in just lined up one after another, and they were getting on the front of the line, and yeah, they did an amazing job.
Well, thank you, Dan. Thank you for talking to us. You're a great multitasker. Hose in one hand, phone in the other. Wishing you and your family all the best.
Yeah, stay safe. Stay safe up there
All right,
on the
thank
roof.
you. Have a good day.
You as well.
Thank you, Dan. All right, we do have someone else on the line that we can speak with. Samantha from Simi Valley. Tell us about your perspective, where you are, and what the situation is like right now for you.
Hi, this is Samantha Argerbright. I'm the city manager for the city of Simi Valley, and I've been in contact with our fire department and our acting city manager, Heather Sumagaisai, and I understand that the winds are dying down and that fire has been very actively and aggressively fighting this fire. The helicopters have been up, the winds are dying down, and that they're making some really positive forward progress on this fire.
Yeah, absolutely. The coordinated effort has been really remarkable to watch. It's really nice to see everyone come together, and when things work the way they should, right, ideally, as we're watching these images up from Skyfox, you see just the juxtaposition of the charred, burnt vegetation there right next to a home with a beautiful bright green lawn, and it's seemingly untouched. So it just it's comforting to know that it looks like things are under control.
Absolutely, and we have a Ventura County Fire and Los Angeles County Fire have a great relationship, and I know that we pulled in mutual aid almost immediately this morning and got the air tankers and the air support up pretty much immediately as soon as we were aware of the situation. So great support and just great efforts to protect houses and property and lives.
And as a city manager, what are you hearing in terms of residents and the surrounding area? How many structures potentially were damaged? Do you have any of that information?
I have not received full confirmation. I believe that there was one outbuilding that I have received confirmation on that was damaged, but I have not received additional confirmation yet, and I don't want to speculate.
Yeah, that is a big concern, obviously, and I know fire crews protecting life and property is their main concern. Also evacuations, and the fact that you have 3 temporary shelters set up in place, one for residents, one for small animals, one for large animals. Has this been a coordinated plan that you've worked on for quite some time to make sure that when something like this happens, that everything is orderly and seemingly in place for people?
Well, certainly, we have a great relationship with the Red Cross and with our partner agencies, and being in the area that we live in, we are certainly not immune to, and we're familiar with these fire events, and everyone is ready to jump into action as soon as we need to stand up the resources that we need to ensure that our residents have resources and that their pets and livestock have a place to go.
Well, it certainly worked. All that planning and thoughtfulness went into effect today, and it seems to have had a good impact on the community and residents there. Thank you so much, Samantha, for your time, and we will check back in with you, perhaps with a progress report, maybe in the days to come.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right, let's go to Christina Gonzalez now, who is live on the ground there. Christina, where are you now?
Well, we are on the same street that we were at before. Let me show you what the residents here are doing, because we were showing you that fire flank kind of making its way back and forth, back and forth. So these are the residents. We are in an evacuation area. They are trying to hose down as much as possible. If you notice behind this house, there is a whole grove of eucalyptus. That is what, remember when we were talking to the man that initially who was here in the morning? That is really a dangerous situation. And it's not in their property. It's in other people's property, but you can see, let me get out of the way, how already the fire came once here. Now, the people that you see up above, and I don't know if you can see them to the right, they're the residents in the house on the other side, and they're doing the same thing. They're watering down, they're hosing down. Firefighters have laid line out here. They want this to stay as wet as possible. As a matter of fact, let me talk, you're the resident here. You know, you're supposed to be leaving, but obviously
Right.
you're staying.
Right, yeah, we definitely want to protect our home as best as we can. So we decided to stay. My brother up here on the roof, taking care of the roof, keeping that wet. I'm keeping the pergola and the deck wet as much as possible, and some of the mulch that we have around the house as well.
This had to be so scary when
Yeah,
it got this smoke.
absolutely.
You were saying you've been here and you've never seen anything like that.
No, never. We've been here since 2017, and we've heard of fires in the area, but this is obviously the closest we've ever been to one.
You have everything ready to go if you have to.
We do, yeah. All of our cars are packed with bags, clothes, the essentials, so we're ready to go if we need to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for
Thank
talking
you.
to us. And keep in mind, we're right near where this fire began. And I believe, well, you can see the smoke, but it's going to be a very difficult shot to give you. But Olin, bear with us. If you can just come this way. And bear with us because this is welcome to live television. And we have to carry things with us. But let me show you what the concern is and why these people are not leaving. You see where I'm walking now. Let's take a look up there. That is the flank of the fire that is starting up again and you can see the flames down that way. And that is what they're concerned about. Now, it's on the other side, it's just up the hill from here. They have been waiting. It's next to an area that has already been burned, so that is good. It's just that everything on that side has not, and then we showed you what's behind Olin, which is those eucalyptus. And with this kind of wind, the fire spots forward. It's not like it burns directly in line to get to the next place. An ember will fly from over there to the eucalyptus that I showed you in a second. That is how this fire has been moving all along since it started this morning, and why you see people here doing what they're doing. Even though they are in an evacuation zone, a lot of people have decided to stay and help as much as possible the firefighters by keeping everything as ready and as wet as they possibly can. The situation, we have seen investigators here. The fire started somewhere in this area. They're trying to figure out why. We don't know, but we'll let you know more as soon as we can. I'm Christina Gonzalez in Simi Valley. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Christina, thank you so much. Appreciate you being out there and talking to people. And it's been tough to talk to so many people, obviously, because they are distracted and they're in a hurry and maybe they're just not in the mood. So it's nice that you were able to get some information for us and be patient. I'm trying to pull up the evacuation.
Let's take a look to give you some information. If you do have to evacuate from the area, there are some temporary evacuation places set up for you, for residents and community members. You can go to Rancho Santa Susana Community Center. As you see right there, the address is 5005 East Los Angeles Avenue in Simi Valley. And for small animals, you can go make sure they have a shelter at Camarillo Animal Shelter. You can take your pets there. There's also actually 2 that have been set up for small animals. You can take them to Camarillo Animal Shelter as well as Simi Valley Animal Shelter. And for those larger animals, as we saw the horses being taken out of that burn zone and the evacuation zones, you could take those larger animals to the Ventura County Fairgrounds. That's at 10 East Harbor Boulevard in Ventura. But take a look at your screen there. Those are the evacuation zones, as we've been telling you about. That's all posted on emergency.venturacounty.gov. And these zones are for evacuation orders that are in effect. That means you have to go now. And evacuation warning areas, which means get ready to go. Should the threat come near you, you should be ready to leave immediately. So those are the zones in question right now. Interesting that there are zones made in place, right? Because depending on where you live, like where I live, I don't even know what zone I'm in.
I know.
I don't know if residents know what zone they live in.
Thinking of that, but maybe when you're in an area like this, it just comes with the territory.
You're given a zone.
Know your zone.
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
That's a good reminder, actually.
But if you don't know your zone, you can definitely find out by going to that website right there. It'll give you all the emergency information you need. emergency.venturacounty.gov.
Okay, we do have one of our photojournalists, Al Rupp, right now. Al, you fill us in. Tell us where you are and what you're experiencing.
Hi, yeah, I'm out here at 282 Trickling Brook Court.
there's a house that caught on fire, unfortunately. Ventura County Fire is out here trying to make sure that it doesn't spread to any other homes. The neighbors next door I saw just about 5 minutes ago were packing up and leaving. So it's a pretty sad sight to see this house go up, but there's some gust of winds that come every now and then that is making it hard for the firefighters to, obviously do their job.
Yeah, it's so random.
I think this was the home, Sandra.
Yeah, that we saw.
Go up in flames.
Do you know the street exactly that borders that house, Al?
I'm not really sure what the cross streets are here. I just know that it is Trickling Brook Court.
Oh, yes. That is the initial house we saw once we came live on the scene with Skyfox overhead. We saw a structure burning that is on Trickling Road. As you're right there in front of it, thankfully it's the only house or structure that was really impacted, I believe.
I don't
from
think
this
there's
fire.
a home on one side. It was just the one on the right that looks like it was spared. It didn't look like there was something adjacent to the other side, but this home this home got spared. It's always frustrating and confusing.
It's the only house on this street.
Yeah, how that happens.
The random nature of a natural disaster, devastating fire, tornado, you name it. It's this weird impact it has where it can pick a spot to destroy and then be random and totally save and spare another structure right next to it. So clearly this is really unfortunate as we see from the ground there everything that has been burnt and destroyed.
So on the right hand side we have your shot, Al. That's the ground shot, and then on the left hand side we have the visual from up in Skyfox, and that is indeed the home that we watched from the beginning where it caught on fire, and then now this is the end result. So it's really heartbreaking to know that someone today woke up in their home and at 1:30 in the afternoon that home is no longer standing.
Is that the homeowner, Al? Or what were you mentioning about the people in the area? They all evacuated?
Yeah, the house that's to the right, there was people packing up and leaving the area in a rush. I'm not sure who this guy is, if this is his home. He just walked up now to at least check it out and see what's going on.
Oh, that's really sad.
Are there firefighters still? I thought I saw someone walking by with, okay, so let's see, we have the fire engine still there, and what are they doing now? Just checking for hot spots?
Yeah, they were originally hosing down this house. They had some hoses out and water running, and now they're just here checking for hot spots and making sure that it doesn't spread to any other houses.
What does it smell like where you are?
It was pretty smoky, and you could really smell all the burnt, charred stuff. But with this breeze that's going on right now, it pretty much pushes it in the other direction. So it doesn't get as bad as it probably would if there was no breeze at all.
Are you able to go closer, or are you limited in how close you can get?
Yeah, the fire department has asked me to stay in the front yard and not to get any closer than that.
It's interesting, those cars in the front of the home that got burnt down. I noticed them initially, and it looks like, well, at least from this vantage point, it doesn't look like they were really damaged, or does it? Or maybe the one in the front does, huh?
Yeah, the Mini, I think it wasn't so much fire damage as the house just, our garage collapsed on top of it.
Oh, I see that,
And then all the other stuff is like water damage and smoke.
It's so heartbreaking and tragic when we see scenes like this, especially when homeowners are begging us sometimes to go check out their address, see if their house is okay, see if it's standing still. That's oftentimes what happens when our reporters are on the ground here in an evacuated zone, in a disaster zone, whatever it might be, and they're not allowed, these homeowners, allowed into those areas. We get desperate texts and emails and calls for us to go check out their block to see if any damage has occurred. And unfortunately, hopefully this homeowner knows about this already, is not just watching this for the first time on the news, because it can be so disheartening and heartbreaking to see that their home now stands like this. But we know that Ventura Fire and all the fire officials worked quickly in a coordinated effort to try to put this fire out, and they have definitely done their best against wind, Mother Nature, dry terrain, all of that to make sure that this community and life and property does remain safe. Thank you so much, Al, for that perspective and your time and your thoughts there. Let's go to Tony Butita, also on the ground right by the fire. Tony, what are you seeing and where are you? Oh, active flames.
That fire, yeah, it's continuing to back down the hill here behind these houses. And that fence was no match for those big flames. You can see how far it's burned down over the past 15 or 20 minutes. So far, no drops here. They've been doing it farther to the west over there. It's hard to tell. There's a helicopter right there in the smoke. So that seems to be the area that they're focusing on right now. I think they're just going to let this little canyon here burn itself out.
There are no homes obviously nearby, right? Or not too close?
I'm standing in the backyard of the guy.
Dan, the guy with the roof.
Talked to?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm still in his backyard, and they're still watching this area.
Oh.
And I did notice another helicopter that is out here, the Helitanker 55 from Colson, which is actually paid for by Edison. There's a couple of them, one in Los Angeles County and another one down in Orange County, all funded by Edison. And they respond to these fires as a mutual aid. That's the big double rotor, I think it's a Sikorsky maybe, big helitanker. It's been out here as well, so at least 5 helicopters, 4 different agencies.
Thankfully, they got a really quick handle on this as fast as they could because of the fact that there's a huge resource right next to this community, with Bard Lake being the reservoir where all of these air tankers and helitankers can pick up that water to make these drops, as we're seeing on the left of your screen right there. That is the water resource where we're seeing them tap down, pick up some water, and then go to the fire line. So clearly, what an excellent resource for them to be able to make those water drops so quickly and then refill.
Yeah, they're coming back within a matter of minutes, and by the time the 4th or 5th helicopter drops, the first one is already on his way back. So it's very, very quick having that little reservoir there.
It could be a very different story had that reservoir not been there or been filled.
Oh, yes, that we know.
Yeah, when there's other things they'll set up with little pools on top of some of the hilltops here, and then they've got to fill them, and they got to land and fill the tanks. But when they can just, I'm assuming, I can't see Skyfox's picture, but I'm assuming they're snorkeling right out of the reservoir, which is much quicker.
Because it seems like now we're watching this and it's close to you, do you sense that air quality changing?
It's blowing to the south and west, which is away from me, which is great.
Okay,
so
that's
you can kind of see, you can see it going off up to the right. That's south is to my right here.
Okay, well that's certainly good. And Maria had mentioned how in the afternoon hours, as we got further into the afternoon, the winds would die down. Hopefully
you can see it's still consistent.
Yeah, it's still blowing, but we're waiting for that to happen.
And it got real gusty a few minutes ago to where I was having a hard time holding the camera steady.
Oh wow.
And that's kind of died down. So it kind of comes and goes.
And do you see residents still, or have they kind of left the area because they thought they were okay? I mean, is Dan still on the roof?
Yeah, I will give you a shot of him. Him and his girlfriend are right here. He's still watching. I've been kind of asking him what's going on the other side of his house because I can't see over there. And he said they were doing some water drops behind him.
But he's feeling good because he's feeling confident that his property has been saved.
Yeah,
which is great.
I think he's pretty safe here at this. There's not a lot down there, you know, when you start to get really high flames, but there's not a lot. And what is here like this is really green, so that's not gonna burn super hot like some of this other dry stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's clear that the wind, thankfully, as you mentioned, is going away from where you are and where you're standing in that backyard. But yes, we're still waiting to see when that happens, when the wind starts to back down a little bit, and then we get a little bit of that sea breeze, which will definitely help firefighters in this, cool things down a little bit there. Okay, Tony, obviously we'll check in with you soon. We do want to get caught up on another story here that we're watching, that breaking news situation out of San Diego. So in that case, police have reported that the active shooter threat to the Islamic Center in Claremont has been neutralized. So that is a big update since we last talked about this. According to police, an incident first described as an active shooting happened at the Islamic Center of San Diego just after noon today. So about an hour and a half ago, people in the surrounding neighborhoods, they were advised to shelter in place. And Governor Newsom's office put out a release issuing a statement that he'd been briefed. He was aware of the situation. It's the latest update we have on that, but the big news right now that the shooter in this Islamic Center in San Diego has been neutralized. Keeping an eye, obviously, on that, and as soon as we get even more information, we'll bring that to you. And we go back to Skyfox up where Stu is, and working really hard this morning and giving us all kinds of perspective and images. These tight shots really tell the story of what's happening, but then when we get the wider shot, it really puts everything into perspective. So thank you for giving us a variety. Helps us understand the topography and the geography of what we're dealing with here, Stu. I don't know if you can hear me, Stu. Maybe he can't hear us. Okay.
Oh,
well,
sorry about that.
Oh,
yeah,
there you are.
I was going to say thank you. Thank you for the compliments. And it's been a while since we've had such an active firefight like that. Earlier on, we were following where Tony was standing there off of that Peter Lane. We actually saw a deer running by the right by the flames down there. I'm going to do a quick aerial view here, and then I'm going to hand it back to you guys. So where I'm pushing into right now is that Sandy Lane, and this or Avenue. Sorry, it's Sandy Avenue. And if you can make it out, because it is quite a distance down there, that is actually going to be the spot where that fire started. How do you know that, Stu? Well, you can see that red tape in the distance there surrounding that one spot, and then you have those two investigators. We've been watching them pretty much since we got here. They were quick to make their way over here. They had a crime scene closer to this, but now we have that red tape up, so I'm venturing to say this is the exact spot where that fire started. Quickly ran up that hillside. You might not be able to tell because of our altitude and how it's shot, but that is a very steep hill right there, and it made its way up into that whole area that we're showing you right there. Now, it did take out one home. We watched that one burn live. It was devastating, but they also saved the other house that was next door. I also know that we were talking to somebody from the station that made their way over there earlier on, and there are a number of vehicles on that property. That's going to be the house that's on Trickling Brook. Now that the smoke is gone and we have a little bit more time to really kind of look, you see the house next door definitely has some scoring, especially up there towards the eave. So the firefighters definitely kept that house safe or kept it from burning. Might have some damage, but at least it's still standing, and there's more house than not. Sad to say, the neighbor right there, that's the only one that we've really seen that is completely leveled. Now, as far as the fire itself goes, we've been Jeff has been listening in because we can hear the air attack talking to the airplanes and the helicopters, and now they're starting to move some of their resources to the backside or the southern flank of the fire, as it would be. Doesn't look as impressive, but But all this fire that's in here on this hillsides, this is all still very, very dangerous and very active. And one of the reasons why it's so dangerous is we've seen it in the past, like something will break loose and then roll down that hillside and then start a fire at the bottom, and we know it's going to burn very quickly going up. So these are the hot spots right now that they're starting to make their way over to, and these are the helicopters that are making their way, and they're trying to figure out the safest way to get around that smoke. Maybe through that canyon, maybe they got to go all the way around, but that's the spots that they are starting to attack. As far as that fire goes and the neighborhood, well, you're right, the fire is definitely moving away, but there's still so many little hot spots in a lot of those canyons and gullies. I think the right word is gully, behind a lot of these homes. We're keeping an eye on it. The fire department down there, you said it, over 200 firefighters on the ground. Oh, and the dozers. We haven't given any props to the dozers that are down there. I know that there's one over here on this side, over by Sandy. There it is. Way off in the distance. Now there's 3 of them that I counted, and you know the importance with these guys are they're slow moving, they don't get a lot of credit, but these guys are the ones that are actually making the line to kind of keep that fire, like creating a fire break, and they're also the ones that are going to really add to those numbers when we start hearing about containment. So that's one of them right there. There's a couple of others in that area that's kind of right in the middle, or somewhere right up in here. We can't see it through the smoke right now, but they're definitely working down there, working hard, doing a fantastic job. And of course, the aerial assets, we counted 5 water-dropping helicopters and a couple of other helitack that are up here, just kind of keeping an eye on everything, figuring out where the drop should be made, talking to the boots on the ground. It is a very coordinated effort. It is not just hibbity-bibbity, like, oh, hey, there's some fire, let's drop some water on it. These guys are told where to go, what to drop, and where to drop it. There you go. You got that fire line right there, the FOS check, and now you got a hot spot right there on the other side. And that's what they're going to be dealing with for a long time.
That's the big concern, right? Those flying embers can create a hot spot anywhere at any moment. But thankfully, Stu, from your shot, what a difference. Wow, in the last hour and a half in terms of the wind, you're really seeing less smoke lying flat, and also the flames too. So we're coming up on maybe in the next, less than 2 hours, those high wind advisories are going to be expired. So hopefully things will get easier. But you're taking a look now at your screen at the evacuation zones that we've been telling people about. Those evacuation order zones, that means you got to go. That means you've got to be out of there already. Evacuation warning areas, that means be ready to go. You don't have to leave yet, but be ready. And obviously the temporary evacuation centers that have been placed. We know so far there are shelters for people to go to, the Rancho Santa Susana Community Center. For children, you should know that the student reunification point is at Simi Valley High School. We know that one school, Crestview, has been evacuated. Some other parents are also picking up kids at different schools as well, but the reunification point for students, Simi Valley High School. As far as small animals, and you can take those to 2 different shelters, Camarillo Animal Shelter and Simi Valley Animal Shelter. And for those larger animals, go to the Ventura County Fairgrounds.
Okay, so Stu, you were talking about the wind, of course, and now we have Adam actually joining us, and he is really going to give us a good sense of when we can see a little bit of relief, Adam, when it comes to the wind.
Yeah, I'm going to focus on some maps here for a little bit. So first of all, just to show the fire perimeter and where we've seen the fire going, and then we'll look at the wind forecast here in the next couple of minutes. So this is the real wide view, by the way, for anyone who's just recently joining, and if you're maybe new to the LA area, not even off the top of your head knowing where Simi Valley is. So we're looking up here into Ventura County between Simi Valley and Thousand Oaks in the hills right here. That's where we've seen all the action. And, you know, ladies, as you were talking in the last 5 minutes or so, we saw that hot spot build up, and it was very interesting to watch how quickly that hot spot was spreading. So just gives a good example of how fast the fire can spread. So let's come in a little bit closer here, and we've seen the fire begin up in this area. Winds have been blowing from the northeast throughout the day today. And by the way, when I talk about the wind forecast, I'm going to show you how not only the wind speeds will change, but the wind direction will change in just a couple of hours. But we've seen the flames spreading in this direction. We've seen, of course, a lot of air assault and ground attacks, and everything that you would want going on is happening right now. So there's our fire perimeter. This entire area in red is the evacuation order, which is the mandatory evacuation. Big area right here. Now let's switch over. I want to show you what some of the weather stations in this area have been showing. So I'm going to select this spot in the hills here, pretty close to where this fire is, and we're going to get a look at what the winds have been doing over the last several hours. And we've seen wind gusts in this area. Let me zoom this in a little bit closer, and you can see that we're looking here in 10-minute increments. We've seen the winds gusting consistently over 30. We've got a 44-mile-per-hour gust at about 1240. So that's concerning. We've seen these strong winds. We have wind advisories in this general area. We also have the relative humidity that is low, at times below 20% here this afternoon. So that's why there's such concern and why we're seeing this fire spread so much. Now, if we can switch it over from the tablet here to Weather 1, I can give you an idea of what the wind forecast is going to look like here. So again, we have a wind advisory. I know Maria was talking a lot about this earlier today. Until 3 o'clock this afternoon, winds going like this from the northeast. This is a Santa Ana wind event going on right now. As we take you in a little bit closer, the specific spot of this fire is technically outside of the wind advisory area, but like I just showed you, we've seen wind gusts over 30 and at times over 40 miles per hour here. On to the wind forecast now, and this is where you're going to see a change, a pretty drastic change just in the next couple of hours. So when we look at forecast wind gusts, here's Simi Valley, of course, near the fire. Winds coming from the northeast. That's that dry Santa Ana wind. That's what we see going on right now. I'm going to step this hour by hour. Here we go into 2 o'clock. It's generally the same thing, but the wind speeds start to come down a little bit. And then look how the winds do a 180 by 3 o'clock or so this afternoon. This is why at 3, the wind advisory expires. We lose the Santa Ana wind component here. Then we see more of this onshore wind, which will contain higher humidity, so that's good. And the wind speeds still gusting over 20, but not to the levels that we're seeing those winds right now. Here we go into 4 o'clock. Here we go into 5 o'clock. So we still have some gusts around 20. And this is why it's also important for the firefighters to protect kind of like the north end of the fire perimeter, because the winds will change direction and could start blowing embers back in the opposite direction from where they're blowing right now. Now, after 5 o'clock, I'll take you a little later into the evening, 8 p.m. This is great to see. We do expect this evening the winds to really turn calm. Wind speeds will be under 10 miles per hour, and that's where they should hold through the nighttime. So as long as they can get a good grasp on the perimeter here in the next few hours, that'll be most crucial when the winds are still kind of gusty. But later this evening, we do expect, again, not only the wind direction, but the wind speeds to change, and the winds will get much lower a little bit later on this evening. We'll head back to you.
All right, we can't wait for that, those gusty wind advisories to expire soon, because that'll certainly help the efforts here as you're taking a live look at the aerial view and the assault on the fire right there. Let's go to the ground, though, to Christina Gonzalez, who can tell us a little bit about what you're seeing now. Where are you?
Well, they are hitting so hard with the drops, the area you see behind us. Let me show you some of the helicopters, a spotter plane. You've got, the plane above. They have been hitting and spotting this because, again, this is an area where the wind has shifted a little bit, and we've been showing you the flame. As a matter of fact, I don't know if he's still up there. You've got people, civilians up on the hill trying to hose down. I think, can you see him from over there, Olin? You know, these are people who are just trying to hose down that area where the fire burned but came to a stop behind the houses where there's a huge eucalyptus grove that you see over there. And behind us, what you can see, firefighters are actually laying line to behind every one of the homes that you see. But first, let me see. I see this. I'm hearing him getting closer. Let's see if we can get you one of the drops from the ground, because you hear them coming in and they're really loud. It's on your left, Olin. But that is actually not going to be it. Maybe he'll make a turn over here, because again, they've just done 5 drops in a row, and now they send in the spotters to take a look to see if they need to do some more. But like I was saying, let me show you the firefighters. They have ground crews trying to create perimeter around the area, and those are the guys who've hightailed it up there to try to, add to the containment that they need to create a very wide containment. And that here on the street, what you'll see is you see the fire trucks, and the fire trucks literally are laying line to the back of each one of those homes that are facing it, where you see him coming over. that is where you're at. Even with that said, though, you might be able to see that there's darker smoke popping up. And that darker smoke, the brown smoke, is smoke that has not been hit with fire, with water, or with retardant. So that is what they're trying to target right now, because we do have some hot spots coming in. So the tiers of approach to fighting this kind of fire is pretty massive. You've got, like I said, the air, which is that you can't fight a fire with it like this without the air crews. And then you have the ground crews creating line around them. We've shown them to you. And then you have the trucks out here creating lines on the ground, but also literally taking their hoses and taking them to the backs of the homes. It is a full-on firefight. I have to say, we were expecting the winds to calm down a little bit, but they have not. They have not. And this whole area has been evacuating, but a lot of people have decided to stay. They're keeping an eye on this. They feel confident with how the firefight was going. We're also very close to where this started. They're still looking at it. But as long as they see that brown smoke, they're going to keep on hitting it hard. And let me show you the kind of people. These are people who've lived here forever and ever. Oh, then let's go to the left, because this is a family we were talking to. Now, they're on the other side. They're on the side where they're saying they're lucky because they don't have brush behind them. But how quickly can the house next to them, which is next to the brush, go? Scary, can I talk to you a second real quickly? Are you up to it? You have a second? Can you come on over? I just don't want to impede. It's a long morning for everybody.
Yes, it has been.
And you guys have lived here for a while.
Yeah, my uncle's been in this house since '71. I've been out here since '73. I live a few miles away. I got a call from my best friend that got the alert about a fire on Sandy Avenue. Got over here right away, and the heroes were already here. The fire department was already doing their thing. Yeah. Watched them airdrop and save that trailer at the top of the mountain there. You see what it could have done, but also very fortunate with the winds.
With that said, we're sitting here looking at it go back and forth and back and forth. I mean, you've obviously been through some of these.
Been out here long enough.
It doesn't get any easier, does it?
No, this is close to home. This hit close to Uncle Robert's place, so that's always a concern.
And Uncle Robert is obviously not a person who can run out of here.
No, he's 88 years old, living by himself. We've got all of his important papers together just in case we've got to get out, but fortunately it doesn't look like that's going to happen for us. Downwind, they're dealing with all kinds of challenges right now. So for us, it's just watching the firefighters do their magic and be impressed by that and hope the best for those that are still dealing with it. It's just not good, no matter how you see it.
Thank you so much for talking to us, and good luck to your uncle and to you guys. Be safe out there. Again, a lot of the people in these communities have lived here for many, many years, but as used as you get to this, it's never, ever easy. Now, you can see, like I said, if we go up here, I believe they're going to do another hit, because that is towards the southwest side of the fire. We're here to where it actually, you can still see the hot spots right on top of the ridge, and you might be able to see some hot spots actually beginning to burn again. And like I said, our weather folks are the ones who are going to fill you in on this, but we have not seen the usual less wind that we see in the middle of the day, it usually gets calmed at this time, and then later at night you get the sundowners, which are the winds that start coming in when it gets dark, when you start getting this stuff. But they are hitting it hard, really, really hard. But just looking at it, you can see how it flares up and it goes down. It flares up and it goes down. Again, the east flank of the fire, northeast flank of the fire, where the investigation continues as to what may have started this. I'm Christina Gonzalez, back live to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, it really tells the story of how quickly things change, really, truly, minute by minute. It really illustrates that. Christina, thank you. We do have an update, actually, that this fire, according to Ventura County Fire, has burned 720 acres. 720 acres, 0% contained. That has not been updated. But we did see one structure, which was a home, burned before our very eyes. As far as other smaller structures, we don't have an update there, but one home thus far that we know of. We do have our photojournalist, Al Rupp, with a resident in the area. Jessica Burrows, I believe, is her name. There she is. Jessica. Hi, Jessica. Thank you so much for speaking with us. I know your nerves are all over the place. Fill us in. How long have you lived there? What's going on with you?
Yeah, of course. I've lived here my whole life since I was 1 year old, and our neighborhood is just like a tight-knit family. We all check in with each other, and we all just always are like really tightly and close with each other. And just seeing this was really sad because our neighbors are just like a really nice couple. They keep to themselves, and it's so sad to see this. And it was really sad to think that we might have lost our house in this, and everyone, because our neighbors are like family. And God's protection in this was just really beautiful to see, because it was really scary. I've never been like engulfed in embers like that. It was dark and brown, and one of our dogs almost did not come into the car and stuff like that. It was so scary. But we had friends who came out and helped us, and it was just everyone stepped into action right away, because that's what Simi Valley is about. We're about community and just building through friendship. And I got so many texts. So many of our friends received texts, and our neighbors. Everyone was just there to check in with each other, and we're just here to support our neighbors. And it's really sad, but there's definitely a plan for all of this.
So did you know the couple whose home we're looking at here that was destroyed in the fire? Tell us what happened exactly at that moment. Were they able to evacuate in time? And were you scrambling as well to leave the area?
To be honest, I was in school and I got called out. I'm over at Grace Brethren, and I got called out, and I just drove right over here with my siblings, and it was really hard to get through because a lot of people want to look, and it's really difficult when they don't live here and you wanted to just get to your house and it's just the sentimental values of everything. It's not even about any of the things that are on this earth. It's just about what's sentimental to us, and we were just trying to get our dogs, and my dad was at work and stuff, so it was just, we all just scrambled to get it.
Yeah.
My brother actually ended up having to drive one of our vehicles, and he has only his permit, so it was really scary. We had to just like act quick and just do it.
Yeah, no time to think. How far away do you live in proximity from where you're standing right now? Just so I get a sense of how close that fire came to your home.
Like 10 feet. Wait, sorry, I'm really bad at feet. I would say like about like 3 car lengths from that house.
So like, very close. Okay, very, very close.
It backed up to our trailer, actually.
Oh, wow.
Literally, the fire, if you look in our backyard, it is backed up to one of our trailers back there.
Wow.
And, it burned actually 2 of the structures on our property as well. But they're insignificant to our home. So.
Of course. So you mentioned you've lived there like your whole life since you were 1 year old. In the past, do you have any memories of experiencing anything like this, and how does that compare to today?
Yeah, in like 2018, I would say it was about then, we had a similar experience where we had to quickly evacuate, and it was really scary because I was younger, obviously, and I actually threw a bunch of picture frames in a bag. I didn't realize that sentimental things were not just pictures and frames, but like, so that was funny. But yeah, we were way more fortunate than no homes were lost near us, fortunately, but it was really scary because it was up on that hill over there, and I just remember like thinking, oh, we're gonna lose our house, and we had just rebuilt it the year before, so that was really scary.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you were describing how everything got really dark, it's something that unless you're in it, you don't really understand how it can feel like you're going from day to night in a matter of seconds, right, when you're dealing with a fire like this.
Yeah, things happen really quickly with fire, and you don't realize it till you're in it, that's for sure. Like, our whole garage was filled. I didn't even know that could happen, so it's really scary.
Were you...
Just always be ready.
Yes, Jessica, I hear you, and especially with such a tight-knit community, it's so great you're looking out for each other. Were you able to get word, though, from that family who owns the home that was destroyed?
No, they're a couple. I unfortunately did not see them. The fact that their car is still there, I don't know if they were in town or not. They kind of keep to themselves. They're really nice, though, and I always wave when I see them. I really hope that they're okay, and we're gonna make sure that they have a place to stay and all that. So hopefully they're doing okay.
Yeah, obviously our hearts go out to you, the community, and your neighbor right there. It's gonna be some time
Just be
before.
praying for all of them. Yeah.
Yes. We appreciate you sharing your story and your experience, and we'll check back in with you.
Glad you and your family are safe.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Jessica, thank you. Let's go out to Tony Butita. With a different perspective, you were seeing live flames where you were, Tony. What's the latest now?
Yeah, I moved a little bit east, maybe half a mile or so from where I was before, in the backyard of Dan. It was on the roof, the guy you were talking to. I'm in the 600 block of Comet Avenue now, and you can see the camp crews. Remember I was talking earlier about once the fire burns through, the camp crews are going to have to come in and do the hard work of turning all this dirt over, looking for hot spots, and they'll be here for probably the better part of a week, making sure that this hot spots are out completely.
Yeah,
they've got the hard job, and you can see how close it is to this neighborhood, and you can see a stark difference from the homes where I was earlier are a little newer. These are probably the older part of Simi. It just kind of, as you go like a block to the east or so, it started to get into like the houses built in the 50s and 60s, which may not be as fire resistant as some of the newer homes, so they really got to get a handle on this. And usually when that spotter plane right there comes through, shortly afterwards going to be a FOS check drop. There it is right there.
Thankfully not over you, as we know. But we just got the information just moments ago that this has grown officially to 720 acres burned. So not surprising there, but definitely they've made progress. As you know, you've been there on the ground for over an hour now, at this point over an hour and a half, and you've seen a change, right? There's progress, there's hand crews down there, they have heavy equipment that they're carrying, and they're gonna do all the heavy work of overturning that soil and all of that. So clearly, progress is being made.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you can see, let me show you this, the flag. It's not such a steady, straight out wind like it was before. So we are, and yeah, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, some good news there. Let's go straight down to San Diego now, where we have a live press conference regarding that active shooting threat at the San Diego Islamic Center.
We began to receive calls from just a couple blocks away that we had more active gunfire. Officers were also responding to that call for service at the same time. There was a landscaper that was doing his work that was shot at and fortunately was not hit. That was at about the 7100 block of Salerno, which is just a couple blocks from here. Moments later, at the 3800 block of Hatton, officers were called to that location where they found a vehicle in the middle of the street with who we believe to be the shooters in this incident, both deceased. The circumstances that led up to this and the details of what happened and exactly which time it happened will come out in the days ahead. I can tell you, this is, in 28 years, this is the most dynamic and impressive response that I have ever seen in policing. We have every single police officer available throughout our county that dropped what they're doing and did exactly what they're trained to do: run towards gunfire. I could not be more proud, and I cannot express the gratitude, the willingness to step into harm's way in a moment like this. And I tell you what got me. Watching the kids come running out. Just thankful to be alive. I want to bring up Mark Remley from the FBI. Because of the Islamic Center location. We are considering this a hate crime until it's not. And at this point, we're going to work closely with the FBI to make sure that we're matching all the resources that we need for this investigation. So, Mark?
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Remley. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI San Diego field office. Today, the FBI responded to assist our local law enforcement partners at the Islamic Center of San Diego. This was based on reports of an active shooter. As the chief said, what we know at this time is that there are 3 deceased adult males, and those are the presumed victims at this time. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of the victims of this tragic incident. There were 2 subjects, both teenagers, and both are confirmed deceased. I want to thank our local law enforcement partners for their quick response that undoubtedly saved the additional loss of life. The FBI is meticulously assessing the situation and is prepared to employ every resource we have to uncover the facts of this incident. No community should have to go through such a tragic incident, but we will work tirelessly until we learn the truth. We have on scene a number of special agents, task force officers, our evidence response personnel, victim specialists, and many more. As we work through this investigation, we ask for your patience to determine any motive and facts associated with the shooting. The FBI continues to ask for the public's help in providing any information that could help us resolve this investigation, and we remind the public that any detail, no matter how small, could be useful. The FBI has set up a digital media tip line for information regarding the shooting. We ask that the public submit their tips to FBI.gov or call 1-800-CALL-FBI with any information you may have. Thank you.
One more piece of information that I failed to put out. There is a reunification center set up at 4125 Hathaway, where parents could be reunified with their kids and any other loved ones that might be related to the Islamic Center. That is the location where you can be reunified. Next, I want to bring up the Mayor of San Diego, Mayor Todd Gloria.
Thank you, Chief. I want to be here to reemphasize what our police chief said. The threat apparently has been addressed. Children are safe, and that is a good thing. Obviously, we've had the loss of life here at the Islamic Center in San Diego. To our local Muslim community, my prayers are with you. I want to assure our Muslim community that we will do everything it takes to make sure that you can feel safe in this city. And no resource will be spared in making sure that our religious institutions and locations are protected in this sensitive time. To respond to our calls to clear the area, to allow law enforcement to do their jobs. I ask you to continue to do that. You hear otherwise, as Chief said, students can be picked up at the church just down the street here. They have that information already sent out. I'm not going to say at this time, obviously we'll have more comments later today. But at this moment, I want to simply express my immense gratitude and that of all 4 million San Diegans for the incredible law enforcement response that we saw here today. As Chief mentioned, response within 4 minutes. This is what we train for. This is what we ask of our public safety professionals, and they absolutely deliver in the way that we ask them to do so. I appreciate our San Diego Police Department, our San Diego Fire and Rescue Department. Our Chief of the Fire Department is here as well as our local, state, and federal partners, many of whom have been in touch with me directly, recognizing the gravity of this situation and why it is so such a tragic situation for which there'll be a lot more work to be done in the days and weeks ahead. Again, my condolences to the victims and their families. the victims and their families, to our Muslim community. One of our great leaders is here, Imam Taha, who is directly impacted. This is a time for making sure that we do everything that's necessary to investigate and fully address the incident that was here today, but to reassert, as I always will, that hate has no place in the city of San Diego, and when it happens and crime of any nature occurs, we will hold you accountable. Again, appreciation to our public safety professionals. I'll turn it back to our chief.
I'll open it up to questions here in just a second. I want you to keep in mind, we're giving you what we have and what we know at this point, and there's only so many there's a limitation of what we can go into at this point until we can confirm information. So with that, we'll open up to a couple questions.
5 total, 3 here and 2 in another car.
Yeah, so thank you for asking that. How many total deceased? So we have our 2 suspects that are deceased. We have 3 victims at the Islamic Center. All 3 are adults, for a total of 5 people that are deceased related to this incident.
I wanted to confirm the BOLA, the county-wide one that went out this morning, is that what you mentioned to the dad that called 911 saying that his son's stolen car and shotguns were missing?
Yeah,
we're one of the suspects here.
Yeah, so we are actively investigating that right now to figure out and piece together exactly what led to this moment. And as we get that information confirmed and verified, we'll be back out here providing more details moving forward.
Chief, apologies if you said this before, but how did the 2 suspects meet their end?
So the suspects at this point appear to have died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. There were no officers involved in firing their weapons. But that is still very preliminary at this point. But that's what we believe right now. 2 males.
Do you have ages?
At this point, we believe them to be 17 and 19.
The suspect's identity was put out in the air pretty quickly. Was the suspect already known that they pre-planned this and people were aware of this before it happened?
So, again, we are actively investigating the things that led up to this. Obviously, these things don't typically just happen on a whim. And the information that we knew preceding it is what we're actively looking into. And once we get that information verified and assembled, we will provide it. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So the Islamic Center does have security. One of the deceased is a security guard that works there, and I think played a pivotal role in assisting from this being much worse.
Chief, are there cameras there? Are you looking at footage?
Yes. Yeah. The Islamic Center does have cameras, and there is footage. There's going to be a tremendous amount of information and details that we're going to try to sort and put this puzzle back together again.
Do you know what type of firearms or weapons we use at all?
Not confirmed.
You know about shots fired maybe?
No, we don't.
We know there was a lockdown at other religious institutions away from this location. Was that something PD put out, or was that self-imposed?
Shannon, I don't necessarily know, which locations were put on a lockdown. There's other neighboring schools in the area. It's standard protocol. When information like this comes out with an active shooter, we try our best to get that information out and either shelter in place or evacuate from the area if it's ideally safe to do so. So that would not be outside of protocol for that to happen.
Just one more question. Yes.
When the agents arrived to the scene, did tourists feel the scene, or they were not inside of the tent?
So our initial officers that got on scene did not engage with the suspects in the parking lot. They began to make entry into the Islamic Center They observed 3 deceased bodies outside of the center, which, obviously forced them to engage in an active shooter response and immediately deploy inside of the Islamic Center and start working from room to room. They did have to breach doors to get into all of the different rooms. Extremely chaotic. There was somewhere between 50 to 100 police officers inside of that facility. All of you that responded here could see how many officers and deputies from around the county that were surrounding the outside of the facility. We also have the scene a couple blocks away where we had active gunfire coming in on a landscaper that was just out there doing his job. Thankfully, he's okay. Was not hit. He was not injured. But we got a lot of work to do to try to figure out what led up to this and exactly what actions took place. But I can tell you with 100% certainty, the heroic actions of the responding officers and deputies is beyond words. To know that this many of our public servants are willing to leave their loved ones behind, drop what they're doing, and run towards gunfire without asking any questions is remarkable.
You mentioned one of the victims is the security guard. Can you tell us anything about the 2 other adults?
Not yet. We're obviously making notifications as we speak to family and loved ones, and so I want to respect that. So we will be back. We will be back with more information a little bit later today. Thank you, guys.
Would like to say anything?
Chief. All right, Marla Tea is here in the Fox 11 studios taking over our coverage for Sandra Endo and Araxia Carpadian. Let's recap what we just learned from San Diego. This is the other breaking news story we've been following today. The police chief just saying that 5 people have died after this Islamic Center shooting happened earlier this morning. Here's what we can tell you. Of those 5 people, 3 are reported to be male adult victims, including a security guard who the police chief is giving incredible kudos to, saying if it wasn't for that security guard, it could have been a whole lot worse. So 3 victims in this, and then 2 suspects. Interestingly, they say they believe these suspects are teenagers, 17 and 19 years old. They reportedly died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. So a total of 5 dead, 3 victims, and 2 reported teenage suspects, both male. Obviously more to come there, but this was an Islamic Center shooting where this happened at a school, so there were a lot of kids involved. No kids were hurt in this. Obviously, a different situation for their mental health having gone through this, but more to come from San Diego. In the meantime, let's get back to our coverage with Stu Mundell live in Sky Fox as we cover the Sandy fire, erupted now to more than 700 acres. We're seeing one of those air tankers making its way. Some of that smoke that looks like a lot better in terms of no active flames. Stu, what do we know right now?
Well, Marla, hello. First of all, good to work with you. Once again, we're checking out that fire. Like you said, this thing exploded into 700 acres very, very quickly. Skyfox getting here before 11 o'clock. And when we arrived, what a different picture that was. For anybody that might just be joining us, let's kind of do an aerial tour of what is going on. You know, you just called it. It's called the Sandy Fire, and it's called that because it started here on Sandy Ave. This is the actual backyard of the home where that fire started. We were watching investigators down there taking a look at what's going on, and actually this angle really kind of shows you how that is a hill. Sometimes when we're over it and we're looking kind of down, you don't really get the grasp of that's a hill. So you had terrain, a big hill right there. You had light flash fuels. That was a lot of dried grass out there, and then you had that wind event happening, and boy, what happened? Take a look. It ripped through this area. Huge flames when we first arrived. That heavy smoke made it very difficult even just to see some of these homes down there. Now, we do know, sad to say, that one house was destroyed in this fire. We're looking for that official confirmation a little bit later on. Let me see if I can find it, because I know it was at one of these corners. This is one of the spots, though, Pete Place. This is where Tony was earlier on, and there was a lot of standoff out here hoping that these homes were saved, and in the end they were. And I believe that's going to be because of a lot of that fantastic brush clearance. That kind of panning shot that I'm showing you right there, all that's not a sandy path. That is actually right there is going to be area that was cleared behind this backyard, and I think that's really what saved a lot of these homes. Let's get back to that wide shot and see if we can follow that progression of that fire, and we can find those that area that, sad to say, somebody did lose their house. Let's take a peek over here as I'm trying to figure that out. Nope, that's not the street we were looking for. We'll find it. But that fire definitely spread very, very quickly. Now, they did get resources out here fast in the air and on the ground. In the end, they're talking about 200 boots on the ground. They've got a couple of dozers out there as well. Those dozers doing amazing work. They're kind of the unsung heroes, because that's going to be the ones that are going to be cutting that fire line around all this and give you those numbers later on when we start talking containment. In the air, though, they had 5 helicopters total. A couple of them from Ventura Fire. They had their own Firehawks out here. 2 Colson ships. Those are the ones that are on contract. And as I understand it, may actually be paid for by Edison after those fires that we had a while ago. Now, they were out here too, and those are huge helicopters packed with a lot of tech, and they were doing some amazing drops as well. And then our regular boys, well, not regular, but our homegrown, that's going to be LA City and LA County out here as well, doing some fantastic drops. In the end, though, they actually had to call for this Forest Service to bring in the Phosjack. You can see that line being lined over there, and one of those ships are right there. That's going to be a lead plane, so possibly they're going to be doing some more drops here shortly. Matt was on just earlier on, and he was talking about the winds and how they are going to possibly do a 180, and that might explain why these Phosjack lines are on the east side of this fire when it was definitely running to the west. So possibly this is what the plan is that they're thinking that, well, when those winds change, we're going to have that line kind of reinforced, and it's basically just going to burn back on itself. Right now, though, still a very active firefight. Like I said, one home was destroyed in the end that we know of. A couple of others may have damage, but in the end, take a look. All these other homes down there been saved. The firefighters doing amazing work, Marla.
Yeah, and what a collaborative effort it has been. You talk about LA City Fire, LA County, Ventura County, CAL FIRE. Responses were incredible. I mean, we were hearing from residents who actually called 911 when they first got wind of the flames, and they said within minutes, 2-3 minutes, there were crews already on the ground. So kudos to our firefighting crews out there as we zoom in, and I believe that is the home that you were looking for, right? That is no longer, Stu?
Yep. That's the one that, and again, we watched this firefight happen, and to think that if there's anybody that's making judgment calls, trust me when I tell you, the winds were crazy. The fire, the flame, the licks of flame that were coming up that hillside, huge. And there was one fire truck on station down there that was battling those flames. Now, that house next to it, you might be able to make out some scoring up there towards the top, some discoloration. But in the end, that's the only damage to that house. And the winds were basically coming this way, up that hill, and pushing it onto that house next door. So the fire department doing amazing work down there. Very sad to say a homeowner did lose their house, but in the long run, all these other homes were saved, especially in that neighborhood. And the firefighters on the ground, it was very, very tough work just watching that. And again, you might say, well, we didn't really have a wind event. Yeah, Maria actually did say that this did fall under Santa Ana winds, but also we know just by living in California and covering these so often, these fires, they make their own weather systems, and that wind was ripping down there. We were watching, and it was like, that's how we knew, was because the winds were moving by so fast that we could see the house, and then it would be covered by smoke, see the house, and then these trees, you could make out that those winds were harsh.
Since we have you, Stu, and you have the best view in town of the charred hillsides, you were just showing us those active flames. I believe it was the northeast flank of the fire, of the ridge there. Are those the only active flames right now that you can see?
Yes, that answer would be yes. And the fire basically has moved. For a long time, it was running almost perpendicular to the actual homes down there, but it actually has moved and made its way to the south. Now, there's a lot of fuel over here, but the winds definitely have stopped, and also those flames have to work their way down these hills to get those upsides again. So I would venture to say the flames definitely have slowed. Hopefully the weather is going to work with these firefighters. They still have all those aerial assets out here, meaning the helicopters and the fixed wings. So they'll hopefully be able to get a hold of those flames before they can really entrench themselves in a lot of this chaparral, and that is thick chaparral down there. As far as the Phosgec, like we've been talking about, I was kind of curious why they were dropping it on the east side, because that started early on that fire. Again, those firefighters, they know what they're doing, and that's not sarcasm. That is the honest truth. They knew that this was the plan and that the winds would change eventually, and this is going to keep it from falling back on itself. And also, there are homes at the bottom of those hills. So good work for them, for sure, and hopefully their plan will hold, and the weather will as well, and they'll be able to get a handle on a lot more of this active fire.
Well, since you're up there flying around at, what, 1,000 feet right now, are you getting buffered around up there because of the strong winds, or what is that like for you? Smooth ride or bumpy?
Well, the ride up here is actually pretty smooth, but then again, I got Jeff at the tiller, so you know it's always going to be excellent ride in Skyfox. But also, we're at about 6,000 feet. You know, the firefighting efforts are down lower, and they do keep us up higher. But all that being said, when we first arrived out here, you know how it goes. You get the call from the assignment desk, and they're like, oh, go check out this brush fire in Simi. As soon as we walked out to the helicopter, and you could see the smoke on the horizon, so you knew this was a big fire. When we got here, the winds really kind of shocked me. I was not prepared for that. It really, truly was howling down there. I can't give you any kind of speeds, but I would venture to say probably in the 50-mile-an-hour mark at gusts, not constant, but definitely moving. Those flames were ripping through these neighborhoods. That light fuel, it was just hopscotching on these hillsides, and that heavy smoke was covering these neighborhoods, and you knew those fire trucks were down there, and those firefighters were doing what they can as those flames were ripping up those hillsides, getting into these people's backyards. It was amazing work for them and also for the aerial teams that were out here dropping water on it. But here you can see a little bit of damage to some out structures. But again, houses saved, brush around it also saved. So great work for the firefighters.
Yeah, I was hearing on my way in, I was hearing a live interview that we had here of a young lady who came home from school, and she said her house was saved, but a couple of buildings on their property did get taken by the flames, but she said no big deal. All we care about is our house. So some outbuildings have been impacted, plus that one home completely destroyed. Stu, we'll let you take a break just for a second. I want to get to the ground, and we have photojournalist Joab Perez, perspective from his camera live right now as we now see those flames making their way up the hillside there. All that vegetation is ripe conditions for those flames. Joab, where is this the actual home that we lost today?
Correct, Marla. That is the home here, and I'll just kind of walk you in here so you can see what it's looking like.
Okay.
And you can see it's completely burnt out here. And we just have Gina Silva here, so I'm going to go ahead and give her the mic here.
So thank you so much, Joab.
Yes.
Hi, Marla. I was at a different location talking to some of the residents there. Everyone has pretty much just been in awe of the work of these firefighters, and of course very concerned. I've got Ron here. Sir, I know that your neighbor here, we can move out of your way, sir. I know that your neighbor lost this house. Can you describe what it was like earlier this morning?
Yeah, it started in the canyon down there, and we saw a smoke plume. The wind was blowing so hard you couldn't stand and talk like we're talking. It would blow you away. It moved so fast that it moved so fast that we were at another neighbor's watching, and she was loading her car up, and I told her they need to get out of here right now. The fire was right here on the hill. And then the next thing was You know, it was just an inferno.
It must have been terrifying for you watching all of this.
I actually thought I was probably going to die.
Have you seen anything like this, sir?
Well, yeah, we've had fires before, but I was trying to get a pump in the neighbor's swimming pool to where we could hook hoses up to fight the fire, and all of a sudden everything just went black. There was no air to breathe, and it was so intensely hot that I was just asking God to get me out of there.
Traumatic.
Yeah.
How is everybody in your family?
We're good. We're lucky.
And were the neighbors here when this happened?
Yeah.
Are they okay?
Well,
besides obviously losing their home, I mean, physically.
I mean, he was standing here watching his house burn down, so.
Devastating.
You know. And I don't know, this fire department, Ventura is the best. I lived over in the valley for a lot of years. And no offense to LA City, but these guys are the best. I don't know how they saved this house right here. I mean, I watched them, you know, pretty much block the flames and save that house.
They've lost one structure, but we have been watching them work, battling it from the ground, from above. So many drops.
They're special. They're really special.
And it's not just Ventura. They've got LA County. They've got all kinds of resources here.
Yeah, no, and then our neighborhood, we're really tight-knit, so everybody gets it on and helps each other out. So.
What I saw on the other street, these massive bulldozers that they're bringing in, they also have strike teams that are arriving. Some are already on the mountains. They're watering down those mountains. And, of course, some of the residents were on the roofs, watering down their roofs, just making sure. How do you prepare for something like this, sir?
You can't. You just, in our case, all we were trying to do is put out spot fires, you know, and everybody was kind of paying attention to what was going on. So if somebody saw something.
We're about to get wet. We better walk down a little bit. Again, this is a fire that broke out earlier this morning.
Somebody saw something. I mean, my neighbor said your roof's on fire. And fortunately, they got the fire department to get up there and knock that down. And then you'd look in the brush like this, and all of a sudden it just pop up in flames. You know, so, I mean, that's all we did all morning was fight fire. So.
You look like you've been, I don't want to say the word because it's set like, but you've been through hell and back.
Yeah, it's a tough deal. Tough deal. Fortunately, nobody got hurt that I know of, so, you know. I don't know how they flew the helicopters. I mean, it was blowing so hard. That was the first thing I said to my neighbor. We're, pardon my French, screwed, because they're not going to be able to fly. Then there would be no way they could have fought this without the air.
Those winds were so strong at that time. And even now, we're getting a few windy gusts, but nothing what it was like.
No, it was howling. But we, all of us, the fire department tells us how they want us to clear our property. And I know everybody on this street, we bust our butts to make sure that it meets their standards. I cleared mine 4 times this year.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, I'd clear it, then we would get a late rain, and it'd all grow back. I'd clear it again, get another rain. But, you know, if we didn't do it, the whole street would have been gone.
And that's the smart thing to do. Are you planning? I mean, it looks like they're getting it under control, but if they were to say evacuate, do you stay or do you leave?
The only thing I did was got my dog, and you know, I was able to help, and so I stayed to help. You know.
We saw people taking out their animals, their horses. There are properties here that. How many horses would you say are in this area?
Well, there's 600 homes in this community, are all horse property. I don't know what the head count horse-wise is. I would think probably a good 400 head somewhere around there. But we practice the skills on evacuation and that type of thing. You know, you want your horses to be able to get in a trailer. You don't want to wait till this is going on to try to figure out, you know, he's not going to get in. You know.
Well, Would you ever consider moving out of this area that is so close to the mountains?
I made my life. I was a professor at Pierce College. I started the horse program there, and I've been fortunate enough to make a living from the horse my whole life. My son, we have a ranch up in eastern Oregon where we raise cattle and horses and that. And no, it's just, you know, you want to be prepared. I was the one that started the evacuation program at the college, built the horse center over there. So, you know, my life is connected.
So you are the kind of person that would tell people, follow orders.
Right, exactly.
All right, sir. Well, I thank you so much for speaking with us, and I'm so glad that your home is doing just fine. Unfortunately, your neighbor lost his home. Marla, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Hey, Gina, what an emotional, compelling interview. What a nice man he is, and we thank him for being so prepared and all he's done for the community. Gina, I don't know if you can still hear me. I'm just curious, the homeowner who did lose their home, are they there? Is it a family? How did they get alerted to the flames coming up the embankment, the canyon?
Those are all very good questions, but I don't have the answers to that. I understand the family is no longer here.
Okay.
But how they were alerted, I can only assume, you know, it was so windy, it might have been hitting the windows. They looked out, and then all of a sudden you see those flames in your backyard. I mean, can you imagine how terrifying that must have been? Just absolutely horrible. But yeah, you know, thank goodness that as of now, no reported injuries as far as we know here on the ground. You may have a different information with you. I'm not sure.
No, we haven't heard of any injuries either, so that's great news. We've just been reporting 720 acres, 0% containment, no injuries, one home lost, we don't have a number in terms of other structures that have been damaged or destroyed, but there have been some outbuildings that we've seen damaged and heard about. So it is more than one structure, but at this point, just one home.
Yes, and there are so many resources here. I know we mentioned Ventura, LA County, LA City. 200 firefighters are on the ground, 4 helicopters, an air tanker hitting it from above, and LA Fire has already sent 3 strike teams. Dozens and dozens of people are out here fighting this from the ground and from above. I know I came across the strike teams as they were given orders as to what to do. I asked one of them, and he just said, you know, we just got to get to work immediately and make sure that some of the areas that have already been doused, that the flames don't come back up. Now, joining me is a Simi Valley resident. What is your name, sir?
Christian.
Christian, were you here when it first started?
Yeah, I was down the street. I was living on my, I was literally just hearing helicopters go by, and I walk outside and just see a plume of smoke. Just seeing what was happening and following along with the news, just trying to figure out what's happening, if I have to get out, if I have to get my dogs out. Unfortunately, this happened a few years ago. I don't know if many people remember the Woolsey fire, but it's practically going the same route. And I'll be honest with you, I've hiked these hills back on time again. There's brush that's taller than me. I'm 6'1", and you see brush that's probably double my size, and it's just not being mitigated. So it's an unfortunate thing, but until we really see brush fires like our control burns and all these different forest management things that we don't see that here. And it's unfortunate because these people lost their homes, my neighbors.
And you know your neighbors, were they here when it happened, or were they out of town?
I'm further down. I don't really know these people, my neighbors personally, but I know like a lot of people in this neighborhood. They're very like shaken up about this, obviously, and we're just so grateful for the Ventura County Fire Department and all of the first responders here. Luckily here we have the reservoir, which is a few miles away. So I think the helicopters have just been nonstop and dropping water in and around this neighborhood to put a stop to the fire. I think that without that, and had they had to go all the way to the ocean, we would have been in a lot different situation.
So when you talk about mitigation, who do you blame?
Who do I blame? I honestly blame Gavin Newsom. Like Gavin Newsom and a lot of the different like forest management agencies, they have ruined this state when it comes to forest management. Like we see them building so much money into other, like for example, green energy. We see green energy, it's them spending all this money, yet the power lines have not been updated in 50 years. You look at all these different like controlled burns that have been taking years to actually get done, they aren't doing them. And I just think it's really unfortunate because a lot of people have lost their homes. Palisades have completely burned because of it. You look at the reservoirs with Karen Bass, it's unacceptable in my opinion.
Well, thank you for your opinion. Regarding how it all went down this morning, I know you witnessed it. Describe your emotional state.
I was panicking, I'll be honest with you, because I just got back from Camp Pendleton. I'm a Marine Corps reservist, so I had my drill weekend this weekend. Got back, woke up, and I'm like, oh, okay, another day. And then I see the fire, I see the plumes of smoke, and I'm just scrambling to get my dogs and everybody ready in case I have to get out. I have 5 dogs, and all of our personal paperwork, I needed to get it sorted and get it taken care of to make sure if we did need to get out, we could.
You mentioned the Woolsey fire. How does this compare?
It's following the exact same path as the Woolsey fire. That's why I mentioned like mitigation, because this fire, Woolsey fire, started over here in the hills of Simi Valley and it pushed all the way to Malibu. And unfortunately, I think this may be the same case scenario.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. I appreciate your time, and I'm glad that you're doing well.
Yeah, of course. I appreciate it.
So there you have it. Residents here have a lot of opinions, but obviously very thankful that their properties are still intact. Sadly, what you're looking at is one of the homes that did not survive.
Yeah, in Ventura County, they're just propped there at the end of this cul-de-sac where this home did perish earlier today. If you're just joining our coverage, it's just a few minutes past 2:30 right now, and the Sandy fire erupted just about 4 hours ago. It's now grown to more than 700 acres. This is the home that was destroyed. This is up on a ridge line there. The flames came down from the canyon, made their way up. The people who live there, they are safe, thank goodness. Reportedly, it's a family. They have since left. Obviously, our thoughts and prayers are with them as they go through this, but they have their lives. The smaller picture, of course, that is from Skyfox. You see the active flames there as those crews, as a mutual aid effort, are doing their best to contain these flames and get this to an end once and for all. The winds have played a significant role in all of this. They were gusting, whipping much faster earlier. They will die down as we get to the later hours on this Monday. On the line now is Ventura County Public Information Officer. Can you please identify yourself?
This is a recording.
Oh, well, that's okay. We'll move on. And there's Gina Silva, and we have Joab Perez. And this is Skyfox, Stu Mundell. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is just a live picture from Skyfox, and we have those active flames there. We're talking about the winds. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Adam Kruger, if we could, to give us more of an exact perspective of the winds currently.
Yeah, Marla, we've got the winds that are basically in the process of changing direction within the next hour here. We've seen a wind more out of the northeast, and Stu's been telling us that, and everyone who's been kind of around this fire the last few hours saying how the wind speeds just alone have kind of backed off a little bit in the last couple of hours. But within the next hour, the winds should actually do a 180, and instead of blowing from northeast, they'll be blowing from the southwest. And this is something back maybe 25 minutes ago or so, Stu was talking about this up in the helicopter, about the FOS check on the kind of east line of where all this was, and the flames were blowing away from that at the time. But they're really, I think, securing that perimeter on the opposite side, because the winds will do that expected change. And we've seen some of the weather instruments kind of indicate that around the Thousand Oaks area. We've already seen the winds kind of start to change direction there. If you guys are ready, I've got a couple of things lined up visually. We can go first to the, okay, so here we'll start with our weather graphics here. I also have something on the tablet if we can get to that later as well. But let's start right here. So we've got a wind advisory, which is technically only in effect until 3 o'clock, and it's because of the expected drop in wind speeds and the change in wind direction. But right now, it's a Santa Ana wind across this area, winds from the northeast. We've got gusts at 40 to 50 miles per hour. Say that one more time in my ear. Okay, we've got Ventura County PIO on the line. So, Marla, let me send it back over to you. We'll get to that, and then we'll talk more about these the forecast winds, which will be generally improving, but I'll talk more about that in a little bit. Let's go back to you.
Very good, Adam. Thank you. All right. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, Andrew Dowd. I'm the Public Information Officer with Ventura County Fire Department.
Yes, thank you. You've been a part of our coverage all day long. I just wanted to make sure it was you. Okay, what can you tell us right now about the Sandy fire?
So a few things that we have to update here. We are still at approximately 720 acres, but as you know, these fires move quickly, and we're not updating acreage every single minute. We do have approximately 500 firefighters that are here, both from Ventura County Fire and agencies throughout Southern California.
Did you say 500?
Approximately 500 firefighters.
Wow, okay, great.
We sadly can confirm that, as you have been reporting, there was one structure that was one home that was destroyed by this fire. We are continuing to move throughout the community to identify any other structures that may be damaged or destroyed by this fire. As you know, this was a rapid, wind-driven fire, and we worked so incredibly hard to get people out of harm's way. I heard a guest you were talking with earlier talking about their efforts to help suppress the fire, and our firefighters were out there aggressively trying to protect structures and support evacuations. So as somebody who lives and works in this community, this impacts us tremendously. We're very sad for this loss. But the work, the professionalism, the teamwork, the coordination by the firefighters on the ground has just been very impressive in this firefight.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, considering, and yes, it's awful that that family lost their home, but it could have been much, much worse. How do you rate this in terms of the firefight thus far? Because we're seeing this live picture from Skyfox, a whole lot of white smoke, not a ton of active flames. Where are we in this firefight? Are we close to the end?
Well, firefighters are continuing to work to get an upper hand on this fire. From my vantage point, I do see less smoke production, which is a good sign. It's a sign that our strategies and tactics are working. When we are coordinating air attack retardant drops along with dozer lines being cut and hand crews working to improve those lines, that's how we can start to get control of this fire. It's about resources and coordination. The number of helicopter water drops that we have, the air attack that's happening, the ground forces that are attacking this fire. It's the coordination of all of those firefighting efforts that are working to bring this fire under control. I'm always a little cautious to say we have the upper hand because, we work, it's a dynamic environment. We still have over nearly 30,000 people under an evacuation order. But the 500 plus men and women that are here fighting this fire, they are giving it their best.
I just want to make sure I got that correct. Over 30,000 people remain under an evacuation order.
Nearly 30,000. So we had 28,678 individuals that were under an evacuation order. We had an additional 9,821 individuals that were under an evacuation warning. So like the 28,000 total residents that were in evacuation order. And what we saw early in this fire were people following those evacuation orders. That allowed firefighters to get in, as you saw from your own footage, firefighters going in, protecting structures, knocking down fire, and able to work safely. Look, we like I said, we live and work in this community. These incidents, they impact us just as much as anybody because we live here. This is our home. This is our community. So anytime we lose a structure, anytime we have a loss like that, it's tragic for all of us. We've been fortunate. There have not been any reports of injuries secondary to this fire, which is fantastic news. And again, just incredibly proud of the work that the men and women of our agency and partner agencies are doing.
We're just over 4 hours into this firefight. I know you have to go, but your parting words as we look forward to this afternoon and the firefight strategy ahead, what does that look like?
We are going to continue working tirelessly to get the upper hand on this fire. That's the first thing on this fire. As challenging as it is, this fire is an important reminder to residents all throughout Southern California about the importance of being prepared, of having a plan, of knowing where you're going to go when you have to evacuate, of being ready to evacuate at a moment's notice, and following evacuation orders. We are early into our fire season. It's a stark reminder that we live in wildfire-prone area, and it's a grim reminder of the importance of being prepared for wildfire.
Absolutely. All right, Andrew Dowd, a Public Information Officer with Ventura County. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get an update from him a little bit later on. And authorities, let's get back to Adam Kruger for more on the wind speeds out there right now.
Yeah, we're going to map things out for you here. First showing the fire perimeter, then we'll look at the forecast wind speeds, which it's generally some good news we have coming up in the next couple of hours. So this red right here, this darker red color, that is the fire perimeter. We've seen the update now on the map as it's reflecting the 700-acre update as well. Something you keep seeing in the aerials from our helicopters is this kind of well-defined sort of peninsula-shaped portion of the neighborhood. And as I come in a little closer here, just Marla, as you were talking with the PIO, we saw a water drop in the tree lines right here, kind of on the south edge of this peninsula right here. Now, at the moment the winds are going like this from the northeast, this is what we expect to change in the next hour or even less, where the winds will do a 180 and start blowing in this direction, which is even more crucial that they're protecting this kind of border right here on the south end of this, again, kind of peninsula shape of the neighborhood right here. I want to show you what some of the current wind measurements are doing right now. And so this is kind of Simi Valley's up here. We have Thousand Oaks down here. You see the little kind of like tail shapes. So that's showing the wind direction from the northeast here, but the wind's already changing direction down around Thousand Oaks. And the red numbers you see are current wind gusts. So let me pick a specific weather station kind of in the hills near where this fire is right now. And what this is going to show you is how the winds have changed in the last couple of hours and what we've seen. So as I take you in, I'm going to zoom this in, kind of doing this on the fly. So notice this is actual measurements now by this weather station. You can see how it's in 10-minute increments. And then here are the wind speeds and the wind gusts. The G means gusts. And this is what we've seen change for the better in the last hour or two. Notice these gusts at times over 40 miles per hour, over 30 miles per hour. And then as we come to, let's say within the last hour, we've seen the wind gusts generally under 30 miles per hour. So that's already a little bit of good news, little change there. Still very dry. The relative humidity is still a little bit below 20%. Now, if we can switch over to weather one, I'm going to show you what the wind forecast looks like for this specific area here. So I've got Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks highlighted. Our model showing that right about now, expecting the winds from the northeast here, but already changing direction around Thousand Oaks. Let's take this another hour forward into 3 o'clock. And now you can see that the model's projecting winds coming already, again, kind of doing a 180, coming more from the west or southwest around Simi Valley. Now, in the next few hours, the wind gust speeds will still be probably over 20 miles per hour, which is concerning, but not as extreme as we saw a little bit earlier when the gusts around here were 40 to even near 50 miles per hour. Now, here's 4 o'clock. Again, we've seen the change in wind direction, so now blowing kind of from the west, but still some gusts over 20. 5 o'clock, gusts around 20 in this area. Still seeing the opposite wind direction from what we've had all day long here. And then as we go into the evening, this is like the best part of the forecast here. Not only do we see the wind kind of direction helping out a little bit, but also the speeds will be much, much lower near sunset and into the overnight hours. We expect the winds to generally be under 10 miles per hour. So weather-wise, things will be improving. The change in wind direction will happen, yes, but that's also going to bring higher humidity, and the wind speeds will be going down over the next few hours. Marla?
We love to hear that news. All right, Adam, thank you so much. Let's get back to the ground. We're going to first take you upstairs. This is, of course, the view from Skyfox. Sandy Fire burning more than 700 acres, 720 acres last count. Some 500 firefighters from multiple agencies are on this. This started at 10:30. One home destroyed, no injuries to speak of. Let's see, almost 30,000 people do remain under an evacuation order, and there was just a drop there. We'd love to see that. Almost 30,000 remain under an evacuation order. Close to 10,000 remain under an evacuation warning. You're seeing some of those active flames here. And when we get this close to those shots, it's always a sight to see the boots on the ground and then also the trucks that are stationed there, because they know that these are the most perilous portions of the firefight right now. We look forward to the winds dying down, but we also know this from Adam, that these brush fires, they create their own fire, their own wind conditions and own weather conditions. So that is also what firefighters have to contend with. When we talk about the mutual aid effort, we're talking about LA County Fire, Ventura County Fire, LA City Fire, Skyfox recalibrating there. I think I got everybody. Ventura County, CAL FIRE as well, another agency that is on this firefight. But you see the mark of the fire and the work that it did, those flames completely charring this hillside here in Simi Valley, adjacent, of course, to these communities that have dealt with the Woolsey fire. We heard from one of those residents down below who said this is taking the very same path as the Woolsey fire, and he talked about the need for vegetation mitigation out there and how he hikes regularly, and he talked about the vegetation being taller than he, and he was more than 6 feet tall. So there is a lot of fuel out there for flames on a day like today, and we can see the damage that can create, the danger zone that it can also create when those winds picked up much earlier today. And fortunately, they are expected, as you just heard Adam, to die down a little bit closer to sunset time, or even before that, a couple of hours before that. Okay, let's get to the ground. Gina Silva, she is there at the site. Right behind you is that one home that did burn and was completely destroyed, and it's whipping pretty good. I mean, obviously, look at your hair.
Well, actually, Marla, the residents have been coming out to take a look because there's been several hot spots. So the firefighter came out here, and, you know, they keep dousing it, but there are hot spots that are popping up at different areas. Joining me now is Lori and Tish. Come together, both of you. You're both residents here in this neighborhood. For how long?
I've lived here for 10 years.
For 10 years. So describe for me what you guys witnessed early this morning.
Okay, so for me, it was really scary because we were in El Segundo. My husband was getting a medical treatment done, and all of a sudden I start getting fire alerts. Thank God for me, my son was home because we have 4 Huskies and a Pomeranian, and all I cared about was get the animals out. The Woosley fire burnt through here in 2018. It's actually where it started, and it went from here all the way through to Malibu. The one thing I'll say about Ventura County, our reservoirs are full, which unfortunately for Los Angeles, if this gets over there, your reservoirs are empty. And our firefighters here actually do cut fire breaks, which is why sadly we've lost 1 home here, but the rest of us are still standing.
What about you, Tish? Were you in the neighborhood when it happened?
No, I was at work. And when the alert started coming and friends started sending me pictures of what their backyards looked, I go, my horse is there. I got to go hook up my horse trailer. Because usually when something like this happens, the whole neighborhood, you know, comes together. Not everybody has a horse trailer here. So if you do, you hook up your horse trailer and you're willing to take someone else's horse to an evacuation center. I know that right now they're taking them to, I believe it's the fairgrounds in Ventura County. Yeah, and they have volunteers from the, I believe it's the Animal Services, that they sent 20 horse trailers up here, drivers and trucks and trailers to take horses out for anyone who didn't have a trailer, which is great.
Well, you've both been out here now for hours watching this work by the firefighters. Describe it.
When I first hooked up my trailer on Wrangler Avenue over there, I came in off of First Street, and it was very smoky, and just people with horse trailers trying to get out. There's a few ways in here to this neighborhood, so that wasn't a problem. But yeah, that's mostly and people panicking, especially because of the animals, especially if they didn't have a horse trailer. So a lot of people were panicking.
The one thing I'll say about our neighborhood is this neighborhood is full of first responders. We are so blessed that way. We have so many firefighters that are neighbors. We have so many policemen that are neighbors. So I'll tell you what, firemen from all over LA and Ventura County are here right now. And they're working together, and we couldn't live in a safer place.
Yeah. Santa Monica, Oxnard is here. There's so many different agencies. LA County, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
We've got a great, Ventura County is way different than LA County.
We have seen a lot of manpower out here from the ground up above, so many drops.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
It's been pretty amazing.
Yes. Yeah.
And you guys, vote Spencer Pratt.
Yes, of course.
It's not a campaign here. Thank you, ladies. Okay, yeah. Yeah, go right ahead. Other reporters want to talk to them as well. But yeah, there you go. So this fire broke out early this morning, as we've been reporting, and it just exploded so fast. Marla, what's the acreage at this point?
Gina, I'm sorry, did you just toss it back to me? If so, I was being talked to about what's next in our coverage.
Yeah, I was talking about how it started with just 10 acres, and within an hour it exploded to more than 184 with 0% containment. What's it up to now?
720.
720 acres It is moving fast. You know, it's still very windy out here, but not as bad as it was earlier this morning.
Right.
And there are so many crews here from LA City, Ventura, LA County. They've got the strike teams. I did some interviews with them as they were getting ready to work. It has been a pretty amazing thing to watch them work from above. As soon as I got here, I saw one drop after another, and a lot of the residents were coming outside just to take video and pictures of the drops. They were very impressed with all of it.
Absolutely. And Gina, while I have you, we just spoke to Ventura County Public Information Officer. He gave us some latest numbers. So I'll rattle those off again because I think it's important. So 500 total firefighters are now on this. Earlier it was about 200. So now they have about 500 firefighters battling the Sandy fire. 720 acres, just this one home. This is it right here, destroyed. They are doing their best to surveil the area to see if any other home was lost. There have been some outbuildings damaged and or destroyed. They don't have a count on that yet. Beautifully, no injuries to report, thank goodness. And still, almost 30,000 people do remain under evacuation orders, and almost 10,000 are under a current warning. Just be prepared to evacuate. But Gina, I know your view is just this particular property and this cul-de-sac, but the shots from Skyfox are more encouraging in that you don't see a whole lot of active flame, thank goodness. You do see a whole lot of white smoke as we see those water drops continue to happen. And we just had a live picture of the reservoir there and one of those aircraft picking up some more water to make more water drops. So that is some good news. Gina, we'll let you get back to news gathering. We want to update you now on the breaking news that we've been following. The other story, this one is out of San Diego. If you have not heard, there was a deadly shooting at an Islamic center that is home to a school for kids. This happened earlier this morning, and here's what we now know as we have a live picture of the scene. There we go. It's in and out, so bear with us here. You see the black and whites down below. There reportedly is a gathering, maybe a vigil that is underway for the lives lost. No kids were hurt in this, thank goodness. But unfortunately, 3 male victims, adult victims, died in this shooting. One reportedly was a security guard who did a lot of good work to save other people. That's from the San Diego police chief. 2 suspects said to be teenagers, 17 and 19 years old. They are dead as well. So a total of 5 dead. Those suspects, those teenage suspects, reportedly died by self-inflicted gunshot wounds. It was an incredible scene and turnout from law enforcement. The whole situation has been, quote, neutralized. They've been saying that term throughout the day. So the threat is gone, but unfortunately this is the scene down below. Just a terrible, terrible thing. Another active shooter scene with 3 victims, male victims, dead. We're working to get more details from authorities in San Diego. All right, so that is that story. Let's get back to the Sandy fire. And if Anaya, our producer, could tell me one more time. Oh, there we go. There's Christina Gonzalez on the ground, smiling. We like the smile, Christina. Does that mean you have some good news to report?
Yes, I do. We're off of Sandy Street, right? I'm standing. The fire started actually behind these homes. You know, we talked earlier to the people who called 911. The good news is, if you can see, you don't see a lot of smoke like we did a little earlier. Now, you might see the firefighters, and there's actually homeowners behind that third house over there, and they have been hosing down this entire area. They've been hitting it really, really hard with drops. But what I want to show you, Olin, if we can go to that flag over. You see that flag behind the fire truck from Ventura County Fire has been our bellwether of what the wind is doing. And for the first time today, that flag is not literally just blowing and blowing hard, which is a good thing. It is the first time in the day you'll see it start blowing once in a while. We are getting some wind gusts, but not what we were getting a little while ago. The other thing that we're beginning to see, and let me show you, When we were here last time, there was a lot of brown smoke over that hill because the fire is just on the other side, the fire line. We were here because they had a lot of hot spots and they were hitting it really hard. But you see that there's a lot more white smoke, less brown smoke on this side. That's a good sign. But again, you're looking at where this whole thing started. Listen to the people who called 911 this morning when they saw it begin.
All right. Thank you so much, Christina. We love the example of the flag. Just, I was going to say, sitting there, hanging there, without any movement. That's absolutely what we want to see. And obviously, we've lost communication with Christina as we're now zoomed in on a firefighter on the hillside there.
I can hear you.
Oh, you can?
I can hear you. I can hear you, Marty. Yeah, now, I had some sound from the people who called 911 this morning, who saw it begin, and I don't know if they have that sound queued up. They are supposed to.
I heard that interview live. That's a good one.
Okay, so what happens here this morning at 10 o'clock, they say that there were people working back there. They had seen some crews. I'm trying to get some video from Ring cameras. Let's see if I can do that in not too long. But we saw some crews leaving the area, and then they saw the fire blossoming up, and they, called 911. Now, investigators are out here. They have been talking to people, and we don't have... Okay, let's go to that sound. I'm hearing that they're ready. So you can hear from these people directly. Let's go to that.
Well, I simply came home and I was parking the car on the curb, and I looked to my left and I saw it looks like a little puff of smoke, like a barbecue. And I was thinking to myself, barbecue on a day like this, it's awful. So 30 seconds elapsed and I just went out the door and I looked, and it was like a third up the hill already. Wow. And I said 911, I called it, and then I ran into the house, got her going, and she came over and got the neighbor going, and that's pretty much the extent of it.
I thought it was some crazy barbecue, and I was like, who's doing a barbecue at this time of day? As I managed to walk through, I saw some neighbors out, and I said, hey, do you know any information about your neighbors in the back? And they had no idea, so we managed to confirm it on Pulse Point, because we saw the one call that Anthony had, and luckily from our quick timing, because it was still relatively in that sort of like fetile stage, right? We managed to get it before it managed to get too out of hand, and we got both Ventura County and Los Angeles Fire Department on hand in like 2-3 minutes or so. It was
3 minutes.
quite impressive.
They're on point.
We are now back live, and what I'm going to show you, you see that deputy sheriff, he's holding yellow tape in his hand. This is about to become a crime scene, I have a feeling, or at least an investigative focus. They're going to probably set up yellow tape around these 4 homes over here, because again, what you're looking at the start of this fire is somewhere right behind here, possibly by people working the brush in some kind of capacity. We don't know that. I don't want to confirm that, but that is what people out here are telling us. Now, the other thing that happened when this whole fire began, this is an evacuation area. People are supposed to leave. The reason a lot of people didn't leave is because they ran down the street to the school. Let me know if you have that sound ready, because there are several schools nearby, and Hillcrest the middle school was not evacuated. But people were looking at the flames coming over. Parents started showing up at the school, lining up to get their kids out. Do we have that sound that we can go to it from the parents? Let's go to that if we do. They didn't evacuate the school, but it's in an evacuation zone, you were telling me?
Yes, and my house we got a warning call, and my mom just down the street, it's in an evacuation zone, so they're being evacuated.
But yet, the kids are not being evacuated from the school.
I just got an email like at 10:44 saying that they're monitoring the situation.
So you decided to take matters into your own hands?
Yeah, and then I saw the line down the street here and decided to get in line.
What did they do with you guys?
Well, we just, it was just like a normal day. We were like doing a work. I was in 3rd period, so I was in math. But then like we heard the fire alarm, so then we all knew what to do because we did a fire drill previously. So what we did was that we just went to the field and we were relaxing there for a bit, and we saw the fire. Everybody was just like, whoa.
People are here pretty upset because they haven't evacuated the school despite it being in an evacuation area.
They're trying their best, I guess, but they've never had to do this before, as far as I know. I've lived here a long time.
Are you concerned enough that you want to come get your kid?
Yeah, I'm picking up my goddaughter.
We're back here live, and the reason I'm showing you back this area, they're moving back the fire trucks to create the space for the yellow tape. But if you look at the flag, how it's moving the other way from where it was moving all morning. That flag was flowing all morning, almost to the side of the truck, going south. Now it's beginning to shift, and these are the wind shifts we talk about that we've been seeing all day, little wind shifts. But I have a feeling this afternoon, and I'm going to let our weather people, our experts, confirm this stuff. But I bet that we're beginning to look at what will be the beginning of a wind shift later this afternoon.
Absolutely.
Giving you final overview of what we have behind us, though. The beginning area of the fire, which an hour ago had like a battlefield of drops going, looking much, much better. And that is
Christina,
good news. We'll
it's
keep
great
you
news.
updated.
I have a quick follow-up before we get to Adam, because he is here and he's going to give an update on those winds and the shift that's coming. But when you talk about this may have been started by workers dealing with the brush on, is it Sandy Avenue or Sandy Lane there? Are you referring to actual city or county workers or civilians?
It looks like a civilian crew. I'm looking at some Ring video, and as soon, I don't want to put things out there until I talk to investigators and they truly confirm that is what they think is happening here. But according to several homeowners here, this morning they were working on clearing some of the brush in the back, and it was a private crew. It didn't have a city or anything like that. And, as they saw them leaving, they started seeing the smoke, and that's when they called 911, and I'm getting that from people in three different homes, which investigators are talking to. We'll have to see if that is the case. I think by 5 o'clock I should be able to confirm a little bit more. But that is a truck where the investigators were coming in to do their thing. I believe. What are you telling me, Andrea? I mean, Olin, go ahead, go to it. Let's see. We do that's the other thing. I'll tell you something. The fire crews on the Ridgeline deserve a big shout out. They have been working nonstop. It's been such a coordinated thing because, they were flying above us. But those fire crews, it's dry. It is hot. And they have been up there creating the massive clearance because it may all look like it burned through. But underneath that burned area, and you might see little smoke things kind of popping up when the wind blows up, that is where new fires can begin at any moment. And that's why you don't call it over for a long time after you don't see actual flame, because any of this can restart and pop up, as we know from some of our large fires. And those fire crews up there are the ones who are making sure that does not happen. So, everybody here very happy with the response and it's a Cal Fire, Ventura, LA County Fire, everybody out here working together, very coordinated. But I do think conditions are turning. It is still dry. It feels very, very, very dry, but I tell you, it's looking. As a matter of fact, the residents here at the house, I don't even know if he's going to. Can you come out for me, because you got to see this, okay? I want you to imagine this poor man. How are you guys? Does it look better or what?
Yeah. Well, I think everybody's feeling better right now.
I think you're feeling better.
Just letting them do their thing.
Yeah.
Let time do its thing, and they'll finish it up. And I think it's only the one home still, which is horrible, that was lost. But that's what it could have been.
And this is your uncle who's lived here for a long time. How many of these have? It doesn't get any better no matter how many of these you've gone.
5 years.
65 years.
1971 September.
Has it ever gotten this close?
I only paid 24/7. Can't buy a car.
You smile because we're sitting here and it's looking okay. A little earlier, we were all a little bit worried, weren't we?
Yeah, so we'll watch the TV just to see how things are going. So it's 700 acres.
700 acres, only one home. I will let you go. I know you wanted to go sit down, but thank you for talking to us. I think, like I said, and I want to show you because these homes here, this is all these neighbors, all these people that live here have lived here for 20 years, 17 years, 30-something years, And, he can't evacuate himself real quickly, So his nephew came running over. We talked to him earlier. It's the kind of people who, even though they were told they had to evacuate, they were not going to. But you see more trucks coming in. This is now what I call the investigative type of deployment. They're going to stay here probably through the night to make sure, and they have lines laid out to behind every one of those houses to make sure if there's another startup that they can actually take care of it. The other thing I wanted to show you before I go, because I know you have a lot of people and a lot of other things, deputies are also standing by. Again, people were supposed to be evacuated, but people are staying, a lot of them. And the miracle of the day, up there, up in the hill, that the flames were all completely around that RV, which they managed to save.
Wow, yeah.
And you know what? I gotta tell you, you know what? Credit goes to those. It was hard flying over all that smoke, but they managed to save that. And that's just want to leave it at a positive point, at least from here, from the starting point of the fire. We'll keep you updated. Let me see what I can find out more about the costs, and we'll check in with you later. Back to you.
Very good. Thank you for your very thorough reporting. Christina Gonzalez there live for us on the Sandy fire. Let's throw it back to our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, who's taking a look at those winds for us. What are they doing right now?
Yeah, they are, and Christina talked about this, exactly what I was going to say. The fact that it's calming down, they're in the process of changing direction, and the speeds will be lower as we go a little later. Three main things I want to do right here. One is just show the fire perimeter. Two will be showing what the winds have been doing so far. And then the third one is I'll look at the wind forecast going forward in the rest of this evening. So here's the wide view, Simi Valley up to the top part of your screen, Thousand Oaks down here. Let me take you in. This bright red section is the fire perimeter. This updated to reflect the 700 acres. You can see it covers a lot of ground, but thankfully not a lot of neighborhood, right? Just more so into the hills. And we've been showing from the aerials, you've been seeing this kind of peninsula-shaped portion of this neighborhood a lot. So that gives you a little perspective as to what you're seeing on some of the aerials. We still have some flames in some spots. We still have some hot spots. They're monitoring all of that. But yes, and like we've been talking about the last hour or two, really things are overall from the air looking much better than going back like 3 or 4 hours. So again, here's the perimeter. Let me switch over to showing you what wind measurements are in this specific area. There's a cluster here, Simi Valley up to the north here. The fire is more so right about here, so we don't have weather instruments right where the fire is, but very close to it. So I'm going to select this one right here. And by the way, before I even do that, I want to point out what we're looking at right here. So these little, like, well, I'll call wind flags are showing the wind direction. So these are all pointing the winds going like this. You can see down towards Thousand Oaks, the winds have changed direction already, coming in more so from the west. And that's what we expect to see near the Simi Valley area within the next hour or even less than that. The red numbers you see are current wind gusts. So I'm going to select this spot right here. It's in the hills pretty close to where this fire is. And we'll look at what the winds have been doing over the last couple of hours in 10-minute increments. So we have some great data from some of these weather stations here, and very timely as well. And so here's an example of, again, this is one of those weather stations up in the hills near where the fire is. You can see there's the 10-minute increments. There's the time frame, the latest at 2:50 p.m. showing that there's still some gusts that are near 30 miles per hour. But you'll notice that the winds mostly have been gusting under 30 lately. And again, this is a little higher up than where the fire is actually right now. So the lower in elevation you go, generally the lower the wind speeds are. But you go back another hour or two, you can see those wind gusts consistently in the 35 to 45 mile per hour range. So we've already seen that reduction. Still the wind direction, though, it's kind of that Santa Ana wind direction from the north-northeast. And still we have very dry air, although notice in the last update from 240 to 250, we see the relative humidity has gone up slightly. All right, let's switch over to Weather One. Now we're going to look at the wind forecast. This is the third of the three things that I was talking about that I wanted to do. And our wind forecast is going to show that we've got not only the change in wind direction, but also the wind speeds backing off. If we can get to that, possibly, let me know if we can. Otherwise, I'll just kind of explain it. Okay, here we go. So here's the forecast wind gusts. Our model showing here's Simi Valley, the fire located right about here. Our model is suggesting that by now it's thinking the winds will have already switched direction. Again, they've been from the northeast pretty much all morning long and midday, now starting to change direction coming in from the west. Let's go hourly from here. That's 3 o'clock. Here's 4 o'clock into 5 o'clock. Again, we're seeing the winds more so from the west, almost doing basically a 180 from what we've seen throughout the morning and midday hours. Now, the wind gusts are still going to be up around 20 or so as we go a little later into the day today. Notice by 6 o'clock, our model here showing the wind gusts under 20 miles per hour. So that's some good news here. And then the winds go even lower as we approach sunset. Here's 7 o'clock. Winds may be gusting somewhere in the 10 to 15 range in this area. And then by 8 o'clock tonight, we're showing the winds gusting under 10 miles per hour. And there still might be some fluctuation overnight. They could tick back up to like 10 to 15. But certainly the wind speeds are going to be lower the later in the day we go. And again, we're probably in like right about now or within the next half hour, I'd say the winds are beginning to change direction. If you're wondering about what's happening around the rest of the area, this is what I'll end with, showing the forecast gusts going from 8 o'clock tonight into tomorrow morning. Pretty light wind speeds. We do still see a little bit of a northeast wind in some of the hills and mountains as we go into tomorrow, but tomorrow's winds not expected to be as strong as what we're seeing today. And by the way, earlier today there was a wind advisory. It expired at 3 p.m. Right now, no wind advisories for our area. Marla?
All right, very good, Adam. Thank you. Quick live look from above from Skyfox, and down below, that's the ridge that is home to the home that was destroyed. Fortunately, just one home lost. I say just, and I don't mean that to not give severity or seriousness to the homeowners who did lose their homes, of course. It just could have been so much worse given the wind conditions that fire crews were dealing with earlier, and it was just ripe for more homes to burn. But the quick work by everybody, on all hands on deck for all of the fire crews out there today. Ventura County, LA County Fire, LA City Fire, Cal Fire as well, mutual aid effort, and it's paying off, thank goodness. All right, let's get to the ground. We have Joab Perez. This is his camera. He's a photojournalist for us here at Fox 11. And this is the home that did get destroyed by those flames earlier today, Joab. What's the latest from this cul-de-sac?
Yeah, so they're still hitting it with a lot of water, as you can see here, and their concern is, you can see, let me zoom in here a bit, there's still a little bit of hot spots that will come up here and there. So they're continually hitting it with water, just trying to make sure that we don't get any more flare-ups here. We'll see several helicopters still coming around, and what they're doing mostly now is mostly observing. I'm not seeing them make any drops, but they seem to be going over the area, making sure that there's no more hot spots flaring up, and they really just want to make sure that they keep this under control now.
Yeah, I mean, they've had this,
at least in this area.
Yeah, this one hose has been on it for at least an hour now, right? If not longer.
Oh yes, I would say so. Yes, and you can see it's just one. They just have it hooked up to the floor here, so they just have it there, and it's just been hitting it for about an hour, as you said.
And the homeowners who lost their homes, obviously we're so sorry to them. They're not there, right?
I have not seen the homeowners here since we've been here. There's been a lot of neighbors. Me and Gina spoke to a couple neighbors since we got here, but we've not seen or heard of the homeowners being here since we've been here.
And we can tell from your live shot here, Joab, that it's still breezy out there, but can you rate the winds right now compared to what they have been?
Well, I would say I got about here just about an hour ago myself, and it's been steady. I'm just trying to catch something that could maybe give you an idea. So you got some swaying there in these trees here. Some more going on over here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's been steady. I would say something around maybe 10 miles an hour. I can't tell for sure, but it feels nothing more than maybe 10, 15 at tops. And you know, it's just been steady. I haven't felt it really pick up more than that to times when we felt it in other fires really pick up, or as Christina was describing earlier today, how it felt much heavier. It feels much lighter, but it is, you know, there is a steady, you know, there's just a steady breeze going here, and it feels no more than about, I would say, 10 miles, 10, 15 tops.
You know, Joab, obviously, when we got wind of, no pun intended, honestly, we got wind of the fire earlier today, and we saw it getting perilously close to these neighborhoods there. We all think of what we saw a year and a half ago almost with the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. You covered those fires for us. How does what you experienced today compare?
Oh yes, I remember being there with Gina myself that particular night when I was in the Altadena area, and we were off York, I believe, York, somewhere around there, and that was much more severe with the winds, and that particular time it almost felt like the worst case scenario, and not by our standards. I mean, we caught the fire chief that night, and the look I saw on his face that night was just one of just knowing that they had no way of managing that situation. And here it's much different. The winds are much more calmer. You see the planes out here, they've been hitting it hard all day. I've been watching the coverage before I came in, and the planes have really been hitting this hard. And on the ground level, the field crews, all the different fire departments that have been hitting this have just really done a great effort to really manage as much as they can. So it's a much different scenario than we would think of the Woolsey and the Palisades area and also the Altadena area.
Yeah, and there was, I remember your coverage that night with the horses that were running wild through the streets of Altadena. It was just literally horrifying to see. So a much different picture here today. They do have those evacuation centers up, and we heard from the gentleman about how many horses. He imagines about 400 horses just in this particular neighborhood where 600 homes are said to be where you are, Joab. What was it like getting to your current location? What was the feeling on the road?
Now, that is a great question. When I was coming out, I was listening to the coverage and I was hearing some of the people being concerned about, getting through and how it was a little difficult. And so I was expecting a little bit of traffic or jams. But it seems by the time that I got here, a lot of the people that had evacuated their animals, perhaps some of the horses, it seemed that they had already been able to do that. So there was a little bit, obviously, a lot of the different departments that are out here, fire departments, they had a lot of the trucks lined up across the streets. So there was a little bit, but it seemed to be mostly first responders that had their trucks with it lighting up the streets where they were helping fight this fire here. So not as bad. I mean, I was in the Altadena area. I remember seeing some of the coverage of our other co-workers in the other fire there, just seeing how if they got trapped and whatnot, and that's always a concern. But I did not see that here. So that was good. We did believe with Gina, we did speak to some of the neighbors who said that there was a little bit of a jam earlier.
Right.
But thankfully enough, it seemed that it wasn't something that turned to more of a chaotic situation.
Good. Okay. Very, very good. Joab, we'll let you do your thing. Joining us on the line now is Andy Van Sciver. He is Public Information Officer with Ventura County. I hope I got your last name pronounced correctly, Andy. Thank you so much for hopping on the line with us here.
You're welcome, and you did a good job. Van Sciver is exactly what it is. So how can I help you guys today?
Okay. Well, we just want to hear the latest news about the Sandy fire. 720 acres, 500 firefighters. What does the firefight look like currently?
All right, I got a new acreage update as of 3/19 from Sensory Aircraft. It's measured at 836 acres.
Okay, so it's grown just over 100 acres.
That is correct.
Okay.
The other bit of information I want to share with you, the flags at our fire station here at Wood Ranch are now blowing in the opposite direction. So the anticipated wind change, which we've been anticipating, is starting to occur. It might not yet be over the fire as the wind takes time to go across the land, but an hour or two ago it was in Thousand Oaks. Its wind changes now, at least in Wood Ranch. I'm still seeing some smoke from the fire working towards the west, but I'm also seeing some moving more vertically. So I would expect that wind change should start coming in. And what's key about that wind change, I can feel it. It's cooler, moister air. So that's going to be a good thing.
That's great news. Great news. Okay, 836 acres right now. Andy, we're looking at a live picture from Skyfox. We're seeing just the massive footprint of the fire itself. Some white smoke. We don't see, as we're zooming in now, I don't see any active flames below. We're not out of the woods yet, but what area are you most concerned about right now?
Well, we're going to experience that wind change across the fire. We expect the fire to possibly make some runs up some canyons that may kick some smoke off into the area. But we are well established with our structure defense in place. We have over 500 plus firefighters on scene from surrounding fire departments, and we are getting entrenched in to do the battle. We've got our water tankers dropping water from the helicopters, as well as I think we're up to 6 or 7 helicopters attacking all the hot spots. So that coordinated aerial attack with our resources on the ground. We also just posted to Twitter a video of our firefighters, one of our firefighters going direct with a hose line through some light brush. They are out there fighting this fire every way we can.
And thank you for the work that you and your crews are doing. At last count, 1 home destroyed. Has that changed?
No, I have not heard any other additional information about structures that were damaged or destroyed. Right now, our emphasis is on life safety, evacuating the community. We have evacuation orders out for about 28,000 plus people. We hope the community is adhering those advisories, especially as they start to see a little less smoke. Maybe I shouldn't go. The wind is reversing. There will be a change over the fire. We encourage everybody in an evacuation order to go to safety.
And I trust that it's still too early to even estimate when those evacuation orders and warnings will be lifted.
Exactly. Our goal is to get people back into their homes and back into their businesses as quickly as possible. But right now we're focused on life safety, and it's safer for the community to be out and also safer for our firefighters to have no traffic on those streets. And we're not focused on evacuating people or helping people out of their house if they stay too late. We can focus all of our resources on fighting the fire now.
Andy, anything else you'd like to add?
No, I just want to make sure that people are staying in touch with emergency.venturecounty.gov. That's where we list for the Office of Emergency Services the road closures, street closures, evacuation. All that information is updated there daily or instantaneously. And then, like I said, acreage now is at 836 acres as of, I think, 3/17, 3/19.
You know what? I do have one more question. Any word on how this fire began?
No, we have our fire investigators on scene. I expect some investigators from CAL FIRE will also be assisting us with that investigation. But right now, our priority for overall is life safety, but we do have a team investigating the start.
All right. Thank you. Andy Van Sciver with Ventura County. He is a public information officer, and a great one at that, as we have a live look at that FOS check drop. Always a sight to see. Andy, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a safe day.
Let's check in now with Adam Kruger. He mentioned the shift in the winds.
Yeah, and so we're seeing that exactly. So what I want to show you here is a cluster of weather instruments we have all around the specific area to give you a little sense of where we're looking here. Here's Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks down around here, and the fire's kind of on the top or north end of this green section right here, right about here. And what we're seeing, first of all, point out the red numbers are current wind gusts, and most of these update every 10 minutes. So we get some really good kind of fresh data on this. And then also you see these little, what I'll call wind flags. They show the wind direction. They point towards the little circle in the middle. So winds here around Simi Valley still going like this, but just a little bit off towards the west. Now the winds are coming like this. We've seen around Thousand Oaks, and we heard this on the phone call as well, that the winds there for an hour or a little more have already switched direction. So that west wind is what we're looking forward to, if not moving into Simi Valley right now very, very shortly, which, yes, should bring some cooler temperatures and should bring the humidity up a little bit as well. And the wind speeds, the highest winds of the day, are already past us. Those should start to back off a little bit. I want to select just a couple of spots here. So again, where the actual fire is, and the perimeter of the fire is right about here. So I'm going to pick on this spot right here and show you what the winds have been doing over the last couple of hours. And we're going to go in 10-minute increments on this. And so we can see this is up to 320. That's the latest update we have. Notice the wind gusts here under 20 miles per hour for the most part. Winds still reported from the north-northeast here, so we haven't yet seen the wind shift in that specific spot. Once we do, these relative humidities, which are very low right now in that 10 to 15% range, those should start to go up. I want to see if I can pick on one more spot. Let's say off to the west of Simi Valley. I'm going to select this one right here, which is one spot where it looks like the winds have recently changed direction, and I'll show you what that means as far as relative humidity and things of that nature. So This is a great example. So here's where we can see just in the last few minutes or so, since 3:10, we've seen the winds change direction. Winds here from the west. Before that, they were from the northeast. And with that happening, look at the relative humidity, which was 10 to 15% for a long time here, and then instantly up to 28%, now 41% relative humidity in that specific spot. So that's the kind of weather change we expect to see around where the fire is, literally within minutes, and at the latest within the next half hour. That's happening right around Simi Valley right now. Let me take you over to what we call Weather 1 here, show you our weather graphics, and this is going to show you what a computer model is forecasting for the wind speed and wind gusts. And I'll remind you that gusts mean how strong some of the bursts of the winds could be at a specific time. So we're looking at 4 o'clock here. Our model is suggesting through the Simi Valley area and where we have the fire that the winds already should have changed direction by this point, blowing in more so from the west, which again means overall cooler temperatures and higher humidity, things that help out. Into 5 o'clock, we'll go hourly. Here's 6 o'clock. You can see still that same west wind direction, and also wind speeds now start to come down as we go a little later into the evening. 6 o'clock, it's showing wind gusts generally less than 20 in this area. Here we go to 7 o'clock. Wind gusts are mostly less than 15. We go to 8 o'clock. Wind gusts are mostly, let's say, just kind of around 10 or even less than 10 miles per hour. So favorable things happening here in the weather, starting basically right now, and should continue to get better here in the next few hours. We see the relative humidity expected to go up and the wind speeds expected to go down. Marla?
All right, very good. Thank you so much. Live look from Sky Fox, as I'm being told that we have some new video to show you of some of the... This is from Ventura County Fire. You can see that in the upper right-hand corner of your screen from the Public Information Officer of the firefight down below. That is some good work, and it's amazing the work that they do given the conditions out there. Thank you to Ventura County Fire. Let's have Mark Naveau join the conversation. He is a former battalion chief up in the Bay Area, and also I understand you did some work in Orange County as well. Good to have you, sir. Thanks so much for hopping on the Fox Local Stream and also Fox 11 here in Los Angeles.
Oh, you're more than welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm glad that we have your expertise. I'd like to get your thoughts on the firefight that we've seen play out here live on Fox 11 all morning long, continuous coverage.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see. You know, good news in this case, the winds have died down. The PIO talked about it just a few moments ago about the wind shifting a little bit, going a different direction, calming down, a little bit more moisture, all good news. But with the aerial operations plus the ground operations, they were able to get a handle on this fire. And it was threatening some homes there for a little bit. So it was a little nerve-wracking, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and you know, we've heard from a lot of people on the ground who live in the community in Simi Valley talking about how this is just, it's an area that's ripe for a fire like this because of the incredible vegetation that isn't necessarily maintained. Can I get your thoughts on the mitigation efforts and how, what that should look like, and whose responsibility does that lie with? Is this a county issue, a state issue?
Yeah, kind of. It's 3 layers of government there, and your question about mitigation is a big one. For instance, we know within the last year or two, you know, we had some fires that ran out of the mountains up by Tahoe, and in particular that ran down into the valley. It actually started, you know, miles and miles away. But what we do know from history is that there were mitigation measures taking place down in the valleys just outside of Tahoe City. And when one of the wildfires came into that area, those homes and those structures and that community was saved because of mitigation measures, going in there, you know, raking the forest, kind of what we call backfire, burning out area out, so when the fire rolls through, it doesn't have a lot of fuel. So the mitigation measures are very, very important. The challenge becomes, as you've asked, who's responsible? Is it a local homeowner? Is it a community? Is it the state? Or is it actually the federal government? In California, the largest percentage of open wildland is federal forest.
Okay, so it's a complex issue. Thank you for shedding some light on that for us. We heard from a neighbor who's lived in this community for many years, and he's a neighbor of the home that was destroyed. And he said that this year alone, and we're only in May, We're almost halfway done with the year, yes, but he says this year alone, he's already done brush clearance in his backyard 4 times. He said that he started off the year clearing out the brush, and then we got a good rain, and it just grew back quickly, and then he went out there again, and he did the brush clearance again 4 times. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no question. I mean, it's kind of a catch-22. What we want is rain and sunshine and the crops of California that feed, the nation, the world, to be able to grow so plentiful. But we also have the converse side of that, and that is the wildfire. The situation in California is so dreadful. We know that the majority of wildfires in the state of California are actually started about a mile from any road. So if you look at a wildfire in California, you're going to know that there's a road located very close to that. What does that mean? That means that most wildfires are started by man. That doesn't mean it's an arson fire, but it's some sort of activity that's associated with mankind. Some cases, a lot of times, the mitigation measures. Actually, as we start to burn areas, they get out of control. They break what we call containment lines, and they start to burn. So again, it's a catch-22. You've got to go after it. You got to protect the area. But the challenge is, if we do that, we've got to do that responsibly, and we've got to do it at the right time of year. It can't be done, when we're in the summer, high winds, etc. And CAL FIRE is very good about picking the right time to do that.
All right. Thank you for that perspective there. This is we have this nice shot from Skyfox, and we're seeing some white smoke. We don't see a whole lot of active flames. As we look forward to the firefight this afternoon, sir, and into this evening, when can crews and residents breathe a sigh of relief, would you say?
Yeah, I think you can have a sigh of relief right now. You're seeing, some measures that are in place. We call them containment lines, meaning that you've got hose lines or you've got natural earth between the homes, unburnt fuel, and the fire itself. So that's good news. You're seeing, some of the aerial operations still. You'll see planes and helicopters flying around. They're going to keep an eye on that fire. You can bet that there'll be somebody staying with that fire in different locations, fire crews throughout the night. They're not going to run into an incident. And you remember the LA fires. The challenge to that was, if you will, a rekindle, a fire that had started a week prior and had burnt underneath the ground for over a week. And it broke out with high winds, and that was part and parcel, which caused the devastation in the LA fires. So that's something they're going to keep an eye on by having crews there. So a sigh of relief can probably start now, and as we go through the evening and it cools down, it's going to be even better. Also, we've learned a lot, and we can talk about that if you want, with regards to aerial operations for firefighters in California.
Yeah, what have we learned about that?
Well, what we've learned is that, ironically, we're talking about a Simi Valley fire. Well, from the fires that took place in LA, some of the things, and this was not just the LA fires of recent, but previous wildland fires in California, we knew the cooperation between the different agencies, state, local, and federal officials, different firefighting organizations, were not on the same page. They had communication lapses, and we saw as we said a few moments ago, Orange County Fire, the fire chief there, Brian Fennessy, who was very critical and open about having aircraft sitting on a runway many years ago in a fire in Northern California. He had his own aircraft up there, the county's aircraft. And because he was the one that brought that forward, the president has actually tapped him and said, he retired about, I think it was a year ago, said, Mr. Fennessy, Chief Fennessy, we heard your concerns, we heard your complaints. We'd like to put you in charge of figuring out how we don't have this problem anymore. And so he right now is working out of what they call the Interagency Fire Center in Boise, Idaho. And his job is to take a look at all the different firefighting agencies in the federal government, as well as the state and local, but figure out how do you have all those different agencies, and there are many of them, that have a touch or some participation in wildland firefighting across the nation. His job is to figure out how do we coordinate all of these air operations from the different CAL FIRE, United States Forest Service, the contract crews that are hired. How do we coordinate this better and make sure we don't run into challenges as we have previously?
I did not realize that about Brian Fennessy. Of course, I know who he is, and I didn't realize he now is with the U.S. Department of the Interior, U.S. Wildland Fire Service. We thank him for that. Let me put you on, just hold for a second. And Anaya, producer, is this a live picture that we're seeing? Okay, I just wanted to make clear, we're seeing this intense situation with those flames just raging. Yeah. No, this is a video from earlier, so that is not live. Live is the smaller picture with the smoke, so thank goodness. And I believe, Anaya, is this the home that was destroyed? Okay, so this is that one home, the cul-de-sac, where we've had Joab Perez and Gina Silva. Because you did bring up Orange County Fire Authority, and I mentioned you did spend some time there, were you with OCFA, sir?
No, I was part of command teams. I worked for the city up in the Bay Area, and then I also went to work for federal government. I was a presidential appointee under 2 different presidents for FEMA. So my job was to come in and manage presidential disasters. Any disaster that got bigger than what the state can handle and they asked for federal resources, they would send out, a few of us to go out and help manage some of those incidents.
Oh, wow, you've done incredible work. So you were never with Orange County Fire?
No, I would have loved to, but no, but thank you for the honor.
Sorry about that. I just got some bad information there. So, I'm from the Bay Area, and I know Fremont well, so you were with that agency, and we thank you so much. Anything else you'd like to add, Mark?
No, I think, as we go through this, fire is part and parcel to California. There's no question about it, right? It brings great benefits and some great challenges. And, California fire departments and the fire service, we call it as a whole, I'd like to encourage people to remember that during the 70s, the wildfires in California were so egregious and damaging that we realized that we weren't managing them very well. So what came of that was what's known as the Incident Command System. To manage wildfires in California in the 70s, it started a management system that's now used throughout the country in every state to manage all types of disasters. And so kudos to our brotherhood and sisterhood from way back when, creating a plan for us to be able to utilize. And California can mobilize in peacetime more troops than anybody in the world. So we're good at it. So I want people who live in California rest assured. And if you're in an adjacent state and you need some help, we're here to help you if you need it.
You're really a fire historian, a wealth of knowledge, and we thank you for joining us here on Fox 11 and the Fox Local Stream. He is Mark Naveau, former battalion chief with Fremont Fire Department up in the Bay Area. Thank you so much, sir. Hope to have you back.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for letting me talk with you for a bit. You have a good day.
All right, you too. He's great. He's great. Live pictures from Sky Fox here, and let's listen in right now to some residents who were impacted by the Sandy fire earlier today.
I've lived here my whole life since I was 1 year old, and our neighborhood is just like a tight-knit family. We all check in with each other, and we all just always are like really tightly and close with each other. And just seeing this was really sad because our neighbors are just like a really nice couple. They keep to themselves, and it's so sad to see this. And it was really sad to think that we might have lost our house in this, and everyone, because our neighbors are like family. And God's protection in this was just really beautiful to see, because it was really scary. I've never been like engulfed in embers like that. It was dark and brown, and one of our dogs almost did not come into the car and stuff like that. It was so scary. But we had friends who came out and helped us, and everyone stepped into action right away, because that's what Simi Valley is about. We're about community and just building through friendship. And I got so many texts. So many of our friends received texts, and our neighbors. Everyone was just there to check in with each other, and we're just here to support our neighbors. And it's really sad, but there's definitely a plan for all of this. To be honest, I was in school and I got called out. I'm over at Grace Brethren, and I got called out, and I just drove right over here with my siblings, and it was really hard to get through because a lot of people want to look, and it's really difficult when they don't live here and you want to just get to your house and it's just the sentimental values of everything. It's not even about any of the things that are on this earth. It's just about what's sentimental to us, and we were just trying to get our dogs, and my dad was at work and stuff, so it was just, we all just scrambled to get it. My brother actually ended up having to drive one of our vehicles, and he has only his permit, so it was really scary. We had to just act quick and just do it. It backed up to our trailer, actually. It literally, the fire, if you look in our backyard, it is backed up to one of our trailers back there, and it burned actually 2 of the structures on our property as well. but they're insignificant to our home. So yeah, in like 2018, I would say it was about then, we had a similar experience where we had to quickly evacuate, and it was really scary because I was younger, obviously, and I actually threw a bunch of picture frames in a bag. I didn't realize that sentimental things were not just pictures and frames, but like, so that was funny. But yeah, we were way more fortunate than no homes were lost near us, fortunately, but it was really scary because it was up on that hill over there. And I just remember like thinking, oh, we're going to lose our house. And we had just rebuilt it the year before, so that was really scary.
So,
our thanks to that young lady who shared her thoughts with our Al Rep earlier today, another photojournalist here at Fox 11. And this is the camera work now of Joab Perez. This is the home that was destroyed earlier today. Joab, is the hose done? Oh, there it is.
No, it's still going here.
All right, I got you.
Let me, I'm going to be a little bit more mobile for you this time here.
Oh, that's okay.
So I
off
can show you
the
what
shoulder.
it is.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so it's just this hose. I saw him. He's been adjusting it.
Okay.
And he just keeps moving it spots that I guess he thinks that need to be touched up.
Well,
so you'll see every now and then he'll come in around and they'll move this around to hit another spot.
I mean, obviously, this is a popular area to be in because this is the one home that was destroyed. So we just saw from your camera other media there as well, of course. What's the mood like among residents in this cul-de-sac now?
Last we spoke to was with that last shot we had with Gina. There was two women that were still around here.
Mm-hmm.
And the mood was, I would say maybe the worst is behind as far as maybe their concern for their area being hit. But you can see over there, there's still a column of smoke coming up there.
Billowing.
Over that hill there. So, if you wanted to, I don't know if we've been able to get a look at what it did here, and I'm not going to get all the way in here. I'm just going to kind of.
Yeah, I mean, we just had prior to you, we had the file video from earlier today, the recording of when that home caught fire. It was a massive home, so just so sad to see. And Joab giving us a live look at the debris that is left behind as crews just keep that constant flow of water on it. Hard to make sense of if this was the garage area. It looks to be because the vehicles are parked right there.
Correct, yes, it does appear that way. And you can see there was several other vehicles that appeared also to get damaged out in this fire here.
Yeah, interesting that, so was this part of the road in the back where these vehicles are lined up? Do you know?
If this was the garage, it looked like this was a gate leading to the backyard here.
Okay.
And that seems to be this person's backyard area.
So in other words, these vehicles were in the backyard?
That's what it appears to me.
Interesting. Okay.
I would say yes.
Okay,
and
right.
This would be the home
Unconfirmed,
here.
But you're just trying to make sense of the debris.
Because the main road would be out this way, where you can see the fire truck there and then other crews here.
Okay, yeah, Joab, we're now showing in our bigger picture here, we're showing the active flames that took down the home where you are now. And that homeowner, said to be a family, has since left the property. So we don't know their whereabouts at this point, but fortunately they did make it out okay. In fact, no injuries to report according to Ventura County.
Wow, yeah, and I just noticing this, there is a vehicle, I didn't even notice this in the rubble here. There's two vehicles that are completely burnt out in here.
Oh, really?
Here's one.
Oh.
This is the garage area. And here's another right here. You can just see some of the frame here. So there's two vehicles that did not make it, and that when I first, without looking deeper into it just looked like some of the debris of you can see that that's a seat right there.
Oh yeah,
you know, like the
I can see
outline
that.
of your seat.
Yep.
So there's two cars in here that are completely gone, alongside other vehicles that didn't make it in the back.
And The winds, we were talking about the winds, and we'll bring in Adam in just a moment. We're seeing, I don't know if that's a resident there surveying the hillside and just trying to get a sense of the flames if they're nearby. But we were just talking to somebody who said, you know, ultimately the firefight looks a lot better, and we're getting basically close to the point being able to breathe that sigh of relief. Are you getting the sense that that is the case out there, Joab, or are you just you haven't really been able to mingle about?
Let me show you what. There's a gate here that's kind of overlooking the hill, and you can see where it burned out.
Oh yeah.
So as it burns out, as you remember, when you do training, we do training for fire coverage. When these areas get burned out like this, there's nothing left for the fire to come back to burn. So, at least for this area, there's now what appears to be a large kind of break where the fire cannot come back. So although it is burnt in this area, I guess for the residents here, it's not as concerning as if this was all still filled in, right? If we still had the fire coming down this hill with a lot of brush still nice and, you know, ready to go here, that would be a concern. But you can see it's already burned through. And you can see there's another chopper. You can see a drop happening in the distance over there.
Yep, the FOS check. We love to see those drops.
So that seems
Keep
to be
them
the
coming.
current status there.
Yeah, and you know, obviously,
so you can see that it's burnt.
The fuel is gone there, Joab, but of course the crews will remain on site as they worry about those hot spots and any embers that may be below the surface. I mean, we know the damage that can do. So we thank you for your live picture. This is, if you're just joining us, this is the one home that was destroyed in the Sandy fire earlier today. Joab, thank you. I'm going to get to Adam Kruger now for a look at the wind conditions out there right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the process of flipping direction right now in Simi Valley, and flipping direction for the better, meaning coming in from the west, which will have some higher relative humidity values, and that helps out. Just mapping this out, though, again. So here's the fire footprint. Simi Valley up here, Thousand Oaks right here. As we take you in a little bit closer, this is showing now the latest fire perimeter. That's, of course, in this orange section right here, the 836 acres. We talked about that, the latest update. It was initially reported under 200 acres, then it jumped to like 700, and then now we're at 836, and probably the progression or the perimeter growth is slowed down from what we can tell from the aerials. But you can see this was the first update on the perimeter. Here's the second update, this whole wide area right here. But as you can see, a lot of the efforts to protect the neighborhoods working out quite well. All right, so that's the map. Now let's look at some of the winds. I'm going to show you what they've done, and then we'll look at what the wind forecast looks like going more so later into the evening. So here's, again, kind of the broad view. Simi Valley right here, Thousand Oaks right here. The actual fire is right about in this specific spot. So we have a few weather instruments that give us 10-minute updates every 10 minutes, kind of around the general vicinity of where this fire is. And you can see these little wind flags. So here they're showing winds going still from the northeast, which is what we've seen through a lot of the day today. That's the drier wind. But notice already on the west edge of Simi Valley, we've seen the winds change direction coming in from the west. We've seen those west winds for a while now, maybe an hour, hour and a half around Thousand Oaks. So that general progression of this air mass with these winds changing direction coming in from the west is just entering into at least the western part of Simi Valley, still over some of the hills here near where this fire is. We still have that dry northeast wind. But let me select one spot here kind of on the west end of Simi Valley. This is one of those locations where I noticed the wind just kind of changed direction literally within the last few minutes. So as we look at what this does for relative humidity, I mean, this is a great example of what we expect to happen with the weather around where the fire is. So here's the timeline, right? So we've got measurements every 10 minutes. The latest one is at 3:40 p.m. You can see the wind direction. It was out of the north or northeast for a while. That was the dry wind we had all day long. These are the wind speeds and the wind gusts, the purple colors with the G. That G stands for gust. So we still see gusts around 15 to 20, still a little bit breezy. But here's the change in wind direction coming in from kind of the southwest. And look what the relative humidity did just in the last half hour or so. We saw this relative humidity 12%, 11%, and then jumping up to around 40%, which is great. That helps out. So that's the exact change we expect to see where this fire is happening. it's happening now and should continue to happen within the next half hour or so. Let's switch over to Weather One. I want to show you what the wind forecast looks like. So here you see Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley. Again, the area we're watching with this fire is kind of just south of where Simi Valley is plotted right here. It's right about here. So our computer model is showing those winds changing direction as well, indicating they're coming in from the west as we go later into the day here. Here's 5 o'clock. Now, again, there's still going to be some gusts that get up around 20 or a little above. So there's still a breeze, but at least it's not the real dry wind like we've seen throughout the day. And now it's got some higher humidity values to it. This is the sea breeze kicking in late day. Here we go into 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Look at this now. This is great news, as the wind speeds also will be backing down as we go later into the evening, and after sunset they should be pretty light. Now overnight, still winds could gust maybe 10 to 15 or so, but that's going to be a lot better than what we've seen throughout the day today. I also want to give you an update on the wind forecast for the entire area, because still going into tomorrow, I think there's going to be still somewhat of a dry northeast wind, just not as strong as we've seen today. So as we go from this evening into tomorrow morning, notice some of these hills and mountains here might still see some dry winds from the northeast for the first part of the day tomorrow, and then just like today, the wind direction will eventually change. It'll be more of that higher humidity west wind that kicks in late in the day tomorrow. But again, the wind speeds tomorrow not as strong as what we saw today. We did have a wind advisory that was in effect earlier today. That expired at 3, which was perfect timing. I mean, we saw right at 3 o'clock a lot of the wind speeds come down. So we still see, again, some dry winds in some spots tomorrow. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But the worst of this weather event and Santa Ana wind event that we're seeing today is past us. Again, like I said, literally right now around the Simi Valley area, we have the winds changing direction, lower wind speeds coming in the next few hours, and higher humidity coming as well. Marla?
We'll take it. We'll take all of it. All that good news. All right, Adam, thank you so much. Live look from Chopper from Skyfox. You see the footprint of the Sandy fire. As you heard Adam report, 836 acres. That's the last count that we heard from Ventura County. It started as simply, as they all do, a very small brush fire early this morning in the 10 a.m. hour. We're now doing the math, 6 hours almost into this firefight, and it has gotten a whole lot better. But this wide shot does look a little concerning with all the white billowing smoke out there. But we did hear from Ventura County Fire about what Adam was just telling us about the shift in the winds, which is boding well for the firefight. And we haven't seen a ton of active flames, which was the case obviously much earlier. Let's run down what we know. So 836 acres, more than 500 firefighters are on this. One home has been destroyed. They are working to get other numbers in terms of other structures like garages, outbuildings that may have been damaged or destroyed in this. But at this point, one home destroyed, no injuries. In terms of evacuation orders and warnings, those are still in effect. Orders are in place for almost 30,000 residents. This live look from Skyfox here. Take it all in. And then the warning, evacuation warning, is in effect for almost 10,000 residents. Now, we're hearing that the worst is behind us, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves because that just wouldn't be a good thing. So those evacuation orders and warnings, they do remain in effect, and there's no telling. I asked Ventura County official, do we have any idea of when those might be lifted? And obviously he was not at a juncture to be able to give an estimate on when those evacuation orders and warnings will be lifted. Obviously, we will continue to watch it here at Fox 11. Let's take you down to the ground and hear from some of the people who were impacted by the Sandy fire a little earlier today. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Were you here when it first started?
Yeah, I was down the street. I was living on my... I was literally just hearing helicopters go by, and I walk outside and just see a plume of smoke. Just seeing what was happening and following along with the news, just trying to figure out what's happening, if I have to get out, if I have to get my dogs out. Unfortunately, this happened a few years ago. I don't know if many people remember the Woolsey fire, but it's practically going the same route. And I'll be honest with you, I've hiked these hills back on time again. There's brush that's taller than me. I'm 6'1", and you see brush that's probably double my size, and it's just not being mitigated. So it's an unfortunate thing, but until we really see brush fires like our control burns and all these different forest management things, we don't see that here. And it's unfortunate because these people lost their homes, my neighbors.
And you know your neighbors. Were they here when it happened, or were they out of town?
I'm further down. I don't really know these people, my neighbors personally, but I know like a lot of people in this neighborhood. They're very like shaken up about this, obviously, and we're just so grateful for the Ventura County Fire Department and all of the first responders here. Luckily here we have the reservoir, which is a few miles away. So I think the helicopters have just been nonstop and dropping water in and around this neighborhood to put a stop to the fire. I think that without that, and had they had to go all the way to the ocean, we would have been in a lot different situation.
Well, we thank him, Christian, for talking to Gina a little earlier. That was live during our coverage not long ago, and he is a Marine, if he didn't say so in that particular soundbite. So we thank him for his service. All right, here is a live picture from Skyfox. A whole lot of white smoke up there, and we're seeing some of the aircraft fly below. They have the helicopters out there. Of course, that's part of the aircraft that is battling these flames from the air. And then also a whole lot of boots on the ground, some more than 500 firefighters from CAL FIRE, Ventura County Fire, LA County Fire, LA City Fire, and here's another perspective from a chopper, a little wider view here. So we have at least 4 agencies who have come together to fight the Sandy fire. Again, this broke out in the 10 o'clock hour on Sandy, forgive me if it's Sandy Lane or Sandy Avenue in Simi Valley. I got to make sure I get that right next time. But nonetheless, that's why it's named the Sandy Fire. No word yet on how the flames first ignited. We did hear from Ventura County Fire that fire investigators are on scene already trying to figure out what sparked the fire in the first place. But the first order of business for the crews down below, of course, is the preservation of life and property. And boy, have they done an incredible job, because we can report that there are no injuries to speak of to any civilians or firefighters as of almost 4 o'clock on this Monday afternoon. So kudos to them in that. And then 1 home has been lost. In fact, as we give you a live look at those active flames, we can also give you a live look from the ground in the cul-de-sac where that 1 home did burn. That is, forgive me, it's already on your screen. It's a smaller picture there. That is from our photojournalist Joab Perez down there, and he is teamed up with Gina Silva, who's done some incredible reporting for us this afternoon. And I'm told it's Sandy Avenue. Sandy Avenue is where the fire first, those flames first ignited in the 10 a.m. hour. So you have been watching continuous coverage as we give you these various looks of the Sandy fire burning in Simi Valley. We've been continuous coverage since the fire broke out this morning. We're going to wrap things up as we approach the 4 o'clock hour, but we will have the very latest on foxla.com at any given moment. And then, of course, you can come back to us for the Fox 11 News at 5. We stream that on the Fox